Chapter 1716. Yangran Mountain was in chaos. Small Sword Sect might not have spared no expense to light a soul lamp for every elite disciple in the ancestral hall. But for Great Sword Sect, this was only a basic operation. Therefore, even if they lost contact with Sword Prison, the soul lamps would not lie. Every extinguished lamp represented the death of a disciple. And now, the soul lamps left in the ancestral hall by the major sword sects that had entered Sword Prison were almost all extinguished. The matter was too serious, so serious that it was impossible to keep it a secret. The news had spread throughout Yangran Mountain, causing an uproar. The major sword sects were heartbroken, and demanded that the Swordmaster Guild investigate what had happened in Sword Prison and give them an explanation. The small sword sect disciples fell into a state of panic. Even the big sword sect's sword cultivators had suffered heavy casualties, not to mention the sword cultivators under them. The fact that Sword Prison had gone out of control had become an open secret. But this time, the consequences of Sword Prison going out of control were much more serious than any of the previous ones. A terrifying thought appeared in the minds of the major sword cultivators of Yangran Mountain. With so many sword cultivators dying, could they work together to forcefully open Sword Prison like before? If they could not, then none of the sword cultivators who entered would survive. This would become the most tragic opening of Sword Prison in the history of Yangran Mountain, and the Swordmaster Guild, who had strongly advocated for this, would have to bear the responsibility. South Sea Sword Sect was the first to bear the brunt. In another secret meeting of the Swordmaster Guild, the Spring Wind Sword Sect proposed the worst-case scenario, which was to fail in the rescue, and all the sword cultivators in Sword Prison dying. The resulting consequences, and the Swordmaster Guild's response. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. The South Sea Sword Sect's leader, Wei Heng, had a gloomy face the entire time, not saying a word. The cold gazes from all around him made him feel great pressure. Although everyone knew that the sudden opening of the Sword Sect examination was the chilling Frost Sword Sect's idea, they were the first to propose it. And as an outsider, the South Sea Sword Sect's relationship with the local sword sects of Yangran Mountain had always been very subtle. If this matter was not handled well, the South Sea Sword Sect would be pushed out and become the scapegoat for the entire matter, and Wei Heng would not allow such a situation to happen. The Swordmaster Guild ended, and all the sword masters stood up to leave, their expressions grave, the coldness rising around them. Putting aside the final outcome of this matter, it was an undeniable fact that the 10 sword sects did not manage to escape and suffered heavy losses in the Sword Prison. Sect Master Han, please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Wei Heng suddenly spoke, attracting the attention of the crowd. Han Zhengyang, who had been in charge of the chilling Frost Sword Sect for over 1,000 years, remained calm. All right. His expression didn't reveal the slightest bit of emotion. Soon, Han Zhengyang and Wei Heng came to a quiet room one after another. Wei Heng took a step forward, and his sword breath severed the rules, isolating this place. He said coldly, Sect Leader Han, you have to give me an explanation for the matter of Sword Prison going out of control. Han Zhengyang frowned, Sect Master Wei, you forgot yourself. Lost composure? Wei Heng laughed coldly. Han Zhengyang, do you think I still have the mood to care about these things? His eyes were cold as he looked straight at them. The opening of the Sword Prison was Sect Master Han's decision to use it against the heaven-splitting Sword Sect. I have no doubt about this. But now that the situation in Sword Prison has deteriorated to such a degree, and the South Sea Sword Sect has become the target of public criticism, Sect Master Han must give me an explanation. Just what is going on? Han Zhengyang's eyebrows furrowed even tighter, a chill on his face. Sect Master Wei, be careful with your words. The changes in the Sword Prison have nothing to do with the chilling Frost Sword Sect. If you have such an attitude, then there is nothing left to say between us. Wei Heng took a deep breath. Sect Master Han, are you saying that you want to draw a clear line between yourself and my South Sea Sword Sect? Han Zhengyang lightly said, there has never been any connection between the chilling Frost Sword Sect and the South Sea Sword Sect. Very good. Wei Heng's complexion was ice cold. Sect Master Han, the favor you owe the chilling Frost Sword Sect will be erased today. When our two sects meet in the future, we will no longer be friends. If they were no longer friends, then it was impossible for them to be strangers. When they met in the future, they would use their own methods. If you can hammer me down, then that is your ability. Otherwise, just wait to be lying on the ground. These words signified that the two great sword sects had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. It wasn't that Wei Heng was too impulsive and didn't understand the meaning of forbearance, but that the current situation was already very clear. The chilling Frost Sword sect was prepared to abandon the South Sea Sword sect and push them out as scapegoats to bear the wrath of the great sword sects of Swallow Ran Mountain. As for the changes in the sword prison, Wei Heng didn't believe a single word that Han Zhengyang said. Others might not know the background of the chilling Frost Sword sect, but he knew it very well. This matter was definitely related to them. In other words, the South Sea Sword sect had been completely sold out from the very beginning. Since that was the case, if they didn't turn hostile now, were they just waiting to be trampled on a few more times? Han Zhengyang was expressionless. Sect Master Wei, you are not at peace today. I will not lower myself to your level. Humph. Wei Heng flicked his sleeves and left. After a moment, Han Zhengyang walked out of the quiet room. The chilling Frost Sword sect sword cultivators waiting outside hurried over. Sect Master, what happened? I saw Wei Heng come out in a rage just now. He didn't even pay attention to me. An elder said with a frown. Han Zhengyang said, Sect Master Wei is not in a good mood because of the changes in the sword prison. He had a small argument with me. Just ignore him for now. Come, let's go to the entrance of the sword prison. Swoosh, the chilling Frost Sword sect soared into the sky. In reality, the situation of the sword prison going out of control this time was beyond Han Zhengyang's expectations. It directly caused an elder and 12 outstanding disciples to fall into a situation of certain death. But this also meant that the seal of the core layer of the sword prison had been completely opened. The sealed artifact was really about to be born. Han Zhengyang had waited for this day for countless years. Among the cultivators of the world, sword cultivators were the most lethal. They could even fight above their level, and everyone in the world was envious of them. But in reality, the situation of sword cultivators was extremely poor. It was so poor that there was not a single Emperor Realm cultivator among the millions of sword cultivators in the divine continent of the Central Wasteland. The high and lofty threshold of the Celestial Realm was like a natural chasm that cut off the possibility of all sword cultivators in the world moving forward. Sword cultivators had no Emperor Realm, and Han Zhengyang wanted to break this curse and become the #1 sword cultivator in the world. And now, the opportunity had finally arrived. The secret of Yangran Mountain had been passed down from generation to generation by the chilling Frost Sword sect's sect master, and they had made countless preparations for it. As long as the seal was broken and the sealed artifact was released, one could seize it and refine it to break through their current cultivation bottleneck. At the entrance of the sword prison, countless sword cultivators had gathered from all directions. All of them had solemn expressions as they looked at the black hole that led underground. Not far away, Wei Heng stood in front of a giant stone wall. He looked up at the red and blue rolls that were formed by light. He frowned slightly, a trace of hesitation on his face. He summoned a South Sea Sword sect disciple and whispered a few words to him. The disciple then turned and left in a hurry. As the news of the sword prison going out of control was confirmed, and the sword cultivators of the various sword sects suffered heavy casualties, the 2 stone rolls were no longer paid attention to. After all, what was the point of the rolls when everyone was dead? It was obvious that the sword sect examination this time was useless. It was difficult to come out alive, so who would have the mood to fight for a ranking? But the South Sea Sword sect's sect master, Wei Heng, was one of the big shots of the 10 sword sects. His appearance attracted a large wave of attention. So when the 2 rolls were scanned, someone quickly discovered that something was wrong. Hey! A sword cultivator exclaimed softly, pointing at the sword prison's azure roll. Heaven-splitting sword sect. That's right, the name of the heaven-splitting sword sect had appeared in the 7th place on the azure roll. Because of the sword prison going out of control, this name that had received the most attention in this sword sect examination had almost been forgotten. Now, it suddenly appeared on the roll, leaving many people in a daze. Before the sword prison opened, Many people had been waiting to see the heaven-splitting sword sect's bad luck. But who knew that things would develop to this point? It was hard to say what would happen to the heaven-splitting sword sect. It was said that even the ancestral hall had not been officially restored, so they naturally had no soul lamp to use as a reference. But the other sword sects of Yangran Mountain had clearly suffered a great loss. That's not right. The depth of the sword prison is calculated according to the deepest point. Even if you retreat, it won't be empty. That's right. That's the rule. The heaven-splitting sword sect didn't even enter the top 100 before, but now they're in the 7th place. That means they're continuing to venture deeper into the sword prison. At this moment, there was a sudden change in the rankings on the Azure roll. The heaven-splitting sword sect's ranking moved up a step. Under everyone's watchful eyes, it was now in the 6th place. A solid hammer. The heaven-splitting sword sect was indeed continuing to explore the sword prison. This knowledge made the countless sword cultivators outside the sword prison dizzy for at least 3 seconds. What was going on? Under such circumstances, everyone wanted to run as far as they could and retreat to the shallow layer of the sword prison. Who knew, they might have a chance of survival. The heaven-splitting sword sect was actually doing the opposite. Not only that, but they were advancing very quickly. How long had it been, and they'd already climbed to the 6th place? They must be crazy. They were willing to sacrifice their lives for the ranking? Or did the heaven-splitting sword sect not know the horror of the sword prison going out of control? That couldn't be right. Even if they had just been restored, they still had a Dao protector, so they shouldn't be unfamiliar with the history of Swallowran Mountain. This didn't make sense at all. No one could figure it out. Hu Jiming was awakened by the clamor in his ears. Then, he felt many eyes constantly falling on him. Pity, sympathy, he furrowed his brows. After listening to a few words, he suddenly looked up at the Azure Sword Prison's ranking. Indeed, in the 6th place, he saw the name of the heaven-splitting sword sect. Listening to those whispers, Hu Jiming's complexion paled. This was because the sword cultivators outside the sword prison had finally found a reasonable explanation for what was happening in front of them. The heaven-splitting sword sect's sect master had personally led a team into the sword prison. In order to explore the sword prison, one needed to ensure that all the team members were alive. Only then could their positions be calculated by the Jade tokens and be included in the results. For example, if 11 of the team members died and only 1 remained, then the heaven-splitting sword sect's sect master would be able to protect him and continue exploring the sword prison with his extraordinary strength. As long as they avoided Sword Demon and didn't fight him, this was indeed possible. And this in itself could be considered a loophole in the sword sect's examination. But in normal circumstances, the disciples that participated in the sword sect's examination were all outstanding disciples of their respective sects. No one would cheat in such a way. Even the death of a single disciple was heartbreaking, let alone 8 or 10, but the heaven-splitting sword sect was different. They had temporarily recruited wandering cultivators to form a small team. Even if all of them died, they wouldn't feel any pain at all. And it just so happened that in this small team, besides Zhong Xiaoshan, the other 11 were all random wandering cultivators. These people all came from the lowest rungs of society and their cultivations were low. In Swallowran Mountain, they were the weakest group. Even if they all died in the sword prison, they wouldn't need to worry that this would provoke trouble. Everything seemed to make sense now. No wonder the heaven-splitting sword sect would form such a small team. Now that he looked at it, it wasn't a stupid move at all. It was clearly sharp and ruthless to the extreme. Hu Jiming didn't want to believe this. But as he looked at the Azure Sword Prison's ranking, the 6th place heaven-splitting sword sect, no, it was now the 5th place. Once again, it was confirmed. The heaven-splitting sword sect was indeed going against the trend to explore the sword prison. Apart from this possibility, there was no other explanation. He closed his eyes. His face was slightly pale and full of pain. Suddenly, another exclamation sounded. No, look, the South Sea Sword Sect's ranking on the Azure roll, 6th place. Right behind the heaven-splitting sword sect. And just now, it was ranked 7th. That's right, 7th place. Everyone looked at each other. The shock and astonishment on their faces showed that they had not seen wrong. And now, the South Sea Sword Sect was ranked 6th. In other words, apart from the heaven-splitting sword sect, it was also continuing to explore the sword prison. What was going on? If it was just the heaven-splitting sword sect, they could still find an explanation. But what about the South Sea Sword Sect? The sword cultivators outside the sword prison suddenly realized that things were a little different from what they had imagined. Chapter 17:12, The Sword Demon is Coming. Chapter 17:17. The chilling frost sword sect is here. It's Sect Master Han. Sect Master Han doesn't like noise. Outside the sword prison, there was a sudden silence, but the eyes of the sword cultivators brightened. Someone had already started sending messages to inform the various sects of the changes on the list. Han Zhengyang's eyes flashed. He turned and ordered, "Go investigate this matter." He had already seen the changes in the sword prison's list from far away. To be honest, Han Zhengyang no longer cared about the heaven-splitting sword sect. So what if they reopened the sect? So what if their path protector was mysterious and powerful? As long as he successfully obtained the sealed item, he would be the #1 sword cultivator in the world. With the killing power of a sword cultivator, he could even fight a true emperor at the half-step emperor level. At that time, he would have nothing to fear in the world. But the sword prison incident needed a perfect scapegoat. Only then could the chilling frost sword sect be cleared of all blame. Otherwise, it would always be a stain. The scene in front of Han Zhengyang gave him a better direction to choose from. Soon, the chilling frost sword sect elder returned with a surprised and puzzled expression. He whispered in Han Zhengyang's ear. Han Zhengyang frowned. "Are you sure?" The elder said in a low voice, "I also felt it was strange. I had people confirm it repeatedly. It was indeed so." Han Zhengyang's eyes flashed with coldness. His intuition told him that the unexpected change in the sword prison had something to do with this matter. The heaven-splitting sword sect. Could it be? Thinking of something, Han Zhengyang's eyes turned even colder. He took a step forward and appeared beside the list. He looked straight at Wei Hung and said slowly, "Sect Master Wei, can you explain to me why the South Sea Sword Sect has only lost 5 disciples and Elder Shu Jing is safe and sound?" The cold voice spread out. The sword cultivators outside the sword prison were slightly startled. They looked at the South Sea Sword Sect with surprise. The sword cultivators of the major sects in the sword prison were almost all dead. This was already a fact. The South Sea Sword Sect actually managed to preserve more than half of their disciples. This was clearly not normal. It was not that the sword cultivators were so dark that they could not bear to see others alive. It was just that this matter did not make sense. All the major sword sects had entered the depths of the sword prison and were in the same environment. Could it be that they were really lucky and escaped this calamity? Presently, practically all the sword cultivators had perished, and only the South Sea Sword Sect was still alive. This was absolutely not something that could be explained with good luck. Moreover, just now, through the Sword Prison Explorers ranking, everyone had confirmed one thing: the South Sea Sword Sect was still exploring the depths of the sword prison. Putting it together with this matter, there was no need to think about it at all. One look was enough to tell that there was definitely something wrong with this matter. Wei Hung frowned. What does Sect Master Han mean? Han Zhengyang was expressionless. Instead of answering, he asked, why would the South Sea Sword Sect and the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect work together? Why are they working together to explore the sword prison and go deeper? And why is it that when sword prison went out of control, the 13 people of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect, including Sect Master Qin Yu, are still completely unscathed, without a single casualty? The 2 consecutive questions were like boulders that smashed into the lake in everyone's heart. Countless sword cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief. What does that mean? The Heaven-Splitting Swordsmanship Sect was still alive, and not a single person had died. What a joke! Before they entered the sword prison, many sword cultivators had seen them with their own eyes. There were even many members of this squad that were recognized as the weakest and most ordinary wandering cultivators. In terms of overall strength, let alone the great sword sects, they were far inferior to even some small sword sects. But now, The heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect was ranked 5th on the exploration rankings. They had absolutely entered the deeper levels of the sword prison. Up until now, not a single person had died. Was this publicly mocking the intelligence of the great sword sects of Swallowran Mountain? There was a problem. There was definitely a problem. And now, the people of the South Sea Sword Sect were actually working together with the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect. The thick smell of a conspiracy shrouded everyone. Gloomy expressions appeared on the faces of all the sword cultivators. Whoosh, whoosh, sword phantoms howled forwards, arriving at the entrance to the sword prison. Within Swallowran Mountain, almost all of the top-ranked sword sects had arrived. Sect Master Han, do you have any proof of what you say? The Eastern Mountain Sword Master asked, his eyes cold. He had a disciple that was in the Eastern Mountain Sword Sect's entrance examination team. Now, it was confirmed that he had perished. Han Zhengyang's eyes were calm as he swept his eyes over everyone. I have already ordered people to retrieve the records of the wanted tokens. If anyone has any doubts, you can verify them yourselves. The space fell deathly silent. No one believed that the Frosty Frost Sword Sect would come up with such a clumsy lie that could be easily seen through. But the verification still had to be carried out. The Eastern Mountain Sword Master turned and left. I will go with you. I will also go. Several sword path powerhouses of Swallowran Mountain turned and left at the same time. Soon, they returned. There was no need to say anything. From their complexions, everyone knew that the truth was as the Frosty Frost Sword Sect said. The space became even more deathly still. The Eastern Mountain Sword Master's eyes were ice cold. Sect Master Wei Heng, how will you explain this matter? Sure, everyone's eyes gathered on him. Wei Heng had a calm expression. The connection between the outside world and sword prison has long been severed. I do not know what happened, so how can I explain it to everyone? He had learned of what the Frosty Frost Sword Sect said earlier and was already mentally prepared. Heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect. It was obvious that the reason the people of the South Sea Sword Sect were still alive was because of them. This caused Wei Heng's mood to be a bit complicated. After all, not too long ago, the two sides had stood on opposite sides. The Frosty Frost Sword Sect that he had thought to be an ally had been ruthlessly stabbed in the back. And the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect that he viewed as an enemy had actually come to rescue them. The ways of the world were truly hard to fathom. As for now, the investigation from the various great sword sects was indeed troublesome. But Wei Heng wasn't afraid. First of all, fear was useless. Secondly, did the Frosty Frost Sword Sect really think that it would be so easy to push the South Sea Sword Sect out to take the brunt of the thunder? I can choose not to use braids, but I have to have them in my hands. If I really push them too far, I'll just openly fight them and your Frosty Frost Sword Sect can forget about peace. The Eastern Mountain Sword Master took a deep breath and pointed towards Sword Prison. The only son of a good friend of mine entered my sect and died here today. If this matter is related to the South Sea Sword Sect and the Heaven-Splitting Swordsmanship Sect, I will not let this matter rest. Eastern Mountain Sword Master, be careful with your word. The cry of swords rose up. Hu Jiming flew into the air and cupped his hands towards everyone. I am now a protector of the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect. I must protect the reputation of the sword sect. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the first sentence. Moreover, he had a good reason to do so. Straightening his back, Hu Jiming said, Eastern Mountain Sword Master, seniors of the sword sect, there is something you should all be clear about. The sword sect examination this time has come very suddenly. The heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect has no idea about it. Because we have just been restored, we don't even have enough disciples to take the examination. Let me ask you, under such circumstances, what does the accident in Sword Prison have to do with the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect? Secondly, as sect leader Wei has said, Sword Prison has been cut off from the outside world. None of us know what has happened in Sword Prison. It is meaningless to speculate now. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to think of a way to open Sword Prison as soon as possible and rescue our fellow Taoists trapped within. Perhaps then we will know what has happened. Wei Heng praised in his heart. To be able to have such a cultivation as a loose cultivator, He was indeed something. These words were very true. Saving people was the consensus of all the sword sect. He nodded and said, I believe that what Protector who says is correct. The South Sea Sword sect is willing to contribute its strength to the rescue. The Eastern Mountain Sword Master revealed a thoughtful expression. He took a deep breath and nodded. Good. Then we will wait until Sword Prison is reopened before investigating this matter. But, I will say the same thing. No matter who is involved in this matter, as long as I find out who it is, I will not tolerate it. Han Zhengyang was expressionless, but he sneered inwardly. Since the sealed object was about to come out, there was no way the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect could escape. If the South Sea Sword sect tied themselves to them, that was the same as seeking their own doom, deep within Sword Prison. It was even darker underground. Even though the walls were covered with glowing moss, it was unable to illuminate the surrounding area. It was like there was some invisible strength in this darkness that swallowed up all light, leaving behind only endless darkness. Qin Yu walked in front. The small fry squad behind him spread out, surrounding the South Sea Sword sect group. At the start, Jin Hua and the other South Sea Sword sect disciples were dissatisfied with this. Why? With the strength of the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect group, did they really think they could protect them? But soon, they extinguished these thoughts. As they looked at the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect group, they revealed complex expressions. They finally understood why Elder Shu Jing had decided to lead them deeper into Sword Prison just because of Qin Yu's words. It was too quiet. The current depths of Sword Prison were like a calm pool of water in the middle of the night, without the slightest ripple. Those terrifying, murderous, and cruel sword demons were nowhere to be seen. Ever since the sword cultivators of the two sects gathered here, they hadn't encountered a single one. There were only two possibilities. The first was that the sword demons had vanished, but that was clearly impossible. And the second was that the sword demons didn't dare to approach. No matter what the reason was, the situation was clear. They feared the sword cultivators of the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect. It definitely wasn't because of their cultivation, but because they carried something on their bodies that terrified the sword demons. Some of the South Sea Sword sect disciples let out sighs of relief, joy on their faces. Some people felt that the silence in front of them was extremely taunting. It was like a stone was placed across their chests, making it hard for them to breathe. Jin Hua took a deep breath. He suddenly said, Sect Master Qin, in the quiet sword prison. This voice was abrupt. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows and turned to look. Jin Hua said in a low voice, I cannot understand. Since the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect has a treasure that can restrain the sword demons, why didn't they save them before? There are thousands of sword cultivators in Sword Prison right now. They shouldn't have all died. Shut up. Shu Jing angrily shouted. Jin Hua immediately apologized to Sect Master Qin. Jin Hua took a deep breath. Elder, this disciple has something to ask, so I ask for your forgiveness. If Sect Master Qin is willing to answer, Jin Hua can leave the group to fend for himself and apologize to Sect Master. Insolence. Shu Jing lifted a hand. Vast sea sword breath erupted. Elder, don't. A female disciple desperately stood in front of Jin Hua. Senior apprentice sister Cheng Shan has died. She signed a heart-linking contract with senior apprentice brother Jin Hua. Senior apprentice brother Jin Hua was too grief-stricken and offended Sect Master Qin. She had a pleading look on her face. Sect Master Qin, please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to senior apprentice brother Jin Hua's level. He was too grief-stricken and confused. Qin Yu turned around and continued forwards. Jin Hua wanted to say something more, but he was tightly hugged by the female cultivator. Her eyes were red as she shook her head at him. Shu Jing walked over. Jin Hua, the dead cannot be brought back to life. I understand your feelings, but this will be the last time. Otherwise, there will be no need for Sect Master Qin to do anything. I will personally kill you to avoid implicating others. Yes, Elder. At this time, Qin Yu suddenly stopped. He calmly looked at the darkness in front of him. In his ears, he could hear the sounds of suppressed breathing, restlessness, unease, panic, as well as a burning heat that couldn't be concealed. As he thought, even a simple method couldn't scare them away. Otherwise, this trip to sword prison would have been far too simple. Qin Yu took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. He said, "Prepare yourselves. The sword demons are coming." Without hesitation, he stepped forwards. In the deep darkness ahead, there was a deep roar. Chapter 17-18. Sword demons walked out from the darkness. Magma seemed to flow in the depths of their crimson eyes, and a terrifying sword aura surged in the air. High-ranked. Everywhere he looked, without exception, was a high-ranked sword devil. But this wasn't the most terrifying thing. What was most terrifying was that there were at least 10 peerless sword demons amongst the sword demons. Their cold and tyrannical eyes shrouded everyone. It was like they were facing an abyss that would swallow them up in the next moment. Those from the South Sea sword sect, including Elder Shu Jing, all paled. Not to mention 10 peerless sword demons, just these high-grade sword demons in front of them weren't existences they could contend with. To say that many ants could bite an elephant to death was to underestimate the strength of these high-grade sword demons. But, this was the general meaning, even if they were to rush at them, they would still die. Senior apprentice brother, I'm scared. The female sword cultivator in front of Jin Hua was filled with fear. Jin Hua rubbed her head. Junior apprentice sister, don't be afraid. He took a deep breath. Elder Shu, let us leave. Since the sword demons had appeared, this meant that the heaven-splitting sword sect's deterrent methods had lost their effectiveness. Shu Jing hesitated. At this time, Qin Yu suddenly said, "You can take out the trump card that the Great Elder gave you." Trump card? The heaven-splitting sword sect's sword cultivators actually had a trump card? Shu Jing and the others were pleasantly surprised. Yes, sect master. Zhong Xiaoshan and the others nodded. They lifted their hands and pressed down between their eyebrows. Their fingertips pierced through the flesh, revealing the white bones hidden beneath. Blood gushed out from the wounds. But in the next moment, it was evaporated by a sudden burst of light. Beneath the high temperature, the flesh and blood were dried and charred. One could see that between the white bones between their eyebrows, there were runes carved into them. When their flesh and blood were exposed to the air, they were activated. The light that gushed out didn't spread out in all directions. Rather, it was pulled by an invisible strength and gathered together. Above everyone's heads, it condensed into a giant sword of light. It was like a great sun beneath the earth, releasing boundless sword might. The sword demons that appeared in front of them were exposed to the light of the sword of light. They immediately emitted shrill howls, their bodies constantly emitting black smoke. The several high-grade sword demons closest to them screamed miserably as they were illuminated by the light. So this was the trump card that little Meaty had given him. It looked powerful indeed. Qin Yu exclaimed inwardly, but he didn't reveal any of this on his face. He put on a confident expression and turned to look at Zhong Xiaoshan. Zhong Xiaoshan nodded lightly. Let's go. Qin Yu was the first to step forward. The small team of weaklings with light swords above their heads followed closely behind. The members of the South Sea sword sect had long since been stunned into a daze. They looked at the sword of light above their heads, then at the screaming sword demon on the other side, their hearts filled with disbelief. To be able to do this, to be able to do this. Powerful, really too powerful. Was this the true power of the heaven-splitting sword sect? Qin Yu's expression was calm. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes, and then it gradually turned to firm resolve. When he saw the trump cards that Zhong Xiaoshan and the others took out, he understood that there must be a reason why little Meaty wanted him to explore the depths of the sword prison. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put in so much effort. He raised his head and looked at the dazzling light sword above his head. The sword demon's screams of pain and anguish were the best proof of its power. Even if it was little Meaty, it wouldn't be simple for her to arrange such a powerful method on Zhong Xiaoshan and the others. After all, they also had to consider their strength. It had to be known that the more powerful a trump card was, the more powerful it needed to be. To balance these 2 points was bound to be very troublesome. Thus, there must be a reason why he had to go to the depths of the sword prison, outside the entrance of the sword prison. The Swordmaster Guild had already tried to forcefully open the seal of the sword prison once. Everything within thousands of meters had been turned to dust. And this was in the preparations they had made in advance to prevent the shockwaves from spreading. Otherwise, the surrounding mountain peaks would have been torn apart. But unfortunately, the entrance of the sword prison was still undamaged. The seal didn't budge at all. This result caused the hearts of all the anxious sword cultivators who had joined in the rescue mission to turn cold. With lives at stake, where would they find the time to try? The Swordmaster Guild had nearly used their strongest method this time. In the previous records, the entrance of the sword prison had been sealed using a similar method. But today, there was no effect at all. This left everyone in despair. Even though the Swordmaster Guild had already seized the time to attempt a second rescue mission, the atmosphere outside the entrance of the sword prison was still extremely oppressive. The sword prison had lost contact for a long time. No one knew what kind of fear and despair the sword cultivators inside were experiencing. And the only thing that could let the sword cultivators outside know that there were still people alive inside the sword prison were the blue and red lists on the stone wall. The Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect and the South Sea Sword Sect were still going deeper into the sword prison. Now, they had climbed to first and second place. Therefore, this ranking had lost its meaning. After occupying the top spot, their ranking no longer moved. Thus, it was impossible to determine the current situation of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect and the South Sea Sword Sect. But soon, the situation changed again. Look at the red list. On the Sword Demon Killing list, the South Sea Sword Sect, which had been in fourth place for a long time, suddenly jumped to third place. Gasps could be heard. The move up in the rankings meant that the South Sea Sword Sect had once again encountered the Sword Demon. And now, with the terrifying situation of the sword prison going out of control, the outcome of encountering the Sword Demon's attack could already be predicted. Wei Heng's expression was solemn as he stared at the red list on the stone wall. He was very afraid that he would soon receive a message from the ancestral hall. Suddenly, Wei Heng's eyes widened slightly. On the red list, the South Sea Sword Sect's name suddenly appeared in second place. How long had it been? For their ranking to rise so quickly, it was clear that the sword demon they had encountered was definitely powerful. Wei Heng's expression became increasingly ugly. His hands in his sleeves could not help but tremble slightly. Although his heart ached for those disciples, with the foundation of the South Sea Sword Sect, even if they all died there, it would not affect them too much. But Xu Jing was his only junior brother. The two had grown up together, and they had become disciples of their master to cultivate the sword Dao. They had a deep relationship. Although they were not brothers, they were better than brothers. Thinking that it was because of his decision that Xu Jing had fallen into such a desperate situation, Wei Heng's heart was filled with regret. Wei Heng wished that he was the one trapped in the sword prison at this moment. He closed his eyes, his heart filled with sorrow and defeat. He worked hard to adjust his state of mind, preparing to welcome the arrival of the grievous news. Time passed. In Wei Heng's mind, the various events of the past with his junior brother Xu Jing constantly flashed through his mind. From relying on each other all those years ago to following their master to Yangran Mountain, facing hostility and supercilious looks as they stood firm step by step until they became one of the new 10 sword sects of Yangran Mountain. His junior brother had participated in every little thing. It could even be said that half of it was due to Xu Jing. Because many decisions that involved the future of the sect were made by the two of them after discussion. Holy shit, look at the red list. The South Sea Sword Sect has gone mad. So strong. Wei Heng opened his eyes and saw that the South Sea Sword Sect had reached the top of the hunting list. And this was the first time such a situation had happened. If the situation was different, Wei Heng would definitely be overjoyed and order the South Sea Sword Sect to congratulate them. But now, what meaning was there in that? So what if they were first on the red list? The faster their battle record rose, it meant that his junior brother and the others had encountered greater danger. Such a first place was not worth it. The Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect has entered the top 10, that's not strange. They were originally together with the South Sea Sword Sect. Before, all the great sword sects had people dying, but only they were fine. But now, it can be said that the wheel of fortune has turned. Be careful with your words. Xu Jing is Sect Master Wei's junior brother and he is currently in sword prison. The two of them have a close relationship, so don't provoke trouble for yourself. 9th place. 8th place. 7th place. The heaven-splitting sword sect bravely advanced. In a short period of time, they squeezed into 2nd place, closely following behind the South Sea Sword sect. I never thought that the small fry squad of the heaven-splitting sword sect would have such strength. Why do I feel that something is wrong? The change in the rankings of the two lists means that the heaven-splitting sword sect and the South Sea Sword sect still have the qualifications to participate. In other words, the heaven-splitting sword sect's sect master Qin Yu and the South Sea Sword sect's elder Xu Jing haven't done anything yet. There was a sudden silence. The sword cultivators that had been paying attention to the changes in the rankings of the two lists suddenly regained their composure. Since Qin Yu and Xu Jing hadn't done anything, could this result have been achieved by the sword cultivators of the two sects themselves? What a joke! In the depths of sword prison, even the Dao protectors of the various great sword sects had died. Could these juniors possibly reach 1st place? That was impossible. It had to be said that the South Sea Sword sect was one of the 10 sword sects. Perhaps they had prepared some great killing methods for their disciples. But the heaven-splitting sword sect? If that small fry squad encountered several high-grade sword demons, they would all be finished. This didn't make sense. This didn't make sense at all. Wei Heng's thoughts stirred. He took a deep breath and took out the sect's messenger item. His expression was solemn as he probed it with his divine sense. Then, he was stunned. The message had indeed come from the ancestral hall, but it wasn't bad news. Rather, it was a timely report that had been sent to him after he had given the order. Elder Xu Jing and her 7 disciples had their soul lamps intact. This was the complete content of the message. Yet, it left Wei Heng unable to catch his breath and his heart nearly stopped. The so-called great ups and downs, great sorrows and great joys, were truly unbearable. He forcefully suppressed the tumbling thoughts in his heart. A sharp light surged in Wei Heng's eyes. The heaven-splitting sword sect. It wasn't difficult for him to find the reason. Before this, the South Sea Sword sect had lost 5 disciples, but after they joined forces with the heaven-splitting sword sect, there were no more casualties. The truth was right before his eyes. But why? Why was the heaven-splitting sword sect able to be like fish in water in sword prison? Even if sword prison had gone out of control, it didn't affect them at all. Wei Heng couldn't find the reason, but he knew that after the matter of sword prison, no matter what the final outcome was, the heaven-splitting sword sect would be in big trouble. The heaven-splitting sword sect had to give an explanation for the many sword cultivators that had died. As for why, what happened before his eyes was enough reason. Besides, treasuring a jade ring was a crime. The existence of sword prison wasn't just to provide a place for the sword cultivators of Yangran Mountain to take a test. It was also the greatest fortuitous opportunity in Yangran Mountain. The heaven-splitting sword sect had actually grasped the ability to be like fish in water in sword prison. This would definitely cause the other sword sects to be envious. And now, the South Sea Sword sect and the heaven-splitting sword sect were already tied together. Wei Heng's expression flickered. I'll wait and see first. If the heaven-splitting sword sect was doomed, perhaps the South Sea Sword sect could use this chance to escape the maelstrom. After all, given the current situation, it wasn't difficult to pin the blame of the heaven-splitting sword sect for the reason that sword prison had gone out of control. Wei Heng had to admit that it was the heaven-splitting sword sect that had saved Xu Jing and the others. From the bottom of his heart, he was extremely grateful for this. But he was not just a sword cultivator. He was also the sect master of the South Sea Sword sect. He had to take responsibility for the lives of the thousands of sword cultivators in his sect. As for why he had to wait and not act now, it was because the heaven-splitting sword sect's performance could be said to be strange and unpredictable. Even when sword prison had gone out of control, they had come out unscathed. Who could be sure how things would develop if they continued? Taking it slow, he could only treat it as giving himself a chance to be a grateful person. Chapter 17-19. In the darkness, mournful wails filled the air. But the scene in front of them could only be described as strange. In the darkness, Countless sword demons were constantly retreating. Beneath the illumination of the light, large swathes of black gas rose up from their bodies. They were surrounded by layers upon layers of sword demons. Their numbers were far fewer than the sword demons. The strength of both sides was simply not proportional. Above their heads, the light gathered into a sword, like a great sun beneath the earth. If the sword cultivators in the outside world who were dumbfounded by the changes in the two rankings could see this scene, their eyes would surely pop out of their sockets. There was no bloody slaughter at all. This was simply walking around with a sword of light above their heads, obtaining all the achievements. Let alone when sword prison was out of control, even in normal conditions, there was no sword cultivator that could pass through sword prison so easily. But at this time, Qin Yu's complexion wasn't relaxed. This was because although the sword demons were still howling in pain beneath the illumination of the light, the speed at which they retreated was becoming slower and slower. Moreover, there were far too many sword demons, so many that they seemed endless. It was like they were lost in a vast sea. Batch after batch died, and there were no signs of the sword demons decreasing. Intuition told Qin Yu that the sword of light would continue to kill the sword demons. But their retreat would come to a halt at some point, because as the sword demons retreated slower and slower, the darkness within sword prison also became thicker and thicker. It was thick and viscous like ink. As it tumbled about, it seemed as if it could swallow everything. This thick darkness covered the surface of the sword demons' bodies. It was similar to a protective film, and now this film was becoming thicker and thicker. Qin Yu wasn't sure if the power of the Sword of Light could support them into the core of sword prison. The legend of Swallow Ran Mountain's seal that Shu Jing spoke of could very well be the truth. And since Misty wanted him to enter deep into sword prison, perhaps her goal was the sealed artifact in the core of sword prison. A peerless immortal sword. Heaven-splitting sword sect. The sect's great array opened. Countless sword breaths wreaked havoc, turning the interior of the sect into a sea of swords. Not too far away, at an open-air round table, Misty sat across from him. She picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. "Hey! Do you have to be so heartless? For better or worse, we are sisters. In the past, we even joined hands to play in the mortal world." A coquettish voice sounded out. It was soft and gentle, as if she had been wronged. As he spoke, he grabbed the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. This hand was very beautiful. It actually gave people a feeling that it was perfect. In fact, every single vein on the skin of his hand was just right. The slightest addition, or the slightest change, was blasphemy against beauty. "Can you drink it?" Little Misty was expressionless. "It's my business whether I drink it or not, but it's your problem whether you give me the tea or not." After a pause, she giggled and said, "Little Meat, I have to say, your name sounds very interesting. After all, as a ferromagnetic sister, you know me quite well. I was born to be a tomboy." Misty looked up, her eyes cold. "So, you want to eat me? Aya, don't be so direct. I just thought about it. I didn't do anything. It's enough for you to think about it. Don't be angry, Little Meat. I wouldn't dare to eat you. We're good sisters. I'm still waiting for you to save me." Little Meat put down the teacup. With a light smack, she said, "Qin Yu, you can't eat me either." The beautiful hand holding the teacup paused for a moment. She helplessly said, "Good big sister, aren't you being a bit too overbearing? I've been suppressed for all these years and my stomach has been rumbling with hunger. It wasn't easy for me to find a boy that tastes quite good." Little Meat's eyes turned even colder. "If you don't agree, then you can try to eat me, or be killed by me." There was a deathly silence. In the air, countless invisible sword breaths that were like swimming fishes gathered from all directions, continuously slashing at the beautiful hand that was holding the teacup. The moment they touched, they were smashed to pieces. But they weren't able to cause the least bit of damage to the hand. There really wasn't the slightest bit of damage. Not even a single hair was damaged. Okay, then I'll listen to Big Sister. I won't eat him." The beautiful hand put down the teacup and gently tapped the table. "Big Sister, do you dare to make a bet with me? Bet on whether or not he dares to go in?" With a snap of her fingers, the voice was full of smiles. Big sister is so smart. No wonder you're living more comfortably than me. As long as he dares to go in, I will lend him my hand for a period of time. I won't make things difficult for him. But, if he doesn't dare, Little Meat lightly said, if he doesn't dare, then I will cut off my own arm to make up for your body. Big sister is straightforward. It's a deal. Icy Frost Sword Sect. The sect's great protective array was opened. Han Zhengyang announced to the outside that he would go into seclusion to search for a method to open up the sword prison. On the main peak, 14 sword sect elders were summoned. According to the guidance of the sword breaths, they stood in the corresponding positions. They didn't know what to do next, but no one dared to disobey the sect master's orders. The belly of the mountain was hollowed out and a sword array was hidden within. Now, Han Zhengyang, who had announced that he would go into seclusion, stood at the core of the sword array. Across from him was an old sword cultivator with white hair and an extremely withered face. He gave off the feeling that he was a piece of rotten wood, his life force weak and weak, as if he could die at any moment. But within this withered body, there was an incomparably terrifying sword breath that was as vast as a sea. It's here, this day has finally come. Good, ha ha ha, good. The old sword cultivator laughed into the skies, gasping for breath. His frail body couldn't even withstand the pull caused by the rise and fall of his chest, bringing with it waves of heart-wrenching pain. Han Zhengyang said in a low voice, "Honorable Master, please take care of yourself." The old sword cultivator in front of him was the previous sect master of the Icy Frost Sword Sect. He had the great reputation of Sword of Spring End, but over 1,000 years ago, it was announced that he had died in meditation. Who would have thought that he would still be alive today? The old sword cultivator took several deep breaths and waved his hand. It's fine. I will be going soon, so there is no need to worry about this. He looked straight at Han Zhengyang, his dim yellow eyes bursting with brilliance. Remember, this is an opportunity that countless sword cultivators of the Icy Frost Sword Sect have been waiting for many years. It has finally come to you. You must obtain the sealed item at all costs. As long as you refine it, you will definitely break through the door of immortals and become the world's first sword cultivator at the Emperor Realm. In the future, you will be able to call yourself the Dao ancestor of the sect and bring the Icy Frost Sword Sect to greater heights, establishing it as the orthodox sword Dao. Han Zhengyang bowed. Don't worry, Honorable Master. I will definitely do my best and not let you and the other patriarchs down. However, the elders outside the Sword Peak are the pillars of the Sword Sect, petty kindness. The old sword cultivator's eyes were fierce as he stared at him. Remember, everything in this world has a price. This is a very fair trade. A group of Sword Sect elders, including me, are dead. You must obtain the sealed artifact. You must not lose it. Han Zhengyang lowered his head. Yes, Honorable Master. In the depths of the sword prison, it was as dark as ink. The sword demon retreated slower and slower. Correspondingly, the range of the light swords above everyone's heads was shrinking. They were about to reach their limits. The deep darkness caused one's mind to be suppressed to the extreme, and breathing became incomparably difficult. Besides Qin Yu, no one knew why they had come here. The members of the small fry squad didn't dare to disobey the Great Elder. In addition, Qin Yu had chosen to go deeper, so it was impossible for them to leave. As for the people of the South Sea Sword Sect, they had no choice. They could leave at any time, but as soon as they left the range of the light swords, they would be instantly torn to pieces. Sect Master. Zhong Xiaoshan suddenly spoke up. Qin Yu turned and looked at him. Have you reached your limit? On their foreheads, the runes that shined with light were now releasing high temperatures, causing the flesh and blood around them to wither away. Everyone was withstanding the torment. And this was only what they saw on the surface. In order to activate the runes, they had to consume their own strength. Although it was only a catalyst, and the consumption wasn't too great, maintaining it for a long period of time would still place a heavy burden on them. Zhong Xiaoshan glanced at the other members of the squad. He clenched his teeth and said, "This disciple can still persist a little longer." Qin Yu thought for a moment. 1 hour. If we still haven't obtained anything, we will leave. Thank you, Sect Master. Zhong Xiaoshan revealed a look of gratitude. With these words, the extremely oppressive atmosphere in the squad was relieved. To enter deep into sword prison without knowing their goal or their destination, this was a great torment for everyone. Now, there was finally hope. Time slowly passed. In the thick darkness, accompanied by the mournful and pained cries of the sword demons, the squad slowly moved forwards. Half an hour passed. Qin Yu stopped. The darkness was still darkness, without any changes from before. At the very least, he couldn't sense anything different. Had they failed? Qin Yu was a bit unwilling, but he knew that Zhong Xiaoshan and the others had indeed reached their limit. In fact, it was more accurate to say that 1 hour ago was already their limit. It was only because Qin Yu had given them hope and stimulated their potential that they managed to persist for another hour. They couldn't continue forwards anymore, otherwise Zhong Xiaoshan and the others would die. And after losing the light swords, Qin Yu didn't have full confidence that he could forcefully carve out a bloody path through the countless enemies. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu's eyes focused. Just as he was about to speak, the darkness in front of him suddenly surged. Like a giant fish swimming past, the darkness silently parted. The sword demons opened up a path, revealing a bright light not too far away. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He looked forwards with rapt attention. The place where the light came from was a particularly lush patch of moss. The moss was densely packed together, barely able to illuminate a small area in this pitch-black darkness. There was a cave entrance there. In the depths of Sword Prison, behind the countless sword demons blocking the way, a cave entrance had suddenly appeared, the core of Sword Prison, sealed artifact. This thought instantly flashed through Qin Yu's mind. At this moment, Xu Jing suddenly realized why Qin Yu had entered so deep into Sword Prison. This was the place he was looking for, the entrance to the core of Sword Prison, but now, the sword cultivators of Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect had clearly reached their limit. Even if it didn't seem far, they couldn't withstand it. Moreover, the darkness had parted on its own initiative and the sword demons had opened up a path. No matter how he looked at it, it was like he was inviting them into a trap. Did Qin Yu dare to go over? It had to be known that in the past, Yang Ranshan had once sent out a formidable team of sword cultivators to slaughter their way into the core of Sword Prison. But in the end, not a single one of them had returned alive. Zhong Xiaoshan, disciple is here. Qin Yu turned around. All of you must immediately leave Sword Prison. This is an order from my sect. If the Great Elder wants to punish you, just report this. Whoosh, his figure flickered and he rushed out from the range of the light swords. In the next moment, the darkness closed around him, swallowing him up from sight. Sect Master. Zhong Xiaoshan's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Xu Jing also had a shocked expression. She never imagined that Qin Yu would make such a decisive decision. Wasn't he afraid of death? Jin Hua and the other South Sea Sword Sect disciples fell silent. Zhong Xiaoshan took a deep breath. The disciples of Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect obey orders. Withdraw from Sword Prison. The group of people slowly withdrew. The depths of Sword Prison fell into darkness like this, without the least bit of sound. Chapter 1720. As he walked forwards alone in the darkness, Qin Yu could clearly feel the ruthlessness and greed in the eyes of the sword demons around him. It seemed as if they would attack in the next moment and tear him into pieces with lightning speed. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. But Qin Yu still took this step forwards. One reason was because of his trust in Misty, but another important reason was that as soon as he saw the hole, he had an intense thought. He had to enter this hole no matter what. Suppressed roars constantly echoed out from the darkness. Qin Yu's complexion gradually paled, but this wasn't because of the sword demons surrounding him. In the thick moss, the pitch-black hole was like a gaping maw, waiting for its prey to deliver itself to it. Fear couldn't be suppressed. It surged out from the depths of his heart, crazily attacking Qin Yu's mind. He even began to hallucinate. Run. Hurry and run. Leave this place, the further the better. If I continue forward, all that awaits me is death. Beads of sweat dripped down Qin Yu's forehead. He let out a deep breath and stopped. He looked up at the hole in front of him, his eyes cloudy and uncertain. Thoughts wildly tumbled and collided in his mind. Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect. Not too far away from the stone steps, there was an outdoor table and chair. Bright laughter filled the air, filled with excitement. Big sister, it looks like I'm going to win. A beautiful hand grasped Metis' left hand. She stroked it a few times and then moved to the right. She bitterly sighed, they're all so good, so which one should I choose? It's really hard to decide. Meaty maintained her composure. She grabbed her hand and said, it's a bit too early to worry about this. Does big sister want to go back on your word? Of course not. I just don't want to see you go back on your word. Meaty's face was expressionless. Her eyes turned golden. You should know my temper. No one has ever been able to escape from my debt. The beautiful hand tightly grasped Meaty's right hand. Big sister, don't worry. I have always kept my word. Time slowly passed. Meaty suddenly looked up and pulled the beautiful hand in front of her. You lost. There was no one in front of her, only the hand in front of her. It had been cut off 3 inches above the wrist, revealing delicate white skin. The air vibrated. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. The annoyed and helpless voice suddenly stopped. The beautiful hand that Meaty grabbed began to crack apart. From the flesh and blood, countless red tentacles drilled out, wrapping around Meaty and extending towards her arm. Meaty gave a cold snort. The stone table between the two of them was directly reduced to dust. A terrifying aura swept out, and within 1,000 feet of them, not a single place was left unscathed. Her golden eyes shone brightly, as if they were burning with golden flames. Endless vast, and majestic aura emanated from her body. The sword formation that the heaven-splitting sword sect had activated rumbled violently, as if it was about to explode from the inside out because of the sudden eruption of aura. The tentacles that came out of the severed hand retracted as if they had been electrocuted. The wounds on the surface healed and disappeared. The bloodstains that were left behind were quickly absorbed. In the blink of an eye, the hand had reverted to its previous beautiful appearance. There was none of the malevolence from before. Don't be angry, big sister. I was just being impulsive. Anger got to my head. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level. I promise I won't do it again. Please give me a chance. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Little Meaty lowered its head, its golden eyes staring at the severed hand. Its white and delicate skin seemed to be being roasted at a high temperature. It quickly turned red, and then black spots appeared. It cried out in pain. It began to wail and whimper. If it were anyone else that heard this, they would have long since been unable to bear to harm it. But little Meaty's complexion didn't change. Her golden eyes turned even colder. Her flesh cracked and the charring rapidly spread. The rot continued to deepen until white bone could be seen. Finally, there was a hint of panic in its cry of pain. Big sister, do you really want to be so ruthless? I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I won't dare to do it again. Humph. Little Meaty coldly snorted. She closed her eyes and then opened them again. The golden light in her eyes had vanished and the violently rumbling heaven-splitting sword sect's great array slowly calmed down. Words are no proof. Let's sign a contract. Big sister, I really know I was wrong. There is no need to sign a contract. I will sign it now. Seeing the golden light in little Meaty's eyes reignite, the severed hand immediately changed its mind. A drop of golden blood gushed out from the severed hand. Its voice immediately became weak and powerless. Big sister, are you satisfied now? Little Meaty opened her mouth and swallowed the golden blood. Only then did she let go of the severed hand. You can go back. Big sister. Its voice was pitiful. Little Meaty had an indifferent expression. If you can keep your promise, I guarantee I will return your freedom within 100 years. Thank you, big sister. Space trembled and the severed hand vanished from sight. Little Meaty picked up a teacup and quietly took a sip. Then, she placed it down with a light smack. There was a miserable scream. The severed hand that had already left appeared in the air and then fell to the ground. The skin rapidly decayed, revealing dark red flesh and blood. Tiny tentacles emerged, desperately repairing the wound. Big sister, I just wanted to say a few more words to you. I don't have any other meaning. Little Meaty waved her hand. I don't want to hear it. The severed hand was sent flying away, crashing into space and disappearing without a trace. This time, it really left. Little Meaty stuffily coughed. Blood flowed out from the corners of her mouth. This blood was mixed with specks of gold. She frowned and wiped her mouth clean. Then, she lifted a hand and pointed at the void. A terrifying strength exploded in a narrow range, destroying everything. This finger shattered the remnants of the severed hand's aura and also thoroughly erased all signs of her weakness. Deep within Sword Prison, Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and then continued forwards. This time, his expression was firm. Even though his face was pale without the least bit of blood, his steps didn't slow down at all. He didn't stop until he reached the entrance of the cave. He took a deep breath and stepped in. Light suddenly erupted. Without warning, it ruthlessly pierced into Qin Yu's eyes. No matter how firm his mind was, he still couldn't help but cough as tears tumbled down his cheeks. Even so, Qin Yu still tried to keep his eyes wide open so that he wouldn't be caught off guard and suffer a sudden attack. Luckily, danger didn't arrive. His tear-blurred eyes gradually restored their vision. He lifted a hand and wiped them away. His red eyes were finally able to see his surroundings. Like this, a woman had appeared in front of him. It was more accurate to say that this was a woman who was impeccably beautiful and wore extremely revealing clothes. How cool and refreshing. In other words, besides the necessary spots, she was basically half exposed. As for those dots, they were blurry and indistinct. Qin Yu's heart raced. This had nothing to do with what he thought, it was purely instinct. And now, he could finally see where the dazzling light came from. It was from this woman in front of him. She was too white, so white that there wasn't a single blemish on her body. Her entire being seemed to shine. Qin Yu, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Qin Yu took a step back and took a deep breath, his heart stirring. He cupped his hands together and bowed. How does Senior know my name? As soon as he entered, he was nearly blinded by the light. Then, as he saw this woman in front of him, she was basically completely exposed. His mind was struck again and again. Only now did Qin Yu manage to regain his composure. In the depths of Sword Prison, in the core layer, there was actually a woman. Moreover, this woman clearly knew him. This was strange to the point that it couldn't be any stranger. The woman rolled her eyes. She pouted and frowned. What are you calling me Senior? Your words make this big sister sound old. I've known Little Meaty for many years and we are good sisters, the ferromagnetic type. Before you came in, I made an agreement with her that I would definitely make your wishes come true without any difficulty at all. Speaking to here, the woman pointed outside. That hole outside is where I made a bet with Little Meaty, so I deliberately scared you. But Qin Yu, your guts aren't small at all. You actually made this big sister lose. As she spoke, she winked at him. But, this big sister has always liked brave men. You aren't bad. Qin Yu's mind was a bit chaotic. He couldn't figure out whether or not this woman was speaking the truth. But if she could appear here, then her strength was beyond doubt. If she really planned something, she could have just directly attacked. There was no need to waste words. Moreover, this woman knew of Little Meaty's existence. But, Little Meaty had been unclear from the start, only telling him to enter Sword Prison. Could it be that she came here to find her? My name is Fei Fei. You can call me Big Sister Fei Fei from now on. As she spoke, she looked at him again, her eyes filled with anticipation and shyness. Little Meaty told you to come find me. She must be too embarrassed to tell you, right? Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and then nodded. She didn't say it clearly. Fei Fei's face flushed red. She coquettishly said, "This Little Meaty, do you want me to say it myself? That's just too embarrassing." Qin Yu, he suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. He coughed lightly and said, "How about I go out and ask her first?" Fei Fei waved her hand. "No need. Isn't it just something between a man and a woman? This big sister can accept this." As she spoke, she pointed a finger at herself. "You see, I am the sealed artifact of Sword Prison. If you want to leave this place, you have to come over and do it with this big sister. Don't ask me how to do it, otherwise this big sister will really get angry. Qin Yu was instantly stunned. To be stared at like this by such a beautiful and enchanting woman with such an expression, if he said he wasn't tempted at all, then he would be bragging. Could this really be the case? Is that why little Meaty only said half of the story? If I want to obtain the sealed artifact, I have to do it. I was forced by the situation. I had no other choice, right? Cough, cough, cough. He coughed and choked on his saliva. Qin Yu rubbed his face and bitterly smiled. Big sister Feifei, don't mess around. That's impossible. Feifei blinked her eyes. Why is it impossible? Big sister has been locked up for so many years. If you can be released after suffering a little, that's a good thing. I don't oppose it, but... She glanced down. You can't do it. Don't be afraid, big sister can help you. Qin Yu nearly had a nosebleed. He took several steps back and shook his head. No, but I don't believe that little Meaty would do that. He took a deep breath. Big sister Feifei, don't joke around. Chapter 1721. Feifei pouted. You're pretty smart, kid. Looks like little Meat was very interested in you before. She looked up and down and suddenly said, That's right, I was indeed joking just now, but big sister said that I lost the bet, so I'm in a bad mood. Meaty is watching you so closely. If I steal a bite, she'll suffer a loss. That's only fair. How about it, little Qin Yu? Do you really not want to do that with this big sister? This place is my territory. Little Meaty won't be able to see it at all. Furthermore, I guarantee that only the two of us will know about this. I won't tell anyone else. Again, Qin Yu felt that if he continued to be teased by this woman, sooner or later he would bleed from his head. Gritting his teeth, he turned around. Sister Feifei, if you're not leaving, then I'll leave first. Stop. Feifei's eyes widened, her face filled with indignation. You little brat, when did you go blind? He doesn't want a beauty like me even if she takes the initiative to come to him. She gritted her teeth. Just you wait. This isn't over yet. I don't believe that I can't take down a junior like you. Qin Yu felt a headache coming on. Sister Feifei, what are you trying to do? Brat, hurry up and get over here. Carry me away from here. Stop glaring at me. I'm in a terrible mood right now. Even if you change your mind, I'm not interested. Feifei said with a sour expression, I'm sealed here and can't move by myself. If you don't want to return empty-handed, then come here immediately. Qin Yu hesitated. He clenched his teeth and walked over. Then, I'll have to offend you. He closed his eyes and reached out to hug her. She was lighter and softer than he imagined, and she also smelled very nice. Women were made of water. Today, Qin Yu finally had a more intuitive feeling. She pressed herself against his body and felt like she was going to melt into his body in the next moment. Hiss, I can't think about it anymore. Qin Yu quickly restrained his thoughts. He lowered his head and stood there like a block of wood. Then, he hugged her and walked out. Sniff. Sniff again. He sniffed seriously. He took a deep breath. Feifei couldn't help but lift a hand and wipe the corners of her mouth. She looked at Qin Yu, her eyes sparkling. She regretted it. He shouldn't have agreed to Little Meat's request a long time ago. He shouldn't have taken the initiative to run out and try to eat her. As long as she stayed here and waited for Qin Yu to come knocking on her door, she could open her mouth and eat her fill. At that time, even if the meat went berserk, there was a high chance that she would be able to escape and not end up in such a miserable state. Torment, it was truly torment. At this moment, Feifei was like a person who had been starving for many years and was holding a delicious meat bun in her arms, but she could not eat it at all. The taste was unimaginable. She could only keep wiping away her saliva, but the speed of wiping was far slower than the speed of secretion. Women were indeed made of water. Qin Yu looked down and saw that his chest was already wet. He thought to himself, you woman, just how hungry are you? At least bear with it. What do you mean by getting your saliva all over me? Didn't you say you were not interested in sex? This was clearly a blatant seduction. Hang in there, don't take the bait. Otherwise, he might feel good in the underworld today, but when he returned, he would be buried in the crematorium. Little Meat was not someone to be trifled with. In the shallow layer of Sword Prison, almost all the sword cultivators who were still alive had gathered here and joined hands to form a sword formation to resist the crazy attacks from the sword demon. Many people had already died. It was not an exaggeration to say that the ground was littered with corpses. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Reality proved that Qin Yu's judgment was correct. This time, the shallow layer of the sword prison was indeed no longer safe. There were many high-grade sword demons, but the truly terrifying ones were two peerless sword demons. Furthermore, it was two peerless grade sword demons, and they had actually chased him all the way here. If it were not for the sword cultivators who were acting as the path protectors, who were strong enough to join hands to block them, the sword cultivators here would have died long ago. The Cliff Mountain Sword Sect's group was trapped here. Now, there were only 2 disciples left alive. Another 5 people had fallen in the sword prison. Elder Kong Weijin's face was as white as paper. His aura was extremely weak. There was an extremely terrifying wound on his chest. It was as if his entire upper body was directly cut into 2. With such a serious injury, it was a miracle that he was still alive. Qiu Shan, you must get out of here alive. The future of the Cliff Mountain Sword Sect depends on you. As he spoke, he spat out blood. He grabbed his disciple's arm so hard that his veins popped. Elder, I know. Don't talk anymore. Lie down and rest. You will definitely get better. Qiu Shan's eyes were red, his body trembling. If it was not to save him, with the elder's cultivation, he would not have suffered such a serious injury. It's him, it's all because of him. Kong Weijin's hand suddenly loosened, and he let out his last breath. Qiu Shan's tears fell like rain. Just at this moment, there was a muffled dong sound, and a patch of light sprinkled down from above, illuminating everyone inside. The surviving sword cultivators widened their eyes as they looked up. After a short moment of shock, their faces were filled with joy. The exit of the sword prison had opened. As the exit of the sword prison opened, the sword demons all screamed in pain. Their bodies exploded with a bang. Loud explosions rang out. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding darkness retreated. All the sword demons had disappeared. We survived. We survived. Sitting on his butt, Qiu Shan looked around in a daze. Suddenly, he hugged his head and cried loudly. His cries stirred up the surrounding sword cultivators. Very quickly, there were cries everywhere. They had indeed survived, but even more sword cultivators had been left here forever. Amongst them, there might have been their fellow sect members, friends, relatives, lovers. The sword prison had opened just like that. The surviving sword cultivators were rescued at the fastest speed. Some hugged each other and cried, but most of them were in pain and sorrow. The sword cultivators outside had already learned of the situation inside the sword prison. According to their descriptions, those who had not retreated to the surface of the sword prison were most likely dead. This made many people who had originally harbored a glimmer of hope unable to accept it. Subsequently, they felt a deep anger. Why? All the sword sects had suffered heavy casualties, but there were people who were unscathed. This was definitely not luck. Where are the people of the heaven-splitting sword sect? The first low roar came from an unknown person. Very quickly, this anger infected everyone. Their faces were extremely gloomy and their eyes were ice-cold. The sword prison is completely out of control. The sword demons have attacked all the sword cultivators in a frenzy. No one can stay out of it. There must be more to this matter. The heaven-splitting sword sect must give everyone a convincing explanation. We must get to the bottom of this. The enraged sword cultivators of the various sects had not yet directed their anger at the South Sea Sword Sect. The title of one of the 10 sword sects and the position of sword master was still a powerful deterrent. But Wei Heng was still deeply worried. When anger burned to a certain degree and infected enough people, it would produce a group effect that would destroy one's rationality and cause the crowd to become arrogant and fearless. At that time, the South Sea Sword Sect would inevitably be implicated, so if he wanted to separate from the heaven-splitting sword sect, now was the last chance. Taking a deep breath, Wei Heng lifted a hand and took out a jade slip. He crushed it. The message in the jade slip was a compromise he had made. The recipient was the Cold Frost Sword Sect's Han Zhengyang, who Wei Heng let out a long breath. A trace of shame appeared in the depths of his eyes, but it was immediately suppressed. He had no other choice in this matter. At this time, there was a sudden shout. "They're out. The people of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect. There's also the South Sea Sword Sect. They really are together." Wei Heng looked up. He saw Xu Jing leading her disciples out of the sword prison's exit. Sure, his figure flickered and he appeared in front of everyone. Xu Jing's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "Greetings, Sect Master." Jin Hua and the other disciples also bowed. Wei Heng nodded. He patted his shoulder. "It's good that you're back." He took a deep breath and flicked his sleeves. This trip to Sword Prison was far too thrilling. "All of you must be tired. Return to the sect and rest first. We can discuss other matters later." An invisible strength sent Jin Hua and the other disciples back to where the South Sea Sword Sect's sword cultivators were. Xu Jing frowned, a questioning look in her eyes. The two apprentice brothers had grown up together and their minds were truly connected. Wei Heng's mouth didn't move, but his voice sounded out in their minds. The Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect has become the target of public criticism. We must separate from it. Xu Jing's frown deepened. "Senior apprentice brother, the reason that I and several disciples were able to return alive is all thanks to Sect Master Qin's assistance. Junior apprentice brother, this matter involves the life or death of the South Sea Sword Sect. Even if it is as you say, I have no other choice." Wei Heng glanced across and smiled. "Sect Master Qin is not here. I have already heard Elder Xu Jing's explanation. This time, it is all thanks to the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect that they are safe. After handling the aftermath, I will personally pay a visit to the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect and offer them generous gifts to express my gratitude." Xu Jing opened his mouth, but no words came out. His senior brother had drawn a line between them. Although it seemed like he was expressing his gratitude, it was already very obvious. He found this somewhat difficult to accept. He felt uneasy and ashamed, but his senior brother had used the survival of the sect to pressure him. Xu Jing could only remain silent. Perhaps when his master had handed the South Sea Sword Sect to his senior brother, it was because he knew that his senior brother was more suitable to be the sect master than him. Zhong Xiaoshan sensed the strange atmosphere. The surrounding sword cultivators were looking at them with cold gazes, so cold that it penetrated into their bones. Something had happened. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Xiaoshan bowed with his remaining arm. "Sect Master Wei, my sect master has gone deep into Sword Prison and has yet to return. Our disciples have suffered severe losses, so I ask that you find a place for us to temporarily rest." Wei Heng's eyes flashed. He smiled. "Your esteemed sect's protector who is currently outside Sword Prison. He should be arriving soon, so there is no need for the South Sea Sword Sect to overstep their boundaries. I still need to appease my disciples, so all of you can wait here." He turned and left. "Junior apprentice brother." Xu Jing stiffened. He glanced at Zhong Xiaoshan and the others, his eyes darkening. He lowered his head and left. Whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, Hu Jiming howled over. He landed in front of those from the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect, his eyes sweeping over the 12 unharmed people. His heart was filled with emotion. They were alive. They were all alive. The sect master and great elder were truly gods. He, old Hu, could prostrate himself in admiration. "Where is the sect master?" Zhong Xiaoshan's lips moved. "He hasn't come out yet. There were too many people here, so he couldn't say too much." Hu Jiming's complexion changed. "This is troublesome. Be careful, those people outside don't find us pleasing to the eye." A wandering disciple glared at him. "Why?" Hu Jiming sneered. "Because not a single person from our Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect has died." Chapter 1722. Qiu Shan was in a daze. Images of Elder Kong Wei Jin and his fellow sect members before they died flashed through his mind. Dead, they were all dead. Cliff Mountain Sword Sect had 13 people, and now only he and his junior sister were left. Sect Master Jiang Tsuanzhou's face was filled with grief. The dead cannot be revived. You only need to remember that it was Elder Kong who used his life to protect you too. He glanced at the heaven-splitting sword sect people not far away. Let's go. The Cliff Mountain Sword Sect was just one of the small sword sects in Swallow Ran Mountain. Today, Kong Wei Jin and his disciples had died, nearly exhausting the sect's foundation. It was already difficult for them to survive. They did not have the energy or ability to do anything else. In the world of sword cultivators, it was not all about taking revenge. Lowering one's head and enduring was also necessary. Qiu Shan was muddle-headed. He followed the sect master and his junior brothers out. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Senior brother Qiu. The junior sister who had left sword prison with him quickly went to grab him. But she forgot that she was also on the verge of collapse. She was dragged along and the two rolled together. Qiu Shan spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his junior sister's chest. She cried out, "Sect master, look at senior brother Qiu Shan, he's spitting out blood." Jiang Tsuanzhou's figure flashed, grabbing Qiu Shan's shoulder. "Don't let your thoughts run wild. Focus your mind and stabilize your injuries." Qiu Shan nodded to his junior sister, wiping his mouth. "Sect master, disciple is fine. After spitting out blood, I feel like I'm alive." He struggled to get up, his eyes indicating for his junior sister to let go. He knelt on the ground. "Sect master, Elder Kong risked his life to save disciple, but disciple has let you down, let Cliff Mountain Sword Sect down. From now on, disciple will leave Cliff Mountain Sword Sect and establish my own sect. Everything I do has nothing to do with Cliff Mountain Sword Sect." Peng peng peng, Qiu Shan kowtowed 3 times. Jiang Tsuanzhou snapped, "Qiu Shan, what are you doing? Quickly take back your words, otherwise I will not let you off easily." Qiu Shan took a deep breath, an abnormal flush appearing on his face. He stood up from the ground. "Sect Master Jiang, wait for me to finish my words. If you want to kill me, Qiu Shan will do as you please." Turning around, he looked at the people from the Sky Sword Sect and strode forward. Hearing the commotion and feeling it, Qiu Shan's eyes revealed something. The sword cultivators in front of him all retreated, opening up a path for him. Standing still, Qiu Shan was expressionless, his eyes cold. "Today, I would like to ask everyone from Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect, why are you all safe and sound when the sword prison went out of control and the calamity descended? This question is not only on behalf of me, but also on behalf of countless sword cultivators from various sects who died in the sword prison. Please give me an answer." Hu Jiming frowned. His face was expressionless, and no one noticed that his hand, hidden within his sleeve, suddenly trembled. However, at a time like this, they absolutely could not show the slightest sign of weakness. Otherwise, all of them would be torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. When an angry group exploded, they did not consider the gains and losses, right and wrong, and the consequences. They only believed in what they saw. In Swallow Run Mountain, the great sword cultivators had suffered heavy casualties, and only the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect was unscathed. This wasn't their fault, but at this time, it was their greatest mistake. "Fellow Daoist, your words are quite novel. Could it be that you will only be satisfied if my Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect is completely wiped out?" After speaking, Hu Jiming didn't give him a chance to speak. He swept his eyes around. "Everyone. Right now, your eyes don't look at us like fellow sword cultivators, but like you are looking at a sword demon that has leapt out from the ground. What, is it because my Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect's people are still alive, so you feel indignant and want to kill us to accompany your fallen comrades in death?" In the current situation, they could not take a single step back. If they did, they would die. If they took a tough stance and struck first, perhaps they might be able to find a way to survive. "Sect Master, where are you? Hurry up and come back, otherwise we really are finished." Sword prison. What sort of feeling was it to hold a beautiful woman who was drooling over you? For Qi knew to personally explain it, this was indeed a torturous matter. In particular, this woman was constantly throwing flirtatious glances at you. Her body was as soft as water, and from time to time she would twist twice. Hiss, this was simply unbearable. Qin Yu didn't know how he managed to endure this. There was a sudden cold snort in his ears. The woman in his arms seemed to touch a red-hot iron as she leapt up like a carp. It was Misty. Qin Yu glanced at the woman who was several meters away from him and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He subconsciously thought, what this woman said just now wasn't wrong. Misty really couldn't see, otherwise she wouldn't have endured until now. To make a sound. Why did she suddenly feel a bit of regret? The kind that couldn't be suppressed at all. Fei Fei seemed to sense something. She glanced at Qin Yu, her eyes full of smiles and tiny little hooks. Qin Yu hurriedly lowered his head and strangled the ripples in his heart. He had to endure it. How good was it to be alive? Why did he have to seek death? Not to mention Misty, just this woman in front of him was a good sister to Misty. She wasn't someone that just anyone could bite. If he provoked her, he feared he wouldn't be able to survive. TCH, you only have this little bit of courage. I was just praising you for being brave, but this big sister was wrong. Fei Fei curled her lips, her face full of disgust. Qin Yu coughed. Big sister Fei Fei is right. I have always been a timid person. It's time to get down to business. Misty's cold voice echoed out. Fei Fei looked up, her eyes seeming to pierce through all obstacles. I know. What good sister, all you know is how to make others work. Well, your little baby, I've returned you in one piece. Take care of yourself. If anything happens, don't blame me. After she finished speaking, she winked at Qin Yu and turned to leave. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Her figure vanished from sight. Qin Yu rubbed his nose, trying to alleviate his embarrassment. Cough. Misty, this Fei Fei, what is her background? Misty didn't answer and instead asked, I saw that you seemed a bit regretful just now. Qin Yu righteously said, no, not at all. Don't you understand what sort of person I am? I won't fall for a mere sugar-coated bullet. Misty coldly sneered. It's best if you don't. If you really do, believe me, no one can save you. In an instant, Qin Yu's forehead was covered with sweat. He rubbed his face and said, now, can you tell me clearly just what is going on? It's easy to explain, just a few words. But, you had best hurry up and leave. People are about to die outside. Hu Jiming's tough attitude didn't last for too long. Qiu Shan's eyes began to turn bloodshot and he was about to go crazy. And at this time, if someone attacked first, it would be like a spark falling into a pile of dry wood. It would instantly ignite a prairie fire that would burn everyone from the heaven-splitting sword sect to ashes. Everyone. Our Swallow Mountain has always been a place of reason. There is no evidence against us. Could it be that because no one from our heaven-splitting sword sect has died that we have to suffer the wrath of others? There is no such reasoning in this world. Once this matter spreads out, the lives and deaths of those from my heaven-splitting sword sect are minor, but the reputation of Swallow Mountain as a holy land of swordsmanship will suffer irreparable damage. There was an effect. Many approaching sword cultivators revealed hesitant expressions. Right now, they were only suspecting, no one could produce any evidence. As for us sword cultivators, we are the most reasonable. Hu Jiming's spirit was lifted. What's more, everyone knows that all of us, including me, have just entered the heaven-splitting sword sect recently. Even if there are some sect secrets, do you think we have the qualifications to participate? That is clearly impossible. So, regarding what happened in Sword Prison, I ask everyone to remain calm. Once my sect's sect master Qin returns from Sword Prison, he will naturally give everyone an explanation. Moreover, I have already sent word that my heaven-splitting sword sect's great elder will soon arrive. In truth, Hu Jiming didn't have any confidence in these last words. He had only seen the great elder once on the day he entered the heaven-splitting sword sect. Afterwards, he hadn't seen her again. In fact, when sect master Qin Yu brought people into Sword Prison, she didn't even show herself. Disregarding everything else, for a wandering cultivator to be able to do so well in Swallow Mountain, lucky chances were definitely the primary reason. But, she also had her own outstanding qualities. Hu Jiming had an extremely accurate eye for people. Although he had only seen her once, He could clearly feel the great elder's distant indifference, as if they were as far apart as the heavens and earth. Just like that, how could the great elder care about them, sword cultivators who had just entered the sect? Perhaps she wouldn't even bat an eyelid before they died. The only one he could rely on was the sect master. As for how the sect master would deal with the situation after he came out, Hu Jiming wasn't worried. Even this small team of weaklings could slaughter their way in and out of sword prison without a single scratch. Just how great was their ability? It wouldn't be a problem to resolve the current situation. But the key was that they had to last until the sect master came out. The current situation was that everyone in the heaven-splitting sword sect was sitting on a barrel of gunpowder. Who knew when they would explode? His eyes turned. Hu Jiming's face lit up with joy. He loudly said, "Sect Master Gu. When my sect master came out of seclusion, he personally went to the sword forging sect to visit. He said that he hit it off with Sect Master Gu and that they were already friends. Sect Master Gu is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Everyone knows that he values friendship above all else. Now that my heaven-splitting sword sect is in a difficult situation, I ask Sect Master Gu to speak up for us." Seeing the joy on Hu Jiming's face, Mai Xinglin's heart skipped a beat. He groaned inwardly, thinking that Hu Jiming should be killed for knowing the sect master's character like the back of his hand. The current heaven-splitting sword sect was just like a deep pit. Anyone who touched it would be unlucky. He turned around and signaled to the sect master with his eyes. Normally, it was fine, but this pit couldn't be jumped into, Sect Master. Sect Master Gu frowned. He pondered for a moment, a difficult expression on his face. Hu Jiming bowed. "I've often heard that Sect Master Gu's ideals are as great as the clouds and that you are a hero of my Yangran mountain who values friendship above all else. Ari, forget it. I can understand that Sect Master Gu is in a difficult situation. If we don't die today, we will definitely explain things to Sect Master Gu after we see him. We will not ruin the friendship between you and Sect Master." Left hand flattering and right hand provoking, it was over. Mai Xinglin revealed a sorrowful expression. Indeed, in the next moment, there was a flash of white, and the sect master was gone. Sect Master Gu rose into the air, his posture as elegant as an immortal's. His brows were slightly furrowed, revealing a faint dignity. The matter of the heaven-splitting sword sect has yet to come to a conclusion. Even if you are suspicious and angry, bear with it for now. It won't be too late to pursue the matter after it is investigated. His hands were behind his back, his eyes calm and determined. "Men, bring the people of the heaven-splitting sword sect to the sword crafting sect. I guarantee that before the truth is revealed, none of them will be allowed to leave. If anything unexpected happens, the sword crafting sect will bear the consequences." His words were reasonable and his bearing extraordinary. Coupled with the guarantee of the sword crafting sect, the expressions of the various sword cultivators surrounding the heaven-splitting sword sect eased. Who doesn't know that the sword crafting sect is the only sword sect in Yangran Mountain that doesn't need to participate in the examination? Of course it's easy for you to say that. Yes, capture the people of the heaven-splitting sword sect. We can't let them leave. Seek justice for our dead sect members. These voices sounded out in a mess. Mixed in with the crowd of sword cultivators, it was difficult to distinguish them for a moment. However, this was not a problem for Sect Master Gu. His reputation as the strongest in the world of equipment in Yangran Mountain was not just for show. A jade hairpin on his head glowed faintly. In the next moment, Sect Master Gu's eyes were like lightning. He raised his hand and grabbed at the air. 7 flustered sword cultivators were directly pulled out. "You dare to question my sect? How dare you? Report it to the sect. Let me see where your confidence comes from." The people who were pulled out were extremely flustered and could not hide their guilt. "You don't dare to report it? Or do you not belong to a sect at all? What are the intentions of a group of itinerant cultivators mixed in with the crowd?" Sect Master Gu was expressionless as he calmly swept his gaze across the surroundings. "I hope that all of you can calm down. Do not be used by those with ulterior motives and lead to irreversible consequences. Mai Xinglin, Take the people and leave. Seeing that the sect master had stabilized the situation, Mai Shenglin could only lead the sword-crafting sect disciples over helplessly. Hu Jiming's face was full of admiration. Sect Master Gu's elegant bearing far surpasses the rumors. You are truly worthy of being the role model of sword cultivators in my heart. Before he finished speaking, Mai Shenglin pulled him back. Mai Shenglin grinned and gnashed his teeth. Is this enough? Hu Jiming decisively shut his mouth. In everything, going too far was as bad as not going far enough. Because of the sword-crafting sect's intervention and the discovery of some itinerant cultivators with ulterior motives, the situation was temporarily under control. Hu Jiming, Zhong Xiaoshan, and the other heaven-splitting sword sect sword cultivators were brought to where the sword-crafting sect was. But they were still surrounded by sword cultivators. It was impossible for them to leave. And when Hu Jiming said that he would send a message to the Great Elder and that he would soon arrive, he had been slapped in the face. 2 hours passed. With the speed of a high-grade sword cultivator, they should have arrived long ago. But there wasn't a single shadow to be seen. And, most importantly, even now, the people outside Sword Prison still hadn't seen Qin Yu emerge. A thought uncontrollably appeared in the hearts of many sword cultivators. The heaven-splitting sword sect master and great elder couldn't have quietly fled after achieving their goal, right? They had left Hu Jiming and the others as sacrificial pawns to stall for time. The crowd began to stir restlessly once more. Mai Shenglin wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. Sect Master, can we really not care about this matter? You've already done everything you could. No one can say anything about it. Sect Master Jiyu frowned. He glanced at Sword Prison. Wait a little longer. Chapter 1723. Jiyu Bai, you've bought enough time for the heaven-splitting sword sect. You should leave. The Sword Master of East Mountain stepped on the void and approached. A commotion broke out among the swordsmen below. After the opening of the sword jail, it was confirmed that all 13 members of the East Mountain sword sect, including their Dao protector, had perished within. Sect Master Jiyu frowned and looked up at the sky. Sword Master of East Mountain, as a member of the Sword Master Guild, are you going to detain me without any evidence? The East Mountain Sword Master's expression was indifferent. His gaze was condescending. Jiyu Bai, if you leave now, none of this has anything to do with you. Are you sure that the sword forging sect will bear all the consequences? His tone was calm, but it was as heavy as a mountain. Sect leader Jiyu remained unmoved. Beside him, Elder Mai Shenglin's legs had already turned to jelly. The appearance of the Eastern Mountain Sword Master did not just represent the Eastern Mountain Sword sect. It was obvious that this was the will of the Sword Master Guild. Once these words were spoken, it would be a done deal. The sword-crafting sect would really have to vouch for the heavenly splitting sword sect. Sect leader, don't be impulsive. The East Mountain Sword Master is here. Fellow Taoists of the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect are only cooperating with the investigation. There won't be any danger. If you're worried, you can pay more attention to the process. You value relationships and righteousness, and our sword-crafting sect shares your honor. However, as the sect master, you cannot only care about yourself. You have to think about the thousands of disciples and people in the sect. Glancing at it, Sect Master Jiyu frowned slightly. Mai Shenglin took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. As an elder of the sword forging sect, I absolutely cannot agree to this. If Sect Master insists on being a guarantor for the heaven-splitting sword sect, don't blame me for calling the elders to impeach you. Please temporarily hand over your authority as Sect Master. A sword cultivator in the crowd was full of admiration. He said loudly, Sect Master Jiyu is so righteous. You've already earned our respect by doing so much for the heaven-splitting sword sect. You don't need to persist. That's right, Sect Master Jiyu. Now that sword prison has gone out of control, the heaven-splitting sword sect is indeed a suspect. Right now, the whereabouts of the sect master Qin Yu and the Great Elder are unknown. It is unwise for you to continue meddling in this matter. Sect Master Jiyu, please step back. We only want an answer and an explanation. We do not wish to have a conflict with the sword crafting sect because of this matter. The East Mountain Sword Master's eyes were cold. Jiyu Bai, don't make a mistake. Sect Master Jiyu let out a long sigh, a trace of sadness on his face. He cupped his hands together. Everyone, this is all I can do. His tone was bleak. Hu Jiming took a deep breath. Sect Master Jiyu, you've done your best. My heaven-splitting sword sect doesn't know what's good for us. If you leave now, my sect will still owe you a favor. He waved his hand. Disciples of the heaven-splitting sword sect, follow me to thank Sect Master Jiyu and the sword forging sect for helping us today. As he spoke, he was the first to pay his respects. Zhongxia Shan and the rest revealed sorrowful expressions, and followed behind him. Greetings, Sect Master Jiyu. You didn't lower yourself to the same level as me. You clearly knew that I was trying to provoke you, but you still acted to protect us. Second, Sect Leader Jiyu. Her righteousness is as high as the clouds in the sky. She has only met Sect Leader Qin twice, but she is willing to take on this great responsibility. Thank you, Sect Leader Jiyu, for standing up for justice for our heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect. I'm willing to continue paying attention to the investigation of the truth behind the loss of control of the sword prison. Fourth, we pay our respects to Sect Master Jiyu. You are still persevering even at this moment. Such a righteous and noble action makes me and the others admire you from the bottom of our hearts. Fifth, Mai Shanglin had a strange expression on his face. He glanced at Hu Jiming, whose face was full of gratitude and whose every word came from the bottom of his heart. He secretly admired him. This glib tongue, this shamelessness, they were all quite outstanding. But he didn't forget what serious matters were. He reached out and grabbed his sect master without batting an eyelid. He gave him a resolute look. This was a matter of life and death. He couldn't just jump into it carelessly just because of a few words from someone else. The East Mountain Sword Master bellowed. Shut up. Hu Jiming shut his mouth decisively. Sect Master Jiyu frowned and looked over with an unfriendly gaze. The East Mountain Sword Master's mouth couldn't help but twitch. But everyone was well aware of Jiyu Bai's character. They didn't want to be entangled with him on such matters. It wasn't because they were afraid, but because it wasn't worth it. Mai Shanglin held on tightly to his sect master with all his might. He was afraid that the sect master would draw his sword in anger. If that happened, there would be no way to clean up the mess. Hu Jiming deserved to die. The people of the heaven-splitting sword sect can be handed over to the East Mountain Sword Master. But, my sect will continue to pay attention to the aftermath. As for the matter of sword prison going out of control, I hope that the sword master can clearly investigate this matter and bring out accurate and detailed evidence. Don't convict anyone based on nothing. Sect Master Gu's eyes fell on Hu Jiming. Protector Hu, take care of yourself. What a good disciple. If he could escape this calamity, he would bring him into the sword forging sect and have him by his side. This would be perfect. Hu Jiming's lips moved. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by a cold snort. The East Mountain Sword Master's face darkened. Take them away. At this time, the cry of a sword rose up. Its speed was astonishing. At first it was far away, but in the blink of an eye it approached. What followed was an invisible pressure that enveloped everyone's hearts. How strong! The sword cultivators present subconsciously looked up. Their eyes swept in all directions, but they couldn't find this approaching sword path powerhouse. No, the source of this sword cry was from sword prison. Everyone turned their heads. A sword shadow howled out, flying into the skies. Shua, the sword aura faded away, revealing a figure within. Hu Jiming's eyes widened, nearly crying tears of joy. Sect Master Zhongxiashan and the other heaven-splitting sword sect disciples also had excited expressions. Qin Yu glanced at them and nodded. I've returned. He looked up and looked straight at the East Mountain Sword Master. Who are you? This question nearly caused everyone to sprain their waists. They were immediately freed from the tense atmosphere just now and their complexions became strange. Hu Jiming coughed. Sect Master, this is the East Mountain Sword Master. He represents the East Mountain Sword Sect and is one of the members of the Sword Master Union. Qin Yu frowned. The Sword Master Union can detain other sword sect disciples at will. I didn't know that Swallow Mountain had such a rule. With just a few words, swords were drawn. The sword cultivators that had just let out a breath of relief suddenly felt their heartbeats speed up. They could clearly see the situation before them. The heaven-splitting sword sect Master Qin Yu had suddenly returned from sword prison and was in direct conflict with the East Mountain Swordmaster, not yielding an inch. And within Swallow Mountain, the East Mountain Swordmaster's temper was famed for being fierce. In this situation, the East Mountain Sword Sect had suffered heavy casualties and everyone was watching. A conflict could be expected. Regardless of the truth behind Sword Prison's loss of control or whether or not it was related to the heaven-splitting sword sect, at this moment, all the sword cultivators hoped that the East Mountain Swordmaster would take action and teach the heaven-splitting sword sect a lesson. This had nothing to do with their standpoint. It was only related to the sudden rise of the heaven-splitting sword sect and the fact that they had broken the situation within Swallow Mountain. It was also related to the fact that the various sword sects had suffered heavy casualties when Sword Prison was opened. After all, if it weren't for the heaven-splitting sword sect suddenly returning to Swallow Mountain to disrupt the situation, there would have been no sword sect entrance examination and no one would have died. This was unreasonable, but sometimes, the human heart was like this. Not everyone was willing to reason with others in every situation. The East Mountain Swordmaster's eyes were ice cold. Sect Master Qin Yu, the Swordmaster Union will not detain other sword sect disciples at will. This is my answer to you. Then, I will tell you in person that the Swordmaster Union has already issued an order to thoroughly investigate the matter of Sword Prison's loss of control. According to the evidence we have, we need you to go to the Swordmaster Union and cooperate with the investigation. Qin Yu lightly said, evidence. The East Mountain Swordmaster can take it out. After I take a look at it, I will decide whether or not to cooperate. Hiss, the sword cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. They thought that this sect master of the heaven-splitting sword sect was truly fierce to the extreme. The Swordmaster Union represented the highest authority over the entirety of Swallow Mountain. To provoke them was the same as provoking them. This was the greatest rule of Swallow Mountain. And in the history of Swallow Mountain, such a matter had never occurred before. Even the Icy Frost Sword Sect, known as the strongest of the 10 sword sects, didn't dare to do such a thing. But without a doubt, this was the situation they wanted to see the most. The fierce and arrogant heaven-splitting sword sect would continue on this road of no return. They would wait to see just how distressed they would be in the end. The East Mountain Sword Master narrowed his eyes. An invisible sword aura surged around him. Heaven-splitting sword sect Master Qin Yu, as a member of the Swordmaster Union, I formally warn you that any actions that provoke the Swordmaster Union will be regarded as rebellion. Rebellion? You think you are worthy of convicting me? Qin Yu looked up at the skies. He felt that his current performance wasn't perfect enough. In terms of the realm of posturing, he was still far from being able to do so. There were far too many areas he needed to learn. For instance, his tone should be a bit lighter and his eyes should be a bit lower. As he looked up at the skies, he also looked at the distant mountains, giving off an even more unfathomable feeling. If he moved a bit sideways and showed off his silhouette to everyone, the effect would be even better. Sect Master Gu was a true master of this path. As for why he had to pretend, Little Meaty had said that the more arrogant he was, the more noise he would make and the more benefits he would obtain. Qin Yu had repeatedly confirmed that she wasn't speaking nonsense, so what was there to hesitate about? Who didn't know how to pretend? So, he had to pretend. The East Mountain Sword Master's complexion paled. Very good. Bang! A terrifying sword aura broke out from his body, instantly shooting into the skies and tearing apart the clouds above. Today, allow me to experience Sect Master Qin's strength. Hu Jiming was dumbfounded. No matter what, he never imagined that after the Sect Master returned, he would be able to quickly and easily cause matters to develop to this step. To use his own strength to fight against the entire Sword Master Guild, stop messing around, such a thing was simply impossible. This was absolutely seeking death. At this moment, what angered him the most was that Zhong Xiaoshan and the others beside him had faces full of excitement, as if they were cheering loudly at any moment. Had these brats been kicked in the head by a donkey? A calamity was about to befall them, yet they still didn't know. It was over. They were completely finished this time. Originally, because of what happened in Sword Prison, the various great sword sects didn't like them very much. Now that they had an excellent excuse, wouldn't they grab onto it? Provoking the Sword Master Guild. Gu Bai's expression was calm. His eyes fell on Qin Yu, his heart filled with emotion. He thought to himself that there was always a higher mountain. These words weren't deceiving him. Looking back on my life, although I've always been accompanied by a cool breeze, I've never reached such a level. Sect Master Qin was truly extraordinary. As for the result of this matter, Gu Bai felt that it was too early to draw a conclusion. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at the Eastern Mountain Sword Master across from him. Now that he had finished putting on an act, did he really have to fight? Across from him, the Eastern Mountain Sword Master's voice was icy cold. Sect Master Qin Yu, do you think that I don't have the qualifications to make you draw your sword? Icy Frost Sword Sect. Sect Master's Sword Peak. The 14 Sword Sect elders had been standing there for a long time. They had puzzled looks on their faces. Just what was the Sect Master doing? Suddenly, the complexions of the elders changed. The sword aura that lingered around them suddenly tightened, turning into a powerful imprisonment. Sect Master! The great elder shouted out. His voice spread into the sword peak, but there was no response at all. Before anyone could be angered, the sword aura that imprisoned them suddenly shot out countless spikes, piercing into their bodies. Ah! The elders cried out in pain. And what left them even more panic-stricken was that after these spikes pierced into their bodies, they began to wildly plunder and swallow their strength. Sect Master, what are you doing? Immediately stop! The great elder angrily roared. Within the sword peak, there was still no movement. With a deep breath, the great elder clenched his teeth and roared out, the Sect Master has gone mad. Let's break apart this imprisonment. But soon, the 14 sword sect elders paled and despair filled their eyes. Their cultivations had actually been sealed away and they were unable to move it at all. They could only be slaughtered like fish on a chopping board, and they hadn't even noticed this before. In order to accomplish this, it had to have been done a long time ago. In fact, when they first entered the Icy Frost Sword Sect, they had already left behind hidden dangers. In other words, from the very beginning, it was likely that the sword art they cultivated had been tampered with by someone. Why is it like this? I have lived for over 3,000 years and bitterly cultivated to this day. Could it be that I am just a chess piece that was chosen long ago to be abandoned? Sect Master, come out. I refuse to accept this, even if I die, I refuse to accept this. Ever since I entered the Icy Frost Sword Sect, I have risked my life for the Sect Master and made countless contributions. Why must you treat me like this? Angry roars and desperate roars reverberated on the sword peak. But the Sect Master's great array had been activated, isolating the main peak into a small world. Their voices couldn't be heard at all. Inside the sword peak, the giant sword array had been activated. Sect Master Han Zhengyang had an excited expression as he looked at the broken hand floating in front of him. It's it. This was the sealed object that countless generations of Icy Frost Sword Sect had been longing for tens of thousands of years. As long as he refined it and integrated it into his body, he could break through his current cultivation bottleneck and become the only Emperor Realm Sword cultivator in the world. The old Sect Master looked excited, his eyes bright and his sword aura boiling. Zhengyang, now is the time. Do it. Han Zhengyang cupped his hands. Yes, Master. He looked up and slapped out with his palm. The old Sect Master, who was facing the broken hand, suddenly widened his eyes and let out an angry roar. Han Zhengyang, what are you doing? Han Zhengyang was expressionless. Master, you said that you were willing to sacrifice yourself to help me subdue the sealed object. I am only helping you fulfill your wish. Boom! A vast sword aura exploded, like a raging wave, smashing the old Sect Master, who had been sent flying, heavily towards the broken hand. Within the old sword cultivator's body, there was a loud crackling of bones. He stood up straight and the wrinkles on his skin rapidly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he changed from an old and decaying state to a robust middle-aged sword cultivator. Traitorous disciple! He roared out loud. Han Zhengyang lifted his hand. The icy frost sword sect guarding immortal sword appeared in his hand. Master, I have completely refined the life-ending sword. The old sect master revealed a look of despair. Boom, he slashed down with his sword. The old sect master's body was split in half. He could no longer resist the swallowing strength from behind him and was pulled away. The skin on the surface of the broken hand instantly split open. Countless red tentacles emerged, wrapping around the old sect master. The sound of swallowing and chewing sounded out. Han Zhengyang's eyes burned hot. He bowed. Master, do not worry. I will not disappoint you and the ancestors. I will bring glory to the icy frost sword sect and establish the orthodox sword path. Chapter 1724. The tentacles retreated and the old sect master disappeared. The severed hand that had devoured him was actually glowing. A powerful aura was released endlessly from the severed hand. It was vast and boundless, as if it was facing the ocean. It represented an unbelievable realm. Was this the strength of an Emperor realm sword cultivator? Han Zhengyang took a deep breath and clenched his hand. The severed hand grabbed him. The tentacles drilled out again and wrapped around Han Zhengyang's palm. The flesh where they touched quickly rotted. Han Zhengyang's face turned pale and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't move and watched as the tentacles rotted and merged into his flesh bit by bit. Han Zhengyang let out a painful roar. Black patterns appeared under the skin of his neck and spread upwards, covering his entire face. His eyes turned scarlet. Amidst the struggle and fear, a violent and destructive intent surged out. No, it's not like this. Han Zhengyang stumbled and tried to tear off the severed hand, but it had already merged into his flesh and became one with him. The desire to destroy attacked his mind and his consciousness blurred. He had already expected his final outcome, to be controlled by the severed hand and become a walking corpse that only knew how to kill and destroy. But why was it like this? The chilling frost sword sect had waited for countless years for an opportunity to obtain the sealed artifact and break through the limits of a sword cultivator. But in the end, this was the outcome. I'm not willing. Han Zhengyang let out a final scream and fell to the ground with a bang. His body twitched from time to time and the sound of his bones and flesh cracking could be heard clearly. A moment later, Han Zhengyang's body floated up from the ground. The black markings on his face had already disappeared, but his eyes were even redder than before. It was like a bloody abyss that represented endless destruction that could devour everything in the world. He raised his left hand and looked down. His lips curled into a satisfied smile. This body was not bad, but it was a pity that it was a man. With a frown, Han Zhengyang raised his hand and dug downwards. Along with a piak sound, fresh blood instantly stained his robe. Han Zhengyang's expression didn't change. He heaved a sigh of relief and felt much better. Casually wiping his chest twice, he strode out, leaving a trail of bloody footprints on the ground as he walked. After exiting the cave, Han Zhengyang flicked his sleeves and undid the formation outside the mountain. The sword cultivators of the Frost Sword sect, who had long been in chaos, were as anxious as ants on a hot pan outside the sword peak. Seeing that the sword formation was undone, joy appeared on his face. However, in the next moment, his expression stiffened. At first glance, they saw 14 corpses lying on the ground outside the sword peak. Their faces were filled with pain, and they had already turned into dried corpses. Looking at their clothes, they were the 14 elders whose soul lamps had suddenly been extinguished in the ancestral hall. Then, they saw the sect master, whose lower body was bleeding profusely and whose eyes were as red as a demon from hell, staring at them with a strange smile. Sect master. What exactly happened? A sword sect elder who was lucky enough to survive asked with a pale face. Han Zhengyang smiled. I'm a little hungry. I'll eat them. Unfortunately, I'm not full yet. What do you think I should do? The elder's eyes widened, his face filled with anger. The sect master has become a demon. Everyone, Immediately withdraw from the sword peak. He only had time to finish half of his words. Puff, the sound of flesh tearing entered everyone's ears. Han Zhengyang's figure appeared in front of this elder, holding a beating heart in his hand. Blood gushed out from the wound on his chest, soaking through Han Zhengyang's body. Blood dripped down from his clothes. Han Zhengyang raised his hand and took a big bite. He chewed deliciously, and his face was filled with satisfaction. Just like that, a beating heart was swallowed into his stomach in a few bites. Ah! Run! The sect master is crazy. Quick, open the sword formation and seal off the main peak. Frost the sword sect was in chaos. Han Zhengyang licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a snap, the Frost Sword Sect's formation completely sealed off the inside and outside. Why are you running? I haven't eaten my fill yet. All of you, come here. With a grim smile, Han Zhengyang reached out and a Frost Sword Sect sword cultivator fell into his hand. He bit down on his neck, gulp 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 gulp. This sword cultivator, who was screaming in pain, after a few breaths, became a dried corpse. He threw him away and grabbed another sword cultivator, repeating the previous action. My Frost Sword Sect's ancestors' hard work is destroyed today. Han Zhengyang, wake up. Otherwise, you will be the Frost Sword Sect's sinner. The sect master is completely crazy. Ask for help, ask the Sword Master Association for help. After swallowing more than a dozen sword cultivators, Han Zhengyang threw away the dried corpses and revealed a joyful smile. That's right, this was the taste. The sword cultivator's wails and screams, coupled with the sweet and delicious flesh and blood, was a great enjoyment. But the efficiency of doing this was too low. Han Zhengyang opened his blood-red eyes and swept across the Frost Sword Sect. The sword cultivators who had nowhere to run showed a strange smile. Today, none of you will be able to escape. He lifted his hands and spread open his arms. Countless blood-red sword shadows howled out from his body, chasing after the Frost Sword Sect sword cultivators that were fleeing. Puff, a sword shadow pierced through the chest of a sword cultivator. In an instant, all of his flesh and blood was sucked out. He turned into a dried corpse that fell to the ground. The sword shadows that pierced through the chest were clearly more solid and the scarlet color deepened. Ha 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 ha. Eat up, eat up. Treasures, all the sword cultivators in front of you are your sacrifices. Han Zhengyang wildly laughed, his voice echoing through the world. Outside Sword Prison. Sword breaths erupted like a tide. The gloomy East Mountain Sword Master's complexion suddenly changed. After a moment of hesitation, he took out a communication jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened wide and revealed an expression of astonishment. The East Mountain Sword Master glanced at Qin Yu and left. He instantly turned into a sword shadow that shot into the skies. Outside Sword Prison, all the sword cultivators who were looking forward to the peak of the Great Tao almost snapped their waists. If it weren't for the fact that the East Mountain Swordmaster was strong and had a bad temper, he would have already cursed it out loud. What the hell do you mean? We've waited here for so long, building up all these emotions, and you just left without saying a word. Of course, he had already explained the logic just now, so he could only think about it. All the sword cultivators were well aware that if the East Mountain Swordmaster's expression changed and he left without hesitation, something big must have happened. But in Swallow Mountain, was there anything more important than Sword Prison going out of control? This caused everyone's hearts to be in chaos, and then they felt a sense of heaviness. Just now, the East Mountain Swordmaster seemed to be heading towards the Frost Sword Sect. And since the opening of Sword Prison, not a single heavyweight sword cultivator from the Frost Sword Sect had come. This in itself was abnormal. Could it be that something had happened to the Frost Sword Sect? Just as this thought flashed through everyone's mind, the sound of swords breaking through the air sounded above their heads, like countless thunderbolts exploding. It moved as fast as lightning, twisting and tearing space apart, forming a straight line visible to the naked eye. Primordius Sword Master. That's right, only the Primordius Sword Art can open a spatial channel and quickly travel. What is going on? Before everyone could regain their composure from the sight of the primordial sword master rapidly passing by, the sound of swords rang out once more. This time, it was a faint purple. It instantly pierced through the skies above, vanishing without a trace. In terms of movement, it was inferior to the primordial swordmaster, but its speed was much faster. Even from a great distance, one could still feel the thick sword aura released from it. Purple illusion sword master. Outside sword prison, there was a deathly silence. 3 sword masters were rushing over at the same time. The frost sword sect was there, and they were also anxious. Something had happened, something big had definitely happened. Qin Yu looked up towards the direction the 3 swordmasters were heading towards. His eyes flashed. It's her. Although they hadn't had much contact and had only seen each other once, Qin Yu was somewhat familiar with Fei Fei's aura after hugging her for some time. Although they were separated by a great distance, this aura was far too tyrannical and wild. He could still sense some traces of it. Little meat, I know you're here. What's going on? I have some time now, so hurry up and explain. Qin Yu lowered his voice. After a brief pause, a calm voice sounded in his ear. The big white goose. Yes, by Fei Fei. She's currently taking revenge. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Continue. Little meat said indifferently, you should already know that there are no Emperor Realm sword cultivators in this world. The threshold of the immortal realm is like a natural chasm that keeps all sword cultivators out. And by Fei Fei is the reason why this chasm exists in this world. Qin Yu raised a hand to rub his brow. She might not have said anything, but she had said so much. There were too many things in those few sentences. Bai Fei Fei was her real name. As for the big white goose, the dazzling scene of white flashed through Qin Yu's mind. He cursed inwardly and hurriedly suppressed the thought. It was no secret that a sword cultivator's path to the heavens had been forcibly severed in front of the immortal realm. It was no secret that the root cause was Bai Fei Fei. Can you explain in more detail? Little Meat said, to put it simply, a long time ago, some people paid a great price to kill Bai Fei Fei in order to break through the natural chasm of sword cultivators. That's not exactly accurate, because Bai Fei Fei could no longer be killed at the time. So, she was dismembered and suppressed in different places in this world. Back then, I was responsible for suppressing her severed hand. I chose Swallowran Mountain and founded the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect, so that they could guard the seal for generations. After that, I didn't pay much attention to this matter. You know what happened later. Qin Yu rubbed his face hard. The time span of her narration was really too long. It was too sloppy. However, Little Meat had given him quite a bit of information. For example, she had acknowledged her relationship with the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect. What **T impersonation? The founding ancestor was here, so his identity as the successor of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect was obviously as real as it could be. The Frigid Frost Sword Sect, Little Meat said, in the past, when Bai Fei Fei's severed hand was suppressed, they also contributed and noticed some problems. Qin Yu said, so the sword prison going out of control this time was caused by the Frigid Frost Sword Sect. Their goal was to obtain the sealed object at the core of sword prison, the severed hand? Little Meat said, you can put it that way. She had also contributed, but Qin Yu probably didn't like her doing such things. Little Meat didn't mention it. But in reality, Qin Yu sensed something. A complex expression crossed his face. He sighed, I suspect that the great calamity of the Frigid Frost Sword Sect today was a flaw you deliberately left behind in the past. Little Meat was silent. And silence at this moment represented tacit agreement. In the past, Bai Fei Fei had been suppressed and dismembered. This had caused a great shock and deterrence to the long-lived races. Little Meat had deliberately allowed the old ancestor of the Frigid Frost Sword Sect, who had participated in this matter, to realize the existence of the severed hand and what it represented. She had hoped that in the future, through them, Bai Fei Fei's severed hand could be released. After all, compared to the struggles between the long-lived races, the confrontation between the heavens and earth was the true terror. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He suddenly felt that he was far too naive. Others might lay down a trap for tens of thousands of years. For instance, The frigid frost sword sect had suffered such a great calamity today. Perhaps when the sect was destroyed, it would be unknown just who had schemed against it. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. My mind is a bit confused right now. Just tell me, what should I do next? Little Meat's tone was calm. Turn the tide and become the savior of Swallow Mountain. Chapter 1725. Reopening the sect and becoming the sect master of Heaven-Splitting Sword sect had never been Meaty Meatis' goal, but the entire Swallow Ran Mountain, the world's only Emperor Realm Sword cultivator, the first to break through the celestial being threshold, the leader of the world's sword path, this identity was a little interesting. Of course, one could not become fat in one go. This had to be done step by step. Qin Yu was taking the first step, and it seemed the results were good. Smiling bitterly, Qin Yu rubbed his brow. Meaty Meaty, I feel like you are playing a big game of chess. Can't you explain it to me? Meaty Meatis' voice was calm. In this world, some things can be done, but not said. You will understand in the future. Go now. Otherwise, if Bai Feifei eats too many sword cultivators and recovers her strength, it will be troublesome. Qin Yu took a deep breath and nodded. He turned and looked at the people of Heaven-Splitting Sword sect. Protector Hu, take them back to the sect first. After a slight pause, he said, I will watch you leave. Let's see who dares to stop me. I dare. Qiu Shan's eyes were red, his face twisted. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves, and with a bang, he was sent flying. Senior apprentice brother. The female sword cultivator of the Cliff Mountain Sword sect flew out. Jiang Tsuanzhou hurried over, and after a brief inspection, he relaxed and cupped his hands. Thank you for your mercy, Sect Master Qin. Qiu Shan had only fainted. In his current state, it was not a bad thing. Qin Yu was expressionless. My tolerance has a limit. Whoever dares to provoke me will die. There was a deathly silence outside Sword Prison. Hu Jiming took the chance to speak. Subordinate obeys. All Heaven-Splitting Sword sect disciples, follow me. The chilling Frost Sword sect's incident had drawn away the East Mountain Swordmaster, temporarily shifting the focus of the conflict. Of course, they had to leave as soon as possible. As for Sect Master, you can do whatever you want. Whoosh, the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect group left. Qin Yu looked at the entrance to Sword Prison. You had better stay far away. With that, his figure flickered, turning into a sword shadow that shot into the sky. Sect Master Ji Yu looked at his back, thought for a moment, and said, My Shenglin, take the disciples back to the sect. I will follow them. Sect Master. Mai Shenglin only had time to call out before the other party's figure disappeared from his sight. A bitter smile could be seen on his face. He was really worried that his sect master would lose his mind after being praised and do something rash. It wasn't as if similar incidents had never occurred in the past. All of you return to the sect on your own. I'm going to follow and take a look, Mai Shenglin said as he hurriedly flew into the sky. The one surnamed who was just a protector of the Heaven-Splitting Swordsmanship sect. He had already cultivated his mouth and face so well, let alone his sect master. Although Ho Kai Min had not joined for long, as the saying goes, if you are not a family, you do not enter the same door. He must not relax his vigilance. It was not difficult for the people from the sword forging sect to understand what was happening. After all, they knew their sect master's temper very well. Zhong Xian acknowledged the order and left. Of course, no one dared to stop them. In terms of strength, the sword crafting sect was not very strong in Yangran Mountain, but they definitely had a wide network of connections. Humph. The Heaven-Splitting Sword sect is lucky today. I won't let this matter rest. That's right. We must make the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect give us an explanation. After the main character left, the sword cultivators outside the sword prison finally had the courage to roar angrily. He wants us to stay away from the sword prison? Who does he think he is? Has the sword prison become the private territory of the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect? That's right. I'm not leaving. Not only am I not leaving, but I'm also going over. I'm standing at the entrance of the sword prison. What can the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect do? Good. I don't like the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect either. They must pay the price for provoking the Sword Master Guild today. I'm afraid they won't have another chance to come to the sword prison. At this moment, there was a sudden roar from deep underground. A terrifying air current spewed out from the entrance of the sword prison. More than a dozen sword cultivators, who were spitting with righteous indignation, were swept into the air. They did not even have time to scream before they were swept into the air and instantly disappeared. The sword cultivators who were slightly further away were also affected. They all rolled on the ground, vomiting blood non-stop. Run! With a scream, the sword cultivators scattered in all directions. Frost Sword Sect. The 9 sword masters of the Sword Master Guild had already gathered outside the mountain gate. Apart from that, there were also sword cultivator experts from other sword sects who had rushed over after receiving the message. They already knew the reason the Frost Sword Sect master, Han Zhengyang, had become a demon. It was not rare for a sword cultivator to become a demon. After all, most sword cultivators had killed many people, and their murderous aura could easily corrode the mind. But at Han Zhengyang's level of cultivation, there were not many who would become a demon. But it was also because of this that once a sword Dao expert became a demon, it meant that there was no hope of redemption. Moreover, the Frost Sword Sect's distress message clearly stated that their sect master, Han Zhengyang, was eating people after becoming a demon. Eating people? That was very strange. The Frost Sword Sect's sect-protecting formation has been activated at full power. It is extremely powerful. It will be very difficult to break it by force, the Spring Wind Sword Sect master said slowly, his expression solemn. Although there was indeed a lot of filth between the two sword sects, he did not show any inappropriate emotions at this time. After receiving the message, he had rushed to the scene immediately. Not to mention what he was thinking, his performance was already very good. Sect Master Xie is right. Sword Master Primordius expressed his approval. I once helped reinforce the Frost Sword Sect's great array. Its strength is astonishing. Even if you and I join forces, it will be difficult to break it in a short period of time. The best method is to contact the Frost Sword Sect's sword cultivators and have them join forces with us from within to break the sword array. Sword Master Purple Illusory said, a moment ago, there was no longer any news from within the Frost Sword Sect. The atmosphere was heavy. Whoosh, there was the sound of breaking air at an extremely fast speed. The Eastern Mountain Sword Master's complexion darkened. He coldly said, Qin Yu, you dare to chase me here? Do you really think I am afraid of you? Qin Yu lightly said, I came here not to compete with the Eastern Mountain Sword Master in words, but to remind everyone to clearly see just who caused the sword prison to go out of control. The Eastern Mountain Sword Master frowned. What do you mean by that? Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed at the Frost Sword Sect. Sword Masters, if you continue watching, you will naturally understand. He took a step back and crossed his arms, as if he were watching from the sidelines. But his meaning was already clear. The sword cultivators present subconsciously frowned. Some people looked at the South Sea Sword Sect's Wei Heng. His face was expressionless, as if he didn't sense anything. This caused everyone's frown to deepen. Ji Yu Bai had arrived. His figure flickered and he landed beside Qin Yu. Sect Master Ji Yu. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. I haven't had the time to express my thanks to Sect Master. Ji Yu Bai's tone was light. I would like to know what Sect Master Qin knows. If possible, please speak frankly. Across from him, the eyes of the sword cultivators brightened. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He said, since Sect Master Ji Yu has asked, I will naturally tell you everything I know. These words just happened to fall into the ears of my Shanglin, who had rushed over from exhaustion and was sweating profusely. His heart skipped a beat. This surname Qin's skill was even higher than Hu Jiming's. His flattery didn't leave a trace, but it was clearly more effective. After all, of the people present, which one of them wasn't a resounding character of Swallow Mountain? To brush a cool breeze in front of them, the sense of accomplishment in their hearts couldn't be compared to before. I'm glad I came. My Shanglin rejoiced inwardly. He hurried to the sect master's side, a look of vigilance on his face. Qin Yu was a bit puzzled. He didn't know what this sword-forging faction elder meant at this moment. But as his thoughts turned, he suppressed them. He continued to say, "Has Sect Master Gu heard of the seal within Swallow Mountain?" Gu Bai furrowed his eyebrows. "I've heard of it." He paused for a moment and then continued, "In the legends, there is a seal deep beneath Swallow Mountain. Deep beneath the mountain, there's a seal, and within it, there's a sealed artifact. It's related to the fate of Swallow Mountain's sword cultivators. However, this is only a legend and has never been verified." Qin Yu lightly said, "Today, I can confidently tell Sect Master Ji Yu that this legend is true. The seal really does exist." His eyes swept over the people across from him. "This seal is the core layer of Sword Prison." "Impossible," the East Mountain Sword Master decisively said. "This matter is a secret. Sect Master Qin hasn't been at Swallow Mountain for long, so how could he know?" Qin Yu didn't even glance at him. The East Mountain Sword Master's face flushed red. Just as he was about to explode, he was restrained by several gazes. Gu Bai lightly coughed. "I ask Sect Master Qin to dispel our doubts. Qin Yu is truly my friend. I, Gu Bai, have also achieved such a cool breeze." At this moment, he felt comfortable from head to toe. Qin Yu humphed. He lightly said, "The reason is simple. My heaven-splitting sword sect is the guardian of this seal to begin with. It's just that the sect has an ancestral rule. Unless there are special circumstances, we cannot expose ourselves. Thus, up until now, the heaven-splitting sword sect's performance in Sword Prison hasn't been extraordinary." Gu Bai said in a low voice, "So this time, the reason that no one from the heaven-splitting sword sect has died is because..." Qin Yu praised Sect Master Gu inwardly. "That's right. Not long after entering Sword Prison, I sensed that something was wrong. The seal at the core layer of Sword Prison had begun to loosen. With no other choice, I could only use a method passed down through the generations of the Sword Sect to enter deep into Sword Prison and enter the core layer to strengthen the seal. I originally thought that the reason the seal loosened was because the heaven-splitting Sword Sect had been in decline for so many years that the sealed object within had tried to escape. But what I saw afterwards proved that this wasn't the case. Someone had tampered with the seal and destroyed its integrity in an attempt to release the sealed object." A look of shock appeared on Wei Heng's face. He had already confirmed from Xu Jing and the others that what happened in Sword Prison was the same as what Qin Yu said. No wonder he insisted on entering Sword Prison. No wonder the heaven-splitting sword sect was able to deter Sword Demon from attacking. So it was like this. There was no need to ask. Just by looking at Wei Heng's expression, he knew that Qin Yu wasn't lying. At the very least, what he said matched the facts. Gu Bai took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "Sect Master Qin, please forgive me for speaking bluntly, but what you have said is far too unbelievable." Qin Yu nodded. "I can understand. That is why I only said this. Whether it is true or not, you will have to see it with your own eyes. I will also give you a reminder. Although I don't have much of a favorable impression of the Sword Master Guild, Han Zhengyang isn't as simple as having fallen into a demonic path. It is best for you all to be careful so that the entire Swallow Mountain doesn't fall into misery and suffering." These words were impolite, but it was precisely because of this impoliteness that it was believable. Even the Eastern Mountain Sword Master's complexion darkened several degrees, but he didn't speak. The Spring Wind Sword Sect's Xie Chungang cupped his hands together. "Thank you for the reminder, Sect Master Qin. If everything is as you say, then I will definitely pay you a visit to apologize." Qin Yu ignored him. Gu Bai thought that Qin Yu was far too interesting. The Spring Wind Sword Sect's Xie Chungang was someone who could face Han Zhengyang head-on. To not give him any face at all and even throw it in his face without the slightest bit of concealment, he was likely the only one. TSK, one couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Xie Chungang frowned. It wasn't because of Qin Yu's rudeness, but because he felt a pressure deep in his heart. His eyes swept over the people around him and he nodded, indicating that they should be careful. There was no wind in a cave. If Qin Yu had the confidence, he wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. Only if he was insane would he dare to speak such a great lie. At this time, there was a loud rumbling sound. The Sword Sect's Grand Array that had been activated at full power suddenly stopped revolving. Shua everyone's eyes instantly gathered. The cold frost sword sect that was concealed by the array formation appeared in front of everyone. Hiss, in the next moment, even though everyone present was a shrewd and experienced elder, they still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, their faces filled with horror. Chapter 1726. Corpses littered the ground. Every corpse had been stripped of flesh and blood. They were dried corpses, their expressions filled with pain and fear. One of Swallow Mountain's 10 sword sects, the incomparably powerful Icy Frost Sword sect, had turned into a living hell. Han Zhengyang licked his lips, his blood-red eyes surging like a sea of blood. He laughed. I just finished eating them and you came here on your own initiative. The sword cultivators of the present world are too considerate. This wasn't a simple demonic transformation. There were 2 reasons for this conclusion. First, the Icy Frost Sword sect had turned into a living hell, and second, Han Zhengyang's aura was terrifyingly strong. His blood-red eyes shrouded everyone. The Swordmaster Guild and the elders of the sword sects felt their hearts tighten. They instantly believed most of Qin Yu's words. Let's suppress Han Zhengyang first and then continue to investigate the truth. Xie Changgang spoke and was the first to attack. He lifted his hand and slashed out. Wind rose up between the mountains. It was warm and gentle, without any sharp aura at all. There was only endless lingering energy. The rain was like silk, coming with the wind. The sword cultivators present all had dignified expressions. The so-called silent spring wind and rain was the highest realm of the spring wind sword sect. Xie Chuangang's sword seemed ordinary, but he had completely fused his sword arts into it. No one dared to hold back. The East Mountain Sword Master had a dignified expression. Sword energy boiled around him, condensing into a single point. It was like a towering mountain had descended, pressing down. The sword potential was boundless. The other sword masters and sword sect powerhouses also attacked at the same time. The Icy Frost Sword sect had turned into a sea of sword aura. Many different sword auras filled every inch of the world. Without a doubt, this was the strongest sword attack displayed by the strongest sword cultivators in the world. This was the most dazzling and powerful scene that a sword cultivator of the present world could erupt with. The entire Yangran mountain region could clearly feel the terrifying sword aura that had suddenly erupted. Countless sword cultivators subconsciously widened their eyes. They looked towards the direction of the Icy Frost Sword sect, waves surging in their hearts. Just what had happened? This was the first time Qin Yu had seen the strength of the sword masters of Swallow Mountain. They were indeed extremely powerful. This was especially true for Xie Changgang of the Spring Wind Sword sect. His Spring Wind Rain Sword breath was extremely exquisite, not any weaker than Hu Fu's heaven-splitting sword. In a life-and-death battle, his chances of winning were even higher. If it were not for the Mountain Sea Sword, he would not have had any chance of winning even if he could summon a miniature world. This was the strength of a sword cultivator. With a single slash of the sword, everything could be broken. There was no chance for one to use their advantage to fight. But even so, Qin Yu wasn't optimistic about this battle. The most direct reason was that Misty had asked him to turn the tide and become the savior of Swallow Ran Mountain. This already indicated her true attitude. And Qin Yu had no reason to doubt little Misty's judgment. Also, looking at the current Han Zhengyang, Qin Yu couldn't help but tremble in the depths of his heart. This was a kind of uncontrollable fear that came from the depths of his soul as he faced the abyss of destruction. Although he hadn't seen Han Zhengyang in action with his own eyes, he had obtained by Feifei's severed arm. Qin Yu even suspected that the current Han Zhengyang could be regarded as an existence close to the Emperor Realm Sword Cultivator. Not bad, not bad. Your sword auras taste wonderful. Swallowing you will surely be a great pleasure. Han Zhengyang's blood-red eyes boiled. He laughed and a blood-red sword appeared in his hand. The moment this sword appeared, the spring winds between the heavens and earth came to a sudden stop. The sprinkling rain turned the color of blood. Then, the rain became boundless, turning into a rain of blood that covered everyone. The sword formed a domain, and this was a realm that the sword cultivators of the present world had never touched upon before. It was a technique that only the legendary Emperor Realm Sword cultivators possessed. In that instant, all the sword cultivators of Swallowran Mountain were suppressed. Every drop of blood rain was a tyrannical sword aura, filled with endless killing intent. As it fell down, it seemed as if it would tear them to pieces. Just a moment ago, the sword cultivators of Swallowran Mountain had joined forces to exterminate this demon. But in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a rain of blood that covered the skies and suppressed this holy land of the sword. Xie complexion changed. He shouted without hesitation, "Sect Master Qin, please help us." Mai Shenglin fully agreed with Xie words. Who would have thought that the current Han Xingyang would be so strong? An Emperor Realm sword cultivator. This was the common dream of all the sword cultivators of Swallowran Mountain. There was no need to explain the terror of an Emperor Realm sword cultivator. The scene before him was the best explanation. As for why, Mai Shenglin felt that Qin Yu was qualified to help. It was very simple. At this moment, where the chilling frost sword sect was, the blood rain was boundless in the sky, covering everything between heaven and earth. But Qin Yu's position was empty. Not a single drop of blood rain fell within 30 feet of him. Not only that, even the blood rain that had fallen to the ground flowed in all directions, not daring to approach Qin Yu. Was there a need to say this? Gulp, Mai Shenglin swallowed. He looked at Qin Yu beside him, his eyes subconsciously revealing deep awe. He suddenly realized that his sect master was a truly smart person. With the matter of protecting the disciples of the heaven-splitting sword sect, their relationship was naturally close. And in the future, even an idiot would know that the heaven-splitting sword sect would become one of the largest sects of Swallowran Mountain. In fact, the word one of might even be removed from the latter part. Sect Master. Seeing no response from Qin Yu, Mai Shenglin couldn't help but speak up. If he waited any longer, it would be hard to say what would happen to the sword cultivators in the blood rain domain. Jiyu Bai's expression was calm and indifferent. What's the rush? Since Sect Master Qin has appeared here, you must have made a decision. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Sect Master Jiyu really did not forget to maintain his image as a master. Not to mention anything else, this persistence was admirable. Hearing this, he smiled faintly. Sect Master Jiyu, I just feel that I have no reason to act. When the heaven-splitting sword sect was destroyed, no one present helped us in the slightest. Not to mention that my heaven-splitting sword sect has reopened, but we have not obtained a single item from back then. Wei Yiheng took a deep breath. Sect Master Qin, my South Sea sword sect has nothing to do with what happened back then. In Sword Prison, you saved Xu Jing and the others. I am extremely grateful. Please help us again. The South Sea sword sect will not forget this great favor. Qin Yu sneered. He didn't reply, but this cold sneer was enough to vividly express his attitude. Did they really think he was blind? He still hadn't settled the South Sea sword sect's rotten debts. Did they think that he couldn't see through their wishful thinking and blame it on the heaven-splitting sword sect? Wei Yiheng's face flushed red. He clenched his teeth and said, "Everything that happened before was my fault. I ask Lord Sect Master Qin to be magnanimous." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Yu. "Apologies, I cannot." His eyes swept over the people in the blood rain domain who were bitterly holding on. "Sect Master Jiyu, I suddenly have a thought. If everyone here perishes here, what changes do you think will occur in Swallowrun Mountain?" Jiyu Bai's calm face stiffened. He coughed. "Sect Master Qin, you really know how to joke." Qin Yu lightly said, "I can say that I'm not joking." Xie Changgang took a deep breath and said in a loud voice, "Sect Master Qin, I will first apologize to you for losing control of Sword Prison. We were foolish and misunderstood the heaven-splitting sword sect. Moreover, with the destruction of the frigid frost sword sect today, the heaven-splitting sword sect can directly become one of the 10 sword sects and replace them in the Swordmaster Guild. I believe that the fellow Taoists will not have any objections to these matters. Sect Master Xie is right. The primordial chaos sword sect agrees. The purple illusory sword sect agrees. Our void-penetrating sword sect has no objections. The heaven-splitting sword sect can return to being one of the 10 sword sects and enter the Swordmaster Guild. This is the wish of everyone." There was a chorus of agreement. As expected, our generation of sword cultivators didn't disappoint Qin Yu. He cursed inwardly. These thick-skinned old foxes. They weren't like this before. Temph, but today's opportunity was rare. If they missed it, there wouldn't be another. Qin Yu wouldn't be polite with them. That's all. These words caused Mai Shenglin's face to twitch. He thought that Sect Master Qin's appetite was quite good. Gu Bai relaxed. It was good that Sect Master Qin was willing to accept the price. As for demanding an exorbitant price, that wasn't surprising. If it were him, he wouldn't easily let go of such a good opportunity either. With his own strength, he had forced the Swordmaster Guild to bow their heads. Sect Master Qin's heroic actions today had truly opened the floodgates for the entire Swallow Mountain. I, Gu Bai, don't know if I will ever have the chance to reach such heights in my life. At this moment, Sect Master Gu made a decision. He wanted to be friends with Qin Yu, a close friend, a true friend. As the saying went, those close to vermilion would be dyed red. As long as he mixed together with Qin Yu, would he need to worry that in the future, he wouldn't have the chance to brush against him? That's right, starting from today, I, old Gu, will be Sect Master Qin's best friend. Thinking this, Gu Bai coughed. Fellow sword masters, in the past, the heaven-splitting sword sect had many businesses in Swallow Mountain. Xie Changgang didn't hesitate. Return everything, leave nothing behind. Gu Bai said, but returning everything is lacking in sincerity. Xie Changgang nodded. Sect Master Gu is right. The Spring Wind Sword sect will return everything double as repayment for Sect Master Qin's assistance. Gu Bai said, but what about the output of these past years? It's not good to borrow a chicken to lay eggs. Xie Chuangang's lips twitched. He looked deeply at Gu Bai. Sect Master Gu is truly someone who values friends. I will also return double the output of the Spring Wind Sword sect. Gu Bai nodded, his expression calm. Sect Master Qin, I think Sect Master Xie is very sincere. Qin Yu couldn't figure out what medicine Gu Bai had taken. Was he really not afraid of being investigated afterwards? He actually had so much confidence in him. However, this situation wasn't bad at all. He had to be the savior of the world, but he had to grasp both sides, and both sides had to be firm. I am very satisfied with Sect Master Xie's sincerity. I just wonder if the others. Wei Heng loudly said, Sect Master Qin, I am willing to add an additional 30% to Sect Master Xie's sincerity to express my apologies. With this said, who dared to object? Compared to worldly possessions, preserving one's life was far more important. Qin Yu was extremely satisfied. As for these people in front of him, they would regret it later. Humph, he wasn't afraid at all. Han Zhengyang had obtained by Feifei's severed hand, so his strength was clear to see. As long as Xie Changgang and the others weren't idiots, they would know that clenching their teeth and enduring this extortion was the best choice. Otherwise, Qin Yu wouldn't mind making a move and adding 1 or 2 more vacancies to the 10-sword sect. Gu Bai wasn't bad. It wasn't impossible to give him the position of sword master. Sect Master Gu, all of you wait here and don't move around. As Qin Yu spoke, he lifted his hand and drew a circle on the ground with his fingers. Then, he stepped into the blood rain. Gu Bai stared at the circle on the ground. He was overjoyed at his previous decision. When it came to the Clear Wind realm, Sect Master Qin had hidden his depths. He still needed to learn more. The blood rain was like a torrential downpour, instantly submerging Qin Yu's figure. No one could see where he had gone. Han Zhengyang had an annoyed expression. His blood-red eyes shined with anger. When combined with his current appearance, goosebumps rose all over Qin Yu's body. He endured it again and again. With difficulty, he said, Big Sister Feifei. This is Metis meaning. She wants you to stop before you go too far. After all, Swallow Mountain's sword cultivators will still be useful in the future. Let's stop here today. Qin Yu, I suddenly discovered that you little brat, you are just too hateful right now. Han Zhengyang said in a charming woman's voice. I've already drawn my sword, so how can I return empty-handed? No, I have to eat one. This is my bottom line. Qin Yu frowned. Big sister Fei Fei, this really won't do. Listen to me just now. I already promised them, so I can't go back on my word. How about this? I promise you that I will give you double the compensation in the future. A man's mouth is nothing but a liar. Where is the future you speak of? I can't see it. Today, don't think you can muddle your way out of this. I want to eat a sword cultivator, so you can choose now. Let me tell you, don't go too far, otherwise if big sister gets angry, you will also suffer. Han Zhengyang's expression was stubborn. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. Just as he was about to say something, a meaty voice suddenly sounded out. Bai Feifei's sword will never return empty-handed. This is indeed her rule. Han Zhengyang laughed. Big sister is right. Little fellow, why don't you hurry up and do as I say? Qin Yu raised a hand to rub his face. Fine. The blood rain suddenly lessened, and the pressure on everyone lessened. Then, Qin Yu's figure appeared in front of everyone. As for Han Zhengyang, he had already disappeared. It ended. It ended just like that. If it weren't for the terrifying sword aura still lingering in the air that had yet to dissipate, one would really suspect that it was just an illusion. Xie Changgang cupped his hands together. Many thanks for Sect Master Qin's help. Qin Yu raised a hand. Wait a moment. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Things have changed. His eyes swept over everyone in front of him. He lightly said, Han Zhengyang has suffered the consequences of his own actions. His soul has already dispersed, but the sealed artifact that he released refused to give in so easily. I negotiated with it again and again, and the sealed artifact raised a condition. If you want it to stop and no longer wreak havoc on Swallow Mountain, then you must hand over one person as compensation for the sealed artifact. The complexions of the sword cultivators on Swallow Mountain changed. Handing over one person as compensation? After seeing the corpses of the frigid frost sword sect, they knew what this meant. Xie Changgang frowned. Sect Master Qin Yu interrupted him. There is no way to discuss this matter. My sect is only temporarily suppressing the sealed artifact. Everyone, you had best make a decision as soon as possible. Ridiculous. Sword Master Ting Shan paled. Everyone, do you really want to believe such an absurd matter? I suspect that there is no sealed artifact at all, and that all of this is a plot of the heaven-splitting sword sect. Even the frigid frost sword sect's ending today is because of them. Book Reading Room. Chapter 1727. Qin Yu didn't give these Sword Path elders a chance to hesitate or struggle. He looked at Sword Master Ting Shan and pointed a finger. Then I'll choose you. The expression of the Ting Mountain Sword Master changed drastically. In the next moment, before he could react, the space he was in shattered. Ah! With a tragic cry, the Ting Shan sword head was swept in and disappeared in front of everyone. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that the crowd was unable to react in time. One of the members of the Sword Master Guild, the extremely powerful Ting Shan Sword Master, was killed in the blink of an eye. A chill surged from the bottom of their hearts and instantly swept through their bodies, causing the bodies of the Sword Dao experts to stiffen slightly. It was simple. If Qin Yu had chosen one of them, the result would have been the same. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time passed quietly. There was no movement from the Ting Shan Sword Master. The outcome was predictable. Xie Changgang of the Spring Wind Swordsmanship sect said in a deep voice, Han Zhengyang, the main force of the Ting Shan sword sect, unfortunately passed away after becoming possessed in battle. He shall be buried with the courtesy of the sword sect. In an instant, everyone came to their senses. All the big shots of the Sword Dao nodded silently. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you, Sect Master, for your consideration. He turned and left, turning into a sword phantom that instantly vanished without a trace. Gu Bai had a calm expression. Everyone, I will also go first. With a flick of his sleeves, he brought Mai Shenglin with him and activated all of his equipment. His speed was even faster than when Qin Yu left. He didn't have Qin Yu's strength to suppress everyone else. If he didn't hurry up and run away, wouldn't he be looking for trouble for himself? The 9 sword masters and a small number of big sword sects experts fell into silence. Today's matter will be as I said before. I do not plan to do anything else. I hope that everyone can understand. Xie Changgang spoke slowly as his gaze swept across the crowd. The East Mountain Sword Master took a deep breath. In the future, let's talk about the future in the future. Wei Yiheng's face darkened. My sect has already decided to be on good terms with the heaven-splitting sword sect. If you have any other thoughts, then forgive me for not accompanying you. He took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the distance. The expressions of the remaining people changed slightly. With these words, they could not stay any longer. Otherwise, once this news reached Qin Yu's ears, who knew what sort of thoughts he might have in his heart? Thinking about the sword master of Ting Mountain, that's the deal. Everyone, leave. In addition, to avoid panic, our sect will temporarily conceal the scene before us. We'll deal with it later. As soon as Xie Changgang finished speaking, he cupped his hands and flicked his sleeve. Instantly, a spring breeze and drizzle scattered down, covering the Frost Sword sect. Thank you for your consideration, sect master. Farewell. I'll make a move first. Shua, sword shadows soared into the sky. Although the crowd did not interact much, all the big shot sword cultivators present today were aware of one thing. The skies of Yangran Mountain were about to change. Qin Yu said that he had resealed the sealed artifact, but no one knew the truth. Just now, he had raised his finger and said a few words to decide the life and death of the Ting Shan Swordmaster. That scene had a psychological impact on them like a hurricane. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who wouldn't be afraid? Xie Changgang took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He glanced at the Frost Sword sect one last time, a bitter smile on his face. Of the 10 sword sects, the Frost Sword sect and the Spring Wind Sword sect had always been the strongest. Thus, the two sides had always been fighting openly and secretly, all for the sake of having a greater influence over the sword master and establishing their prestige and status as the #1 sword sect on Yangran Mountain. Now, the Frost Sword sect had been destroyed. With the matter of Han Zhengyang joining the demonic path, it was impossible for the sect to recover. This should have been the best chance for the Spring Wind Sword sect to achieve their long-cherished wish. But now, Xie Changgang no longer had any hope for this. Turmoil was coming. For the Spring Wind Sword sect to maintain its current status was an extravagant hope. With a deep sigh, Xie Changgang soared into the sky. He was the last to leave, but he didn't touch anything in the Frost Sword sect. In this battle, the one who would decide victory or defeat was Qin Yu. He would naturally become the one who reaped the greatest benefits. Xie Changgang would never make such a stupid decision in such a matter. Heaven-splitting sword sect. Shua, the sword shadows vanished, revealing Qin Yu's figure. His face was pale and his eyes were dim. Hu Jiming, who had been anxiously waiting outside, hurried out to greet him. Sect Master, what is the current situation? What happened in the Frost Sword sect hadn't spread out yet. It was a secret that only a small number of people knew of. Qin Yu glanced at him and waved his hand. It's fine. As he spoke, he strode into the sect. I will go into seclusion for a period of time. During this time, if there are any problems, please ask the Great Elder. No one is to disturb me. With several flashes, Qin Yu's figure vanished from sight, leaving behind Hu Jiming. His eyes widened and his face filled with bewilderment. He had never imagined that he would receive such an answer. It was fine. What was fine? Sect Master, did you not know what you had done? You had provoked the Sword Master Guild, and you had done it in front of countless sword cultivators. Let alone the matter of Sword Prison going out of control, it hadn't even been brought to light yet. Even if it was a beautiful day, this matter still wouldn't pass. If he couldn't deal with the heaven-splitting sword sect, then what prestige would the Sword Master have in Swallowran Mountain in the future? Looking at the direction that Qin Yu left in, Hu Jiming rubbed his face. He had already begun to consider whether or not he should run away. He felt that the current heaven-splitting sword sect was sitting atop a volcano. At any moment, it would be burned to ashes by the eruption of magma. But before he could turn his thoughts into action, there was a loud rumble and the sect's great protective array opened, isolating the inside from the outside. Hu Jiming's face paled. This Was he preparing to stubbornly resist to the bitter end? He really wanted to lift his hand and slap himself. What were you doing standing there in a daze just now? It wasn't good to just leave like that. But now, he looked up at the sect's great protective array that was already operating. After thinking for a moment, he decisively gave up on asking the Great Elder to help and reopen the sword array. That was simply seeking death. With a long face, Hu Jiming turned and walked back. With things having come to this point, what else could he do? He could only resign himself to fate. Stop. It was the Great Elder. Hu Jiming cupped his hands together. Great Elder, please give me your orders. Metis' voice sounded out in his ears. You stay here. No matter who comes, block them outside. After a brief pause, he continued to say, tell them that before the great array is unsealed, they must fulfill the conditions. After speaking, his aura vanished. Hu Jiming looked up, a blank look on his face. What was going on here? Sword Peak. The silver moon hung high in the sky. The monkeys that usually liked to pester Qin Yu the most seemed to sense some terrifying aura. They all fled without a trace. The entire Sword Peak was deathly silent, without the least bit of sound coming from it. Qin Yu staggered and nearly tripped. He clenched his teeth and said, Meaty, what is going on? Shua Meaty appeared out of thin air. She glanced at him and said, there is no need to be nervous. Bai Feifei's severed hand is currently parasitizing you. Parasitizing? This wasn't a good word. Qin Yu's eyes widened. He thought, you wouldn't even scheme against me, right? Normally he wouldn't think like this, but this time he had been frightened by the example of the icy frost sword sect. Meaty coldly sneered. She clenched her teeth and said, if I wanted to harm you, would I need to go through so much trouble? I could just open my mouth and swallow you up. Don't overestimate yourself. Her complexion was foul and unkind. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. I was wrong. He had to admit his mistakes quickly and decisively. Then, he quickly changed the topic. What is this parasitism? I don't feel very good right now. I'm incomparably weak and she is currently swallowing my strength. Humph. You stinky brat, if I really wanted to open my mouth and swallow you up, I could turn you into a dried corpse in the blink of an eye. Bai Feifei appeared in front of him. She was still sealed away, wearing the same incomparably cool clothes. Her entire body was a dazzling white. Meaty frowned. Bai Feifei waved her hand, and a pure white gown appeared on her body, concealing her alluring white flesh. She had a wronged expression. Big sister, I'm naturally afraid of the heat. How can you care about this? Her coquettish voice carried a hint of complaint. Meaty's face was expressionless. From now on, just wear this. If you're afraid of the heat, I can help you. Bai Feifei's complexion changed. She waved her hands again and again. I wouldn't dare to trouble big sister. She looked at Qin Yu and blinked. Little fellow, the parasitism is on my hand. It will temporarily fuse into your hand. During this process, it will need to absorb some of your strength, which is why you feel so weak and uneasy. Don't be afraid. It will be over soon. Then you will know just how good big sister's hand is, humph humph, but I'm warning you. Don't even think about using this hand to do any repetitive exercises, otherwise I will crush it until it explode. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He looked up. Meaty nodded. Only then did he relax. This woman Bai Feifei, he didn't dare to believe a single word she said. If only Meaty was here, otherwise he would have died long ago. You can go back now. Meaty lightly said. Bai Feifei pouted. Don't. As soon as I go back, I will fall into a deep sleep. I don't know when I will wake up. Meaty looked at her, not saying anything. Bai Feifei took a step back and vanished from sight. The speed at which this woman admitted defeat was no slower than Qin Yu's. TSK, from the looks of it, she had suffered quite a bit in the past. Qin Yu said, Meaty, Bai Feifei's severed hand, what use is it to me? He spent a great deal of time and effort. According to little Meaty's words, she wanted him to obtain the title of Swallow Ran Mountain's savior first before slowly plotting his next move. But, Qin Yu was sure that this severed hand was her true goal. Misty flicked her sleeves and swept Qin Yu into the pool. Bai Feifei's severed hand can allow you to truly display the might of the mountain and river sword. After a brief pause, she continued, I will help you as soon as possible. I will prepare a side method that will allow you to have the strength to fight with an emperor realm. In the pool, Qin Yu's complexion changed. He stared at her face. Don't look at me. I'm fine for now, but in my current state, I cannot stay here forever. I will have to leave. Misty's tone was calm. Qin Yu asked, will there be any danger? Misty shook her head. That is a matter for the future. It is too early to speak of it now. She turned and left the mystic realm of the Sword Peak. Beneath the silver moon, the only one left in the pool was Qin Yu. He frowned, a dignified look on his face. Misty wanted to leave. Although she had said that this was a matter for the future, just hearing these words, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a trace of panic in his heart. By now, he was already used to having Misty by his side. He didn't need to worry about anything. The road ahead had already been arranged. As long as he followed the prescribed order, he could easily achieve his goal. Once Misty left, what would he do? His face was cloudy and uncertain. After a long time, Qin Yu took a deep breath and let out a long breath. In truth, he had already expected this day, hadn't he? Misty's existence was similar to a cheating method. For her to accompany him until now was already a miracle. When a cultivator walked between the heavens and earth, the only one they could rely on was themselves. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's heart shook. His panic began to slowly disperse. In the past, he had also been alone and forced his way to where he was today. When his cultivation was weak, he hadn't been afraid of traveling alone. How could he be afraid now? Qin Yu closed his eyes and began to cultivate. He needed to become stronger as soon as possible. Reading Room. Chapter 1728. Hu Jiming felt like he was dreaming. He counted how many people he had rejected these days. Wei Hung of the South Sea Sword Sect had the most, 6 times. Then it was the East Mountain Sword Sect. Zhu Cai, who never liked to show his face and even gave his junior brother his position in the Swordmaster Guild, came 4 times. Xie Changgang of the Spring Wind Sword Sect came 3 times. The Hunyuan Sword Sect came twice. The Purple Illusory Sword Sect came twice. The Void Sword Sect came once. Hu Jiming did not need to count to know that besides the Cold Frost Sword Sect and the Ting Mountain Sword Sect, he had visited all the other 10 sword sects. Apart from the 10 sword sects, several famous great sword sects of Yangran Mountain also came to visit. He still remembered the first time Wei Heng of the South Sea Sword Sect came to visit. Hu Jiming braced himself and refused him at the door. At that time, he was extremely nervous, afraid that Sect Master Wei would fall out with him. After all, Wei Heng, one of the 10 sword sects and a member of the Swordmaster Guild, had come to visit in person. Even when the heaven-splitting sword sect was at its peak, it had to open the sect's grand array and have the sect master welcome him in person. Stopping him from entering was no different from spitting in his face. But in the end, nothing happened. Wei Heng, who had been refused at the door, smiled even brighter than before. He repeatedly said that there was no problem. Since Sect Master Qin was cultivating in seclusion, he would come again in the future. After that, Hu Jiming slowly got used to it. Bit by bit, he became numb to it. But Hu Jiming was very clear that the sect master was not bragging. The troubles of the heaven-splitting sword sect had all been resolved. Of course, who didn't know how to read people's expressions? The lineup and frequency of the visits, plus the smiling face after being refused, could only be missed by a blind and deaf person. And all of this had happened that day. After the sect master left alone, there was no other explanation. Sect master, you're so damn awesome. Hu Jiming looked back at the still sparsely populated mountain gate of the heaven-splitting sword sect. He was in high spirits. He grinned from ear to ear. He felt that joining the heaven-splitting sword sect was the best decision he had ever made in his life. At the same time, outside the heaven-splitting sword sect, everyone's attention on the aftermath of the sword prison's loss of control gradually changed as time passed. It was obvious that the heaven-splitting sword sect was still unscathed. There was no need to say what this meant. With the death of the Ting Mountain Sword Master, the chilling Frost Sword sect was isolated by the sword aura of spring wind and rain. In addition, there were all kinds of rumors from the other sword sects. The sword cultivators in Yangran Mountain gradually fell silent. But there was one thought that became clearer and clearer in their minds: the heaven-splitting sword sect was really coming back. Jin Clan, a family of swordsmen. Ancestral shrine. Ancestor Jin frowned and his face darkened. He never thought that things would develop to this point. There were many spies planted by the Jin family in Yangran Mountain. Some of them had even climbed to quite a high position in the various sword sects. So, everything that occurred on Swallow Mountain and the subsequent changes were quickly found out by the Jin clan. The sect master of the chilling Frost Sword sect, Han Zhengyang, had fallen into a demonic state. The Ting Mountain Sword Master had died in battle. The sect master of the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect, Qin Yu, had turned the tide and exposed his identity as the guardian of Swallow Mountain's seal. News after news struck Ancestor Jin's nerves, causing his expression to become increasingly ugly. Originally, he had wanted to watch from the sidelines and wait for the chilling Frost Sword sect to make a move first. Then, he would seize the opportunity to slowly plot against them. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better, and the situation suddenly changed. After today, the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect had gained a firm foothold in the Swallow Mountain. It would not be so easy to touch them again. Moreover, according to the intelligence, the sect master of the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect, Qin Yu, was likely in possession of that sealed artifact. His strength was unfathomable. Ancestor? Patriarch Jin inquired. Ancestor Jin said in a low voice, "Send a message to them. Tell them that Swallow Mountain has suffered a crushing defeat. They won't be able to do anything for the time being. Tell them to prepare early." Patriarch Jin stood up and bowed. "I will go now." He left in a hurry. Ancestor Jin waved his hand, allowing everyone to leave. He stood up and took several steps. His eyes fell on the Heaven-Splitter sword in front of the memorial tablet, a thoughtful look on his face. Thinking for a moment, Ancestor Jin stepped forwards. In the next moment, his figure appeared in the clan's mystic cultivation realm, Sword Tempering Pagoda. Across from him, the pale-faced Jin Gang's heart stirred. He opened his eyes and hurriedly bowed. "Grandson greets ancestor." Ancestor Jin had a calm expression. "Before long, a lucky chance will descend upon you. If you can take another step forward in breaking and establishing, you will have the qualifications to fight for it." He paused for a moment and continued, "If you can obtain this lucky chance, the position of Patriarch of the Jin clan will be yours. I will even pass on the Heaven-Splitter sword to you." Jin Gang's eyes widened. He kowtowed to the ground. "Thank you, ancestor. I will do my best and not disappoint you." Ancestor Jin stepped forwards. The ground split apart and a bottomless black hole appeared, leading straight into the depths of Sword Tempering Pagoda. Breaking and establishing cannot be done with words alone. This hole leads straight to the deepest level of Sword Tempering Pagoda. "Do you want to go?" Jin Gang took a deep breath, his expression firm. "I do." He leapt in. Ancestor Jin revealed a look of satisfaction. If Jin Gang had hesitated just now, he would have lost this chance. To achieve great things, being ruthless to oneself was the most basic requirement. If one didn't even have this much courage, what future achievements could they have? The hole disappeared. Ancestor Jin turned and left. He would not interfere with what happened in the deepest level of Sword Tempering Pagoda. If Jin Gang could come out alive, he would be a new him, even stronger than before. Otherwise, he could only die inside. Bai Feifei's parasitic amputation was not a simple matter, nor was it as she had said. It had already been many days, and Qin Yu had been in a weakened state, his strength constantly being sucked away. Women. Especially women like Bai Feifei, who were outrageously beautiful and liked to show off her skin. Not a single word she said could be trusted. Little Meaty did not appear to stop her, which meant that this was normal. Qin Yu could only endure. Fortunately, he had the pool in the mystic realm of Sword Peak to help him recover. Otherwise, he would have already fainted. However, compared to the expected rewards in the future, this little bit of suffering was nothing. Heaven-splitting sword sect, Great Elder Sword Peak where little Meaty lived. Main hall. She was curled up in a chair, her eyes slightly closed. She was sleeping soundly. Even though she was sleeping soundly, her brows were slightly furrowed, revealing a trace of exhaustion. Suddenly, little Meaty opened her eyes. She sat up straight and looked outside the mountain gate. She took a deep breath, and the trace of exhaustion on her face disappeared. Her eyes glowed with vigor. He really came. Hu Jiming was certain that he had never seen this old Daoist before. This meant that he was not a great figure of Swallow Mountain. He was very sure of this. After all, if he wanted to be a free and unfettered wandering cultivator, he had to know who he could not afford to offend. Only by minimizing trouble would he be able to live longer. I'll have to trouble Sword Immortal to pass on a message. I would like to pay a visit to the heaven-splitting sword sect's sect master Qin. The old Daoist's voice was gentle and there was a smile on his face, giving off an extremely amiable feeling. Hu Jiming had done this sort of thing far too many times. Even when the Spring Wind Sword sect's Xie Chungang came over recently, he was able to keep a calm expression on his face and refuse him at the door. But for some unknown reason, facing this old Daoist, he felt his heart pound like a drum and an inexplicable awe rose in him. To Protector who had recently become increasingly spirited and upright, this was an extremely rare sight. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Jiming cupped his hands together. Old mister, I must apologize. My sect master is in seclusion and the mountain gate is temporarily closed. I ask that you come visit another day. The old Daoist thought for a moment and said, I see. Then I can also pay a visit to the Great Elder. Hu Jiming braced himself. The Great Elder is also. Halfway through his words, his voice trembled. He suddenly discovered that at some unknown time, a cold sweat had appeared on his forehead. Luckily, he didn't need to say the second half. Shua space twisted and Meaty appeared from thin air. She looked at the old Daoist standing outside the sect's array formation and lightly said, Lord Imperial Scholar, please enter. A gap quietly appeared in the array formation. A sharp light flashed in the old Daoist's eyes. He stepped in, a smile on his face. Great Elder, it hasn't been long since we parted ways at the Jade Gate Pass. I hope that you don't blame me for suddenly visiting. Meaty shook her head. She looked at Hu Jiming. No one is allowed to mention this matter. Ah, yes, please rest assured, Great Elder, Hu Jiming said, cold sweat dripping down his back. Imperial Scholar, which Imperial Scholar? Where did this Imperial Scholar come from? Although he was a wandering cultivator, he was still considered a top figure in Swallowran Mountain. He had the qualifications to know some matters of the Central Wasteland Divine Continent. In the Central Wasteland, there was only a single empire, and that was the Great Qin Empire. And those who had the qualifications to be called Imperial Scholar were naturally the Imperial Scholar of the Great Qin Empire. In the legends, the Lord Imperial Scholar was said to be skilled in refining puppets, his cultivation was unfathomably deep, and his methods were strange and cruel. As he thought about how he had chatted with him for so long just now, Hu Jiming's face paled. After the two left, he hurriedly reached out a hand and carefully touched his body. He didn't sense anything wrong. His complexion relaxed and he immediately sat down cross-legged, his divine sense carefully sensing the state of his body. I'm fine. At this moment, Hu Jiming suddenly felt as if he had just narrowly escaped death. Haha, little fellow. Did you really think that you would be able to detect me so easily? The Imperial Scholar's voice sounded out in his mind. Hu Jiming's complexion instantly paled, without the slightest trace of blood. Don't be afraid. I still have to give face to your Great Elder. Remember, don't speak too much. Those who speak too much usually don't live long. Junior will obey. Junior will not speak too much. Imperial Scholar, please rest assured. Hu Jiming slapped his chest and shouted, almost making a vow. After several breaths of time, there was no more sound. Then, he sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. As for why the Great Qin Imperial Scholar knew the Great Elder and why he had come to the heaven-opening sword sect, he didn't dare to think about these things. What nonsense, he wasn't tired of living. Even if he wanted to die early, he should find a more comfortable method. If he provoked the Imperial Scholar, Then he would be refined into a living puppet. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle with numbness. Little Meaty glanced at the old Daoist. The Imperial Scholar faintly smiled. That boy's thoughts are quite lively. I just wanted to give him a warning. That's all. He looked at Little Meaty. Senior's perception is truly sharp. I admire you. Little Meaty said, I don't like this title. The Imperial Scholar readily agreed. Of course, Great Elder has the final say. Little Meaty said, Imperial Scholar, just speak frankly. The Imperial Scholar said, I came to tell Great Elder some things. For instance, the Freezing Frost Sword Sect is the partner that clan has chosen to cooperate with. The Ting Mountain Sword Sect is also, the Fang Mountain Jin family is also. Speaking up to here, he smiled. Sometimes, this old man quite admires the desperation of that clan. They are already bones in the grave, but they still struggle like this. Why can't they just obediently put their heads on the chopping board and let His Majesty chop them off with a catcher? Then everyone will be happy. How great is that? Little Meaty frowned. Thank you for the reminder, Imperial Scholar. Have you come to my sword sect today for the matter of that clan? The Imperial Scholar nodded. That's right. He stamped his foot. In the past, our great Chin knew of the seal on Swallow Run Mountain. The reason we didn't act was out of respect for the senior who set up the seal. But now that the seal has been broken, I wonder if the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect is willing to trade the sealed artifact. As long as Great Elder agrees, I can represent His Majesty and give the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect a promise. Within 1,000 years, they will become the #1 sword sect on Swallow Run Mountain. Henceforth, they will be protected by the Great Chin Empire, and their inheritance will continue to be passed down as long as the empire. To a sword sect, these conditions were extremely tempting. Little Meaty shook her head, refusing without hesitation. The sealed artifact has been resealed. We cannot fulfill the Imperial Scholar's request. The Imperial Scholar smiled. Will you not seriously consider it? Little Meaty said, there is no need. The Imperial Scholar sighed. If you don't want to, then forget it. A melon that is forcefully picked won't be sweet. It's not good to force someone against their will. If there comes a day in the future when Great Elder changes his mind, you can come find me at any time. Today's transaction is still valid. He changed the topic. To answer Great Elder's question, I came today to make a deal with the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect. We will join forces to eradicate that clan. What does Great Elder think? Little Meaty nodded. How? The Imperial Scholar smiled. Great Elder is truly straightforward. 2 hours later, the Imperial Scholar left the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect. He faintly smiled at Hu Jiming, and then with a deathly pale face, he vanished from sight. In the skies above Swallow Run Mountain, atop a white cloud, the Imperial Scholar appeared out of nowhere. Across from him, Great General Zhao Yuan, who guarded Jade Gate Pass, slowly opened his eyes. Imperial Scholar, is the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect really worth it for you to personally make this trip? The Imperial Scholar faintly smiled. The sealed object beneath Swallow Run Mountain is no ordinary object. Even His Majesty wants it, but unfortunately he can't do it. Now, the sealed object has fallen into the hands of the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect. Just this alone is enough for me to make a trip. Zhao Yuan furrowed his eyebrows. You succeeded. The Imperial Scholar shook his head. No, I wouldn't have agreed either. What a pity. As he spoke, it was clear he wanted to say something. Zhao Yuan fell silent. The Imperial Scholar glanced at him. He smiled and shook his head. For the sake of that old fart from your Zhao family, I will remind you not to think about opening the Heaven-Splitting Sword Sect, otherwise there will be trouble. Of course, whether you believe me or not is up to you. I will only say this once. Zhao Yuan cupped his hands together. Thank you, Lord Imperial Scholar. He decisively gave up on his thoughts. No wonder that old thing Zhao likes you so much. I also think that you are quite smart. Thank you for your praise, Imperial Scholar. But, I will report this to the old ancestor. As you wish. You can curse him a few times, I'm not afraid. The Imperial Scholar laughed. Let's go. With a flick of his sleeves, the white cloud flew far away. Chapter 1729. After the 13th day, Qin Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. He relaxed and fell asleep. In the mystic realm of the Sword Peak, the silvery white pool at the summit was much dimmer now. At this moment, the water rippled. His left hand moved on its own, constantly stroking some parts of his body. If this scene was seen by someone who didn't know what was going on, they would probably roll their eyes and snort disdainfully, calling him a pervert. Luckily, besides Misty, there was no audience. The pool rippled and Bai Feifei's figure appeared. She had a lazy expression and narrowed her eyes. "Big sister, I'm really curious. What is so special about this boy that you care so much about him? We are good sisters, and from now on we are comrades in the same trench. Can you reveal some heavenly secrets?" Misty was expressionless. "I also want to know the answer." Bai Feifei didn't believe her. "Really?" Misty frowned. Her hand that was reaching for Qin Yu's lower body suddenly stopped. Bai Feifei said coquettishly, "Sorry big sister, I'm used to it. I didn't do it on purpose." Misty's frown did not relax. "You know my personality. Everything is fine if I cooperate. Otherwise, if I could seal you in the past, I could do the same now." Bai Feifei shrank back, a bitter expression on her face. "Big sister, I already apologized. Why are you still scaring me?" Misty said, "You better be serious and remember these words in your heart." She flicked her sleeves and the pool water exploded. Bai Feifei's figure disappeared. Looking down at Qin Yu, Misty thought for a moment, then turned and sat down by the pool. 2 days later, as the water rippled, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Misty sitting by the pool. "Since you're awake, come out with me. There's something to do." Misty stood up, grabbing Qin Yu and pulling him out of the mystic realm of the Sword Peak. Qin Yu's vision blurred and he felt a little dizzy. He swayed for a moment before steadying himself. He rubbed his temples. "What's the rush?" With a thought, mist rose from his body and his robes became clean and fresh. Misty said, "That clan is in trouble." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. "Tell me in detail." Yang Ranshan was just a transit point. He had not forgotten his goal in coming to the central wilderness. Little Misty said, "When the severed hand was parasitized, the great Qin state preceptor came." A moment later, the hall fell silent. Qin Yu had a thoughtful expression as he digested the information he obtained from Little Misty. He finally realized some things. First of all, that tribe wasn't having an easy time in the central desolate divine province. In order to shift the blame onto the Nyo family, he made a move against the Nyo family. The 4 sects and 4 families were wary of the Nyo clan's rise to power, but that clan also added fuel to the fire. Their goal was to push out a delicious prey and temporarily satisfy the desires of all the covetous people. Of course, the scale of the plan was huge. Attacking Nyo Dudu was only the beginning, and also the most crucial step of the entire plan. However, it was a pity that the entire plan had gotten off to a bad start. The first step had been foiled, causing the subsequent steps to be unable to be carried out. The Nyo family avoided a calamity. This was the reason why Nyo Dingtian had chosen to work with Little Meat. After that, the unforeseen event that occurred in Swallow Mountain was also that clan's self-preservation. Firstly, destroying the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect was in line with their interests. Secondly, they wanted to obtain Bai Feifei's severed hand and raise an Emperor Realm Sword cultivator. Once they succeeded, they would have an Emperor Realm Sword cultivator with strength comparable to a true emperor. It would be enough to suppress everyone and stabilize the situation, buying precious time for that clan. For this reason, that clan had made many preparations in the past. The Frosty Frost Sword sect was their first choice, and the Ting Shan Sword sect was their backup. This also explained why the Ting Shan Sword Master was the first to rise in revolt when Qin Yu had suggested that Bai Feifei wanted to eat people. He had tried to incite everyone to join forces against Qin Yu. Unfortunately, the Ting Shan Sword Master had misjudged the situation. He had died before he could succeed, becoming cannon fodder without a sense of existence. In addition, the Fang Shan Jin family, the family of swordsmen that Jin Geng came from, was the clan's other backup. They had made ample preparations. But unfortunately, they had encountered little Misty, an existence that was almost like a loophole. Their attempts at self-preservation had failed once more. Successive defeats, and in addition to the failure of their scheme against the Nyo family, the repercussions were being released. That clan's situation rapidly worsened. Nyo Dingtian didn't directly attack that clan, but his revenge didn't stop. Those that felt the pressure from Nyo Dingtian focused all their anger on that clan. Because of this situation, that clan had no choice but to cut off an arm in order to survive. They had taken the initiative to give up a piece of their own benefits. And this was the most crucial point that little Misty had mentioned just now. Qin Yu looked up. He slowly said, in other words, besides the Nyo family, the Qin Empire is also our partner. The Nyo family is, but the Qin Empire is not. Little Misty had a calm expression. Qin Yu, you must understand that any cooperation must be based on equality. We can only use the Qin Empire, we cannot trust them. If there are more benefits in the future, the Lord Imperial Scholar will sell us out without hesitation. Qin Yu nodded. You are right. Little Misty said, so, we must do this quietly. Once we reach a certain stage, we will have the Qin Empire participate. As long as there are benefits, the Qin Empire will naturally help us. Qin Yu said, there is one thing I don't understand. Why does the Qin Empire want to deal with that clan? It is the irresistible trend of the times. The Qin Empire is only taking advantage of the situation, and that clan has occupied a position, but they haven't achieved their desired results. Emperor Qin wants to change a candidate. Little Misty's lips curled up, revealing a trace of ridicule. That Emperor Qin of Xianyang is truly a great strategist. Qin Yu frowned. Little Misty waved her hand, her expression earnest. You don't need to worry about these things. Prepare yourself and give them a pleasant surprise. After this matter, if everything went smoothly, Qin Yu would have the strength to protect himself. To reach the Emperor realm in 30 years was far, far too difficult. Even if he learned the toad art, even if little Misty helped him, he still didn't have much confidence. So, from the very start, little Misty had prepared another path for Qin Yu. He wouldn't reach the Emperor realm, but he would have the strength to fight with one ahead of time. At that time, even if the worst situation occurred, he would still be able to preserve his life. The central desolate immortal land was located on the 13th floor. This was a maxim that had spread throughout the central desolate immortal land. Even children could recite it. No one disagreed with this. This was the status of the 13th floor. It transcended the 4 sects and 4 families, and stood on equal footing with the great Qin Empire. As for the white jade capital in the sky beyond heavens, it was a legendary existence that hadn't descended upon the world for tens of thousands of years. Mingzhe, Mount Skyfall is about to open to the public. You've accumulated strength in the 3 sky realm for a long time. It's time for a breakthrough. Mingzhe bowed. Many thanks, honored master. After a moment of hesitation, he said, this disciple has heard that the 13th floor has 6 slots for this time's Mount Skyfall. Honored master, could you inform me in advance so that I can prepare? On the other side, the 6th floor master spoke of 6 names in a calm tone. Mingzhe bowed, turned, and left respectfully without further instructions. After leaving the honored master's cultivation area, Mingzhe raised his head, a smile on his face. Li Ruhua. This junior sister Li was quite famous in the 13th floor. This time, she actually had the qualifications to go with him. It seemed that just as the honored master said, this woman's destiny was extraordinary. Mount Skyfall was a great secret that ordinary cultivators couldn't approach. But to the cultivators of the 13th floor, it wasn't mysterious at all. In terms of the lucky chances within, cultivation was secondary. Luck was the key. Thinking of this, Mingzhe's eyes flashed. He turned his feet and changed directions. Mount Skyfall is about to open. I have a feeling that this lucky chance is related to Baiji. Have her prepare and hurry over as soon as possible. Within the Infinite Temple, a calm voice sounded out from the Temple Master's seclusion area. Yes. The young Daoist standing guard outside turned and left. The next day, Old Daoist Chen left the Infinite Temple with Baiji as a protector and boarded a ferry. Black Marsh. Miao Ya, for Mount Skyfall to reappear in the world is a great lucky chance. I have helped you obtain a slot. You must grasp it well. This time, if you can obtain something, you can easily touch the threshold of the Sky Realm. In fact, it might even be possible for you to step into it. Miao Ya respectfully knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Thank you, honored master. Rippling Cloud Peak. On this day, a youth walked out. He wore dark green robes and his face was like a crown of jade. He looked back at the mountain summit and respectfully knelt to the ground. Then, he stood up and soared into the skies. Beneath the black scholar tree, Venerable Sky was expressionless, but a sharp light surged in his eyes. In Samsara, the sun and moon that he inherited had been seized by others. This had broken an important pillar of support for his future great Tao. If he wanted to repair it, he had to obtain the essence of another great Tao and refine it to make up for it. And this time, it was the best opportunity, a complete Tao. If they weren't forced to do so, that clan would never be willing to pay such a price. This also meant that this was a great lucky chance, a good fortune, that had never appeared in the central desolate divine continent for the last 10,000 years. He had to obtain it. Half a month later, the latest Sword Master Conference ended in a less grand atmosphere. As a new member of the Sword Master Conference, Qin Yu attended for the first time as a Sword Master. He sat down in the seat that the Cold Frost Sword Sect had previously occupied. Across from him was the Spring Wind Sword Sect. From start to finish, the smile on Xie Chuangang's face never faded. What made the various sword masters relax a little was that the heaven-splitting sword sect didn't take advantage of this opportunity to make any other requests. After completing the transaction, although it hurt their hearts, compared to their expectations, this was already a good result. They all reluctantly felt happy. The old sword cultivator Iron Forest had brought 30 young sword cultivators from his hometown. According to his words, the sect master and great elder could arrange them as they saw fit. Even if they were to become the lowest level janitor of the sword sect, it would still be a good fortune for them. Little Miao was disinclined to pay attention to this matter. Qin Yu didn't have the time, so he handed it over to Hu Jiming, whose face was glowing with health. After several more days, Qin Yu announced that he would go into seclusion once more. Everyone in the heaven-splitting sword sect was already used to their sect master's diligent cultivation style. They didn't find it strange at all. And this matter caused the various great sword sects on Swallow Run Mountain to let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, they secretly guessed and envied him. Qin Yu's seclusion was definitely to refine and master the sealed artifact in the core of Sword Prison. Once he emerged, his strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, the situation on Swallow Run Mountain would likely be turbulent once more. The only one who felt disappointed was Sect Master Ji Yu of the sword-crafting sect. He had come to the heaven-splitting sword sect several times, but had never been able to see Qin Yu. This naturally made Sect Master Ji Yu, who was eager to become good friends with Qin Yu, unhappy. On a long-distance ferry, 9 suns were setting in the west in the sky. The afterglow shone on the deck, making it seem as if it had been painted with a layer of resplendent gold. Nyo Dudu's eyes widened as she looked at the person in front of her. "Sir, have we met before?" The black-robed, ordinary-looking young man frowned slightly and shook his head. "Miss, you've mistaken me for someone else." He turned around and left, a layer of sweat already appearing on his forehead. Didn't they say that not even Emperor Realm cultivators would be able to detect a complete change in appearance? Little Miao's words were a little too exaggerated. Chapter 1730. Miss knows this person? Beside her, a robust middle-aged man dressed in a white robe frowned. He didn't seem like a romantic person at all. Nyo Dudu was lost. She hesitated for a moment and shook her head. "Uncle Nyo, I don't know him. I mistook him for someone else." She subconsciously looked up at the departing figure. Uncle Nyo's eyes flashed. He nodded. "Miss, there are many people on deck. Let's return to our room." "Ah, good. Then let's go." This evening, Nyo Dudu ate 2 bowls less than usual. She even ate 3 bowls of corn soup yesterday. Today, she only ate half a bowl before saying she had no appetite. Uncle Nyo waved his hand. The maid sent by the ferry swiftly removed the dishes, cleaned them up, and brewed some tea. Then, she respectfully bowed and left. Miss, are you feeling unwell? There are doctors accompanying you on the ferry. Call them over to check on you. Nyo Dudu waved her hands. No need, no need. I don't have much appetite today. I'll be fine tomorrow. She drank several mouthfuls of tea. Uncle Nyo chatted with her for a while and then bid his farewells. Miss, rest early today. Nyo Dudu stood up to send him off. Take care. I've troubled you on this trip. Uncle Nyo smiled. Miss, what are you saying? I'm happy that I can accompany you out. There's no point in staying in the garden. He turned and closed the door. Uncle Nyo's smile faded away. The honest and amiable man from before was now surrounded by a murderous aura. Mr. Nyo. The ferry steward had already been waiting outside. As he saw Uncle Nyo come out, he hurriedly bowed. His voice was respectful, but there was a bit of nervousness in it. I heard that Miss has a bad appetite today. Is there something in the kitchen that doesn't suit your taste? Uncle Nyo had no expression. It has nothing to do with you. Nyo Dudu's mind was elsewhere. He was well aware of the reason. After a moment of thought, his eyes fell on the steward. I am looking for someone on this ferry. He lifted a hand. The air twisted and a face appeared. The steward's heart tightened. He hurriedly said, if Mr. Nyo has any orders, we will obey. As long as that person is still on the ferry, we will definitely find him. It's just that, he looked troubled. Uncle Nyo glanced at him. I won't do anything to him. There's no proof. How could we dare to believe such a simple sentence? But being stared at by Uncle Nyo, the ferry manager felt as if he had died in a furnace. How could he dare to say anything else? He braced himself and said, Mr. Nyo, please wait a moment. I will help you find it by tomorrow at the latest. Although it was said to be tomorrow, it actually didn't need to be that long. The manager was just taking precautions and leaving enough time. He summoned the people in charge of the guest rooms on the ferry and showed them the face that Uncle Nyo had given him. Steward, I remember this person. He is a guest from Area D, a ferry cultivator stood up and said. The manager's eyes lit up. Are you sure? The man nodded. Yes. The manager tapped the table with his finger and thought for a moment before saying, tomorrow morning, send someone to deliver a fruit platter to all the guest rooms in Area D. It was a quiet night. When there was a knock on the door, Yu was in the middle of cultivating. He didn't want to open the door, but the other party was extremely patient. He opened his eyes and let out a deep breath. He stood up and went to open the door. Outside the door was a maid on the ferry. She had a smile on her face. Guest, the ferry encountered a flock of wild geese yesterday. When we were trying to avoid them, there was some turbulence and we may have disturbed you. This fruit platter is a free gift from us to express our apologies. Wild geese. You had a faint impression of this. Yesterday, because of the urgent need to avoid the flock of wild geese, he had gone to the deck while the ferry was inspecting the structure of the hull. As a result, he had encountered Nyo Dudu on the deck. Thinking of this, he was left speechless. He wasn't in the mood to look at this beautiful ferry cultivator in front of him. He casually nodded and received the fruit platter. Closing the door, Nyo sat down at the table. He looked at the clean and fresh fruits. Then, he picked one up and bit down, causing juice to splash out. The taste wasn't bad. No wonder Meaty liked to eat it. After several bites, Nyo picked up another one. As he was eating, the female cultivator who had delivered the fruit platter hurried into a room. She bowed to the ferry steward and said, Elder, it is indeed him. The steward relaxed. No matter what, he had to find the person first. As for what that Mr. Nyo wanted to do, as the saying goes, a fellow Daoist's death is better than mine. In this current situation, he couldn't worry about that for now. Keep an eye on that guest room. If there is any movement, immediately report back. With an order, the steward stood up and left. Uncle Nyo was speaking with the miss. Suddenly, his thoughts stirred. He said a few more words and then stood up with a smile. Miss, I suddenly remembered something. I will go and deal with it. First, try the desserts that the ferry delivered. I think they taste quite good. As he left the door, his eyes fell on the ferry steward. Have you found them? The steward respectfully bowed. Yes, the person has been determined. They are currently in the room. Bring me there. The steward clenched his teeth and nodded. One in front, one behind the other, the two entered the guest room area. Qin Yu, who was eating a fruit in his room, sighed and set it down. Sure enough, there was no free lunch in this world. Fruits were the same. The person who followed Niu Dudu, and in this situation, was clearly trusted by Niu Dingtian. From this point of view, the two sides were on the same side. But the key was that Qin Yu was not Qin Yu. He chose to act secretly. He hid it from the state of Qin and Niu Dingtian. Forget it. Since things had come to this, he could only deal with it as it came. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Qin Yu raised his hand and rubbed his face. What now? His tone was a little impatient. From this moment on, he had entered the state of acting. When he opened the door and saw the steward outside, Qin Yu was startled. He showed his astonishment and surprise. Sorry, you are? Hello, guest. I am the ferry steward, Shi Liang. A guest wants to see you. After saying that, he retreated to the side. Uncle Niu walked to the door and smiled. Little brother, we meet again. Qin Yu frowned. It's you. He frowned. We met on the deck yesterday. You don't know me, right? Uncle Niu's smile didn't diminish. I didn't know you yesterday, but I know you today. What's wrong? Little brother doesn't want to come in and sit. Qin Yu hesitated. He looked at the ferry steward and reached out his hand. Please come in. Shi Liang said, I won't be going in. You two can slowly chat. Closing the door, Qin Yu looked at the table and the messy fruit platter. He revealed an awkward expression. Sorry, there's nothing to entertain me with. If you have something to say, just say it. Uncle Niu sat down. He glanced at the table and smiled. Yesterday, my family's miss called out to little brother. Since then, she has been a bit restless. I was a bit worried, so I came to see her. I hope little brother doesn't mind. Qin Yu was startled. So it's like that. It's fine. But I really don't know your family's miss. Uncle Niu nodded. I also think so. Little brother, you are an honest person. You definitely aren't lying. His smile became brighter. He suddenly lifted his hand and snapped his fingers. The room suddenly fell silent. Uncle Niu restrained his smile. He took out an incense box from his sleeve and opened it. He looked at Qin Yu without expression. I ask, you answer. Across from him, Qin Yu nodded in a daze. A moment later, Uncle Niu pushed open the door and left. The anxious Shi Liang hurried forwards. Mr. Niu, the guest in the room, Uncle Niu said, he's fine. There's no need to pay attention to him in the future. He turned and left. There wasn't a problem with this person. He had fallen into the trap of the soulless fragrance without any precaution. With his cultivation, it was impossible for him to lie. But for the sake of insurance, Uncle Niu had left behind a strong psychological suggestion in this person's heart. In the future, he would unconsciously avoid the miss and not appear in front of her on his own initiative. In the room, the dazed Qin Yu suddenly blinked, a helpless look on his face. This Mr. Niu was quite cautious and he was truly loyal and devoted to the Niu family. Yesterday, Niu Dudu had only called out to him. There hadn't been any contact between the two sides, but this person had actually come knocking on his door. However, this result wasn't too bad. This person's methods were relatively gentle. He didn't attack or interrogate him. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have had no other choice but to expose his identity. As for this Mr. Niu, the psychological suggestion he left in his heart, there was no effect, but Qin Yu didn't mind following it. Niu Dudu, it was best to stay away from her in the future. He didn't know what Niu Dingtian was thinking. After what happened last time, he still allowed her to go out. But without a doubt, Niu Dudu was a massive unstable factor. She definitely had a backup plan that Niu Dingtian had prepared ahead of time. There was no doubt about this. But others didn't. If something really happened, whoever was close to Niu Dudu would suffer misfortune. Change ferries. He had to change ferries. When he arrived at the next pier, he would look around to see if there was a ferry he could use. For the next several days, the ferry was calm and tranquil. Qin Yu stayed in his room to cultivate. The toading skill was good in every aspect, but it was too loud. It wasn't suited to be used on the ferry because it would easily arouse the vigilance of others. In particular, there was a great monster at the half-emperor realm on this ferry. The Niu family had actually raised an ox spirit, and Niu Dudu even called him Uncle Niu. Hey, this was quite a messy form of address. Luckily, Misty had prepared ahead of time. She had also given Qin Yu a cultivation method that he could cultivate on the way. Compared to the toading skill, the efficiency was far inferior. But if other cultivators were to learn of this, their eyes would turn red with envy. At the same time, Qin Yu was constantly adapting to Bai Feifei's parasite hand. When he rested, he would take out the sword whetstone and temper the mountain river sword. His progress was relatively slow, but Qin Yu could clearly feel that as the sword whetstone was slowly nibbled away, the aura of the mountain river sword became increasingly swift and fierce. 7 days later, the ferry docked at the pier. This was the first time Qin Yu left his room. He planned to take a stroll around the pier and find a ferry to escape on. But the result left Qin Yu helpless. Let alone the ferry that went straight to the Long Mountain region, even the nearby ferries were all filled to the brim. It was difficult to obtain a ticket. He disembarked from the ferry and walked around the pier. 7 or 8 cultivators came over and asked him if he was willing to sell a ticket. They were willing to pay a high price. He asked again and received the same reply. Qin Yu sighed and returned to the ferry. But this allowed Qin Yu to confirm one thing. The news of that clan giving up Skyfall Mountain had already spread throughout the central desolate region. Otherwise, how could it be so difficult to obtain a ticket? Unless he was prepared to escape, there was no way he would be able to get a ticket. What to do? Forget it. If worst comes to worst, I'll just hide in the cabin and not come out. Whoever wants to do what they want. There's less than a month left. I'll just have to endure it. Qin Yu had a good plan. But how could everything in this world be done according to one's will? He met another acquaintance. Not the ferry steward Shi Liang, who was so excited that he nearly fainted. Rather, it was the people across from him. The cultivators of the 13th floor. Qin Yu's heart chilled. Since he had come to the central desolate region, he had to do as the Romans do. He naturally understood the background of the powers here. The 4 sects and 4 families were strong enough, right? But compared to the 13th floor, they were still far too lacking. The central desolate region's immortal lands were all on the 13th floor. Just listening to these words, they were filled with a domineering aura. The one leading them was a blue-clothed old man. He had a calm expression and the aura of a great master was revealed, another half-emperor. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder the central desolate region called itself the Divine Continent. There were far too many powerhouses. Of course, for 2 half-emperors to appear on the same ferry was also a stroke of fate. The reason was Skyfall Mountain. And the acquaintance Qin Yu saw was one of the young disciples standing behind this half-emperor of the 13th floor. Li Ruhua. Chen Shangolv. He was surprised to see the former, but he could more or less understand. After all, the Li family was one of the 4 families. For a direct descendant to enter the 13th floor was normal. But for Chen Shangolv, he could only think that Li Ruhua had brought him to the central desolate region and had even brought him into the 13th floor. This was a bit unexpected. As Qin Yu was thinking, he was startled. He deliberately revealed an expression of envy and awe, as well as a burning heat that couldn't be concealed in the depths of his eyes. Li Ruhua furrowed her eyebrows. She couldn't help but glance at the black-clothed youth in the crowd, a bit of doubt in her heart. Qin Yu couldn't help but groan inwardly. Did all the women in this world have such sharp senses? He really couldn't stay on this ferry any longer, but even though he groaned, he still had to stay. Running to the Long Mountain region wasn't realistic at all. Luckily, Li Ruhua only glanced at him several times and didn't take any further action. Qin Yu withdrew from the crowd and prepared to return to his room. He had already decided that before the ferry reached the Long Mountain region, he wouldn't take a single step out of his room. But at this time, Qin Yu suddenly frowned. Another gaze fell on him. Without batting an eyelid, he didn't even turn his head to look back. He continued forwards. As he turned a corner, he glanced around. He found him. The handsome young man in dark green robes watched Qin Yu leave. The corners of his lips curved up in a smile, and a trace of heat appeared deep in his eyes. "Junior apprentice sister, did you meet a friend?" Ming Zhe asked in a low voice. Li Ruhua shook her head. "I mistook him for someone else." Ming Zhe smiled and nodded. Chapter 1731. Trouble had come knocking. Hearing the knocking sounds, Qin Yu frowned, a helpless look on his face. All he wanted was to safely enter Skyfall Mountain. But just this wish had been filled with so many twists and turns. Life was too difficult. Qin Yu looked up at the door that kept knocking on it and sighed. Wasn't it good to live? Finally, the knocking stopped. In the next moment, there was a light cracking sound and the latch fell to the ground. The light of the spell surged before it was instantly extinguished. The door was pushed open from the outside. "Fellow Daoist, why keep me at a distance of 1,000 miles? I came here today to make a transaction with you." As he spoke, a person stepped in. It was the dark green robe that Qin Yu had seen yesterday on the deck. A smile appeared on his handsome face. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "My name is Sun Changqing. If I have offended you, I ask for fellow Daoist's forgiveness." Qin Yu had no expression. "Fellow Daoist Sun, if you damage the ferry, you must compensate me accordingly." Sun Changqing's smile didn't diminish. He looked at the latch that had fallen to the ground. "Of course, fellow Daoist can rest assured that I will take responsibility." He walked forwards and took out a wooden staff. "This is something I obtained a long time ago. It comes from a 10,000-year-old divine tree. Afterwards, it was tempered by a great master until it reached its current state. After you pour your cultivation into this treasure, it can transform into a 100,000-foot tall tree that can block out the sun. It is incomparably powerful. I can guarantee that this wooden staff is the most precious item in my possession. As long as fellow Daoist is willing to make a transaction with me, it will be yours." Qin Yu glanced at the wooden staff that flowed with light. He could tell at a glance that it wasn't ordinary. That was a very sincere way of doing things. "What does fellow Daoist Sun want?" Sun Changqing's eyes brightened. "To tell the truth, I haven't decided yet. I just feel that there is something on fellow Daoist's body that I need." He lightly coughed and placed the wooden staff on the table. He reached out a hand. "But I only need to hold fellow Daoist's hand and I will know what it is in a moment." Qin Yu maintained his composure. He leaned back in his chair. "I haven't agreed to make a transaction with fellow Daoist Sunday," Sun Changqing said. "With the wooden stick here, fellow Daoist, you must consider it carefully. After all, the Heavenfall Mountain is not a safe place. With another treasure in hand, perhaps you will be more confident." His body leaned forward, a smile still on his face, but his eyes were silent, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Footsteps sounded, and two ferry cultivators appeared at the door. "Sir, may I ask what happened?" Qin Yu said. "This fellow Daoist Sun Changqing has intruded into my room for no reason. Please take him away." Sun Changqing frowned. "Fellow Daoist Jew, aren't you being too unreasonable by doing this?" Qin Yu picked up the teacup and took a sip. Sun Changqing pushed the chair away, picked up the wooden stick, and turned to walk out. From behind, Qin Yu suddenly said, "Fellow Daoist Sun, don't forget the repair fee for the door." Sun Changqing smiled. "Of course." The two cultivators on the ferry apologized to Qin Yu and followed behind him. He closed the door and sat back down at the table. He looked at where Sun Changqing had just been and rubbed his eyebrows. Although today was over, his intuition told him that the other party would not give up so easily. Make a deal? And he would know by shaking hands. What a joke. There were far too many secrets on Qin Yu's body. It was impossible for him to agree to such a request. He put down his hand and gently tapped the table. He began to consider whether or not he should take the initiative to kill him. But soon, he suppressed this thought. There were 2 half-emperors on the ferry. Did he really think they were blind? Killing Sun Changqing wouldn't be difficult, but once he drew their attention, especially the half-emperor Relmox monster beside Nyo Dudu, they would definitely grow suspicious. At that time, things would only become more troublesome. Whatever, he would ignore it for now. It was best if this Sun Changqing knew how to retreat. If he tried anything else, he would just have to deal with it as it came. In the worst-case scenario, he would just scare him a little and make him retreat. Fellow Daoist son, please take care. Watching the dark green robe leave, Steward Shi Liang lifted a hand and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his complexion pale. Sweeping Cloud Peak. He didn't dare to ask anything else. The other party had only revealed his identity and he had instantly cowered. He had no choice but to cower. What sort of place was Sweeping Cloud Peak? That Daoist Master Skyhigh was a transcendent supreme elder that could shake the heavens. It was said that he was only a step away from the true Emperor realm and could step into it at any time. Elder, how should we explain this matter to the guest from Area D? A sect disciple had a distressed expression. Shi Liang waved his hand in annoyance. Explain what? If he asks, just say that this matter is beyond the scope of the ferry's management. If there is a dispute between the 2 sides, then go outside and resolve it. Just as he finished speaking, Shi Liang furrowed his eyebrows. Wait. The guest from Area D, go and find out who it is. Soon, he saw the results. Shi Liang's heart tightened. He was lucky that he had been a little more cautious, otherwise he would have made a mess of things. This person was the one that Mr. Ox had been looking for before. Although nothing had happened and Mr. Ox had told him that there was no need to pay attention to it anymore, but Shi Liang didn't dare to take it seriously. In particular, the people from Sweeping Cloud Peak had also found this person. If it was said to be a coincidence and there was nothing else, he wouldn't believe it even if he twisted his head off. There was a problem. There was definitely a problem. Shi Liang paced back and forth. He took a deep breath and said, "Go personally and apologize to that guest surnamed Ju. Have a good attitude and clearly explain our difficulties. When immortals fought, mortals suffered. Their Cloud Sea sect couldn't afford to provoke any one of these people." Just as he sent someone away, a sect disciple came in to report, "Elder, there is an honored guest on the 13th floor who has come to see you." Shua Esha Liang jumped up. "Where is he?" "Fool. If an honored guest is here, just directly welcome him in. How can he wait outside?" As he spoke, he hurriedly rushed out. The disciple that was reprimanded had a helpless expression. He thought to himself that it was you who said to watch the door and that no one was allowed to come in. But there was no need to explain himself, and even if he did, no one would listen. Shi Liang rushed out the door and respectfully bowed. This sect disciple was disrespectful first. "I ask that honored guest not be angry." Across from him, Li Ruhua had a calm expression. She lightly said, "It's fine." Her eyes swept around. Shi Liang hurriedly said, "If you have free time, please come in and talk." After entering the door, Shi Liang personally poured tea for her and said respectfully, "Honored guest, if you have something to say, please say it. As long as we can do it, the Yun Hai sect will not refuse." Li Ruhua nodded and directly said, "I came here to ask you to help me find someone on the ferry." "Find someone? Find someone again? It can't be." Shi Liang's heart skipped a beat. He swallowed his saliva and forced his voice to not tremble. "May I ask who you are looking for?" Li Ruhua raised her hand and the air twisted. A face appeared. It really was him. This time, Shi Liang tried to endure, but he still had a strange expression on his face. Li Ruhua frowned. "Do you know this person?" Shi Liang took a deep breath and cupped his hands. "Yes, this guest is currently living in the D area." Li Ruhua said, "There are many guests on the ferry. The D area is an ordinary area. Steward Shaw, you must have a photographic memory. You actually remember this person." There was a hidden meaning in his words. Shi Liang's heart tightened and he smiled bitterly. "Honored guest, you must be joking. I don't have a photographic memory. He gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. The reason why I have an impression of you is because of two things that happened before. At that moment, he told Sun Changqing about the Nyo clan. His eyes were filled with a pleading look. Esteemed guest, please keep this a secret. Otherwise, if other guests blame us, my Cloud Ocean sect won't be able to bear the consequences. Li Ruhua stood up. Thank you, Steward Shi. I will keep this matter a secret, but I hope that you won't tell anyone about our conversation today. Shi Liang's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat, and he nodded repeatedly. Mingzhe knocked on the door. After several breaths of time, the door opened. Chen Shangolv respectfully bowed. Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brother Ming. Junior Sister is not here? Chen Shanglu replied, Yes, Miss has just gone out. If Senior Brother Ming has something to say, I can report it on her behalf. Mingzhe smiled faintly. Nothing much. Since Junior Sister isn't here, I'll take my leave first. He cupped his hands, and Chen Shangolv hurriedly lowered his head to return the gesture. Senior Apprentice Brother Ming. A voice rang out from behind him. Mingzhe smiled and turned. Junior Apprentice Sister, you've returned. Chen Shanglu bowed and returned to his room on his own initiative. Li Ruhua said, Senior Apprentice Brother Ming, please enter. The two sat down. Mingzhe directly said, When I was young, I did some research on Skyfall Mountain. I was on the way here, so it wasn't convenient for me to tell Junior Apprentice Sister. If Junior Apprentice Sister doesn't mind, then I can tell you some things you need to pay attention to once you enter. Li Ruhua bowed. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother. An hour later, Mingzhe finished explaining everything he knew about the research institute. He didn't stay any longer. He stood up and said, Junior Apprentice Sister, I won't disturb your peace any longer. Farewell. Li Ruhua stood up. I will see Senior Apprentice Brother out. Mingzhe smiled and nodded. After seeing her out the door, Mingzhe waved his hand for her to stay. He turned and left. Have you found anything? Reporting to young master, Li Ruhua just left the cabin to see a Cloud Ocean sect elder, the current ferry steward Shi Liang. Behind him, a servant hesitated for a moment before continuing. As for the specific reason, in order to avoid being discovered, I didn't dare to make a decision on my own. Mingzhe lightly said, Let's stop here. Don't investigate this matter any further. A sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Sun Changqing returned to his dwelling. There was a smile on his lips, but his eyes were cold to the extreme. What he said before was true. He really didn't know what Qin Yu had on him. But there was one thing he was certain of, that item was incomparably important to him. If it weren't for this, Sun Changqing wouldn't have so impatiently rushed to Qin Yu's door just before Skyfall Mountain arrived. Today's failure was unexpected, but it was also reasonable. How could something that could cause such a reaction in his heart be ordinary? It seemed that Zhu Huan had already sensed something. But what he fancied absolutely couldn't run away, it was just that he had to spend a bit more effort. Sun Changqing lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, his lips curved up in a smile. He lifted his hand and took out a wooden stick. He raised his hand and pointed at it. It landed on the ground and shook a few times before actually coming to life. Some roots and tender branches drilled out and swayed like a strange snake. Then, it quietly slipped into the ferry and disappeared. 2 days later, Shi Liang finally managed to catch his breath. As he heard the sect disciples report back to him, he nearly fainted on the spot. The ferry had been stolen, and the one who had lost the item was that drifting Cloud Peak disciple, Sun Changqing. Elder, are you all right? Several disciples rushed up and quickly supported him. Shi Liang took several deep breaths. Where is he? Where is Sun Changqing? Steward Shi, I am here waiting for your Cloud Sea sect to give me an explanation. Sun Changqing sneered and stepped in. At this time, his complexion was gloomy and a cold light surged in his eyes. This time, I was ordered by the Peak Master to go down the mountain to gain experience. Before I left, I was granted a treasure, but now it was actually stolen from the ferry. Shi Liang paled. Son, fellow Daoist son, you should properly protect the treasure in your hands, our Cloud Sea sect's ferry. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Sun Changqing said without expression. Stewardship, are you saying that I lost the treasure because of bad luck and that it has nothing to do with your ferry? He took a step forward, looking down from above. Today, I will make things clear. This treasure was specially granted to me by the Peak Master to ensure that I can obtain a harvest in Skyfall Mountain. If I can't find the treasure, I will be severely punished by the Peak Master. But, your Cloud Sea sect can also forget about staying out of this. Puff. This time, several people weren't able to stop Shi Liang. He slid to the ground like a pile of noodles. Elder. The disciples of the Cloud Sea sect were now panicking. The drifting Cloud Peak Master was a legendary existence that was only a step away from becoming a true sovereign. He was a formidable existence that stood at the peak of the heavens. Once he was enraged, no matter how many heads the Cloud Sea sect had, it wouldn't be enough to cut off. Fellow Daoist son, I beg you to be magnanimous. That's right, after the treasure was stolen, it must still be on the ferry. As long as we search carefully, we will definitely be able to find it. Shi Liang finally regained his composure. He crawled up and shouted. Sun Changqing sneered. Stewardship, are you certain that the person who stole the treasure is still on the ferry? Shi Liang desperately nodded. I am certain. My Sky Sea sect's ferry is protected by an exquisite array formation. No one can leave without a sound. And these past 2 days, the ferry hasn't docked at the pier, so the thief must be on board. Sun Changqing said. Good. As long as we can find the treasure, not only will the Cloud Sea sect be innocent, but I will also report this to the Peak Master and remember this favor. Chapter 1732. The search began. Shi Liang didn't care whether or not he would disturb the other guests or cause trouble for the Yunhai sect. The fire was burning his eyebrows, so he had to get through the next hurdle first. Of course, it was said that he wanted to thoroughly search every corner of the ferry, but Shi Liang would not seek death, and Sun Changqing would not allow him to do so. There were some rooms where both sides had a tacit understanding and didn't send anyone to, such as the Ox family's courtyard and the residences of the cultivators on the 13th floor. Elder, I feel like something's wrong. Sun Changqing lost such an important treasure. How could he be so calm and composed, said a disciple of the Yunhai sect. His face was filled with doubt. That's right. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a light slap on the back of his head. Shi Liang's face was full of anger. You think you're the only smart one? You think you can do it? He looked around and didn't notice anything wrong, so he lowered his voice. Are your suspicions important? The disciple glared at him, but before he could speak, he was slapped again. You don't eat much every day, you just don't have any brains. What kind of person is Sun Changqing and what kind of reputation does Drifting Cloud Peak have? If they insist on losing their treasures, what can we do? After being slapped twice in a row, the Yunhai sect disciple shrank his neck and said with a bitter face, Elder, you've been suspicious for a long time. However, this Sun Changqing has caused such a huge commotion. What is he planning to do? Don't be so curious, you'll die. Shi Liang glared at him. Sun Changqing must have had something to ask of him. This made him think of the guest from the D area whose surname was Ju. He took a deep breath and gave up on that thought. Who cared who Sun Changqing was after? As long as he didn't make things difficult for the Yunhai sect. According to the size of the rooms and the different living conditions, the ferry was divided into 4 zones, A, B, C, and D. Of course, there were different standards for the fees. The reason Qin Yu chose the D rank was because it would be easier for him to hide in the crowd. Secondly, his current identity was that of a nameless wandering cultivator. Living in Area D was the only way to fit his identity. Originally, after encountering Niu Dudu and Li Ruhua, Qin Yu felt that his choice was the right one. The two of them were far away from here, so they wouldn't be able to come over if they had nothing to do. At least it was safer. But Sun Changqing's appearance completely ruined Qin Yu's happiness. He opened his eyes and helplessly sighed. This part of the journey was really too troublesome. Looking down at his feet, Qin Yu was a bit speechless. He thought that with such a crude framing, just who was this surname Sun looking down on? As his thoughts raced, Qin Yu sneered. He decided to teach this fellow a lesson so that he wouldn't endlessly tangle with him in the future. With a stomp, a green light burst forth from the ground, and a few emerald green leaves sprouted from the ground. Qin Yu squatted down and reached out his left hand. The wooden stick that was desperately struggling to escape instantly calmed down and was easily grasped by him. Patting his palm, Qin Yu lightly coughed and knocked his forehead. After several breaths of time, a strange scene appeared. A vortex appeared between his eyebrows, spinning silently. As soon as the wooden stick approached, it was devoured and disappeared. In the guest room of Area A, the expression of Sun Changqing, who was quietly drinking tea and waiting, suddenly changed drastically. The teacup in his hand instantly turned into powder, and a burst of steam rose. Sun Changqing howled out, heading straight for Area D. His complexion paled and anger surged in his eyes. He had lost contact with the wooden stick. How was this possible? Disregarding the fact that this object was personally refined by his master, who in the world could instantly and silently seal it? Moreover, there was an inseparable connection between him and this wooden stick. Even if they were separated by 10,000 miles, both sides could still clearly sense each other. With a thought, he could even take it back. And this was also the fundamental reason why Sun Changqing hadn't hesitated to take out the wooden stick and make a deal with Qin Yu. But it was also because of this that he became increasingly angry. He didn't care about arousing suspicion and directly attacked. Senior Sun. In Area D, the Cloud Sea sect disciples responsible for searching for the thief hurriedly bowed. Sun Changqing flicked his sleeves. I can sense the aura emitted by a treasure. Follow me. He flew straight to the guest room Qin Yu was in and pointed, it's here. As he arrived and sensed the aura in the room, Sun Changqing's angry heart suddenly calmed down. He didn't know what method this person had used to seal the wooden stick. But as long as this person was still here, there was nothing to fear. Rather, he could take advantage of this opportunity to make this matter a reality. The complexions of the Cloud Sea sect disciples that followed him changed. In Area D's guest room, there was a mysterious guest that they couldn't afford to provoke. They certainly knew about this. Moreover, many of them knew that Sun Changqing had come here to cause trouble in the past. Now he insisted that the guest in the room had stolen something. Hey, wasn't he evil? 2F** King Evil. This surname Sun was really nothing. After Shi Liang obtained the news, he hurriedly ran away with a pale face. He looked at the tightly shut door and groaned inwardly. Good things never came true, but bad things did. It really was like this. Even now, he still hadn't been able to determine just who this guest called Ju Huan was. But without a doubt, this person wasn't ordinary at all. If such a guest were to bear a grudge against the Cloud Sea sect because of this, would there be any good results? Stewardship, I've already found the thief. What are you waiting for? Sun Changqing expressionlessly pressed. Shi Liang's mouth was so bitter it was like he had eaten a bitter pill. But as soon as he saw Qin Yu's eyes, he panicked. He clenched his teeth and squeezed out a smile. Fellow Daoist Sun, please wait a moment. I will go up and ask a few questions. Please be patient to avoid any misunderstandings. He took several steps forwards, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Creak, the door opened. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Stewardship, your ferry seems to be quite lively. What's going on today for you to personally knock on the door? Shi Liang cupped his hands together. Fellow Daoist Jew, please forgive us. It is true that the ferry hasn't been too peaceful recently. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. Our Yun Hai sect is only maintaining a ferry, that's all. We have our own difficulties. Qin Yu waved his hand. Let's get down to business. With such a large lineup, if I didn't know, I would think you were trying to catch a thief. Sun Changqing coldly sneered. Fellow Daoist Jew, you're confessing yourself. Qin Yu glanced at him. Fellow Daoist Sun? What does today's matter have to do with you? I already said that I'm not interested in your proposal. It's best if you give up on it as soon as possible. Sun Changqing reached out a hand. Return the treasure and I will leave immediately. Seeing that a conflict was about to break out, Shi Liang hurriedly said, Fellow Daoist Jew, fellow Daoist Sun is blaming the ferry for losing an important treasure. My Cloud Sea sect is currently cooperating with the investigation. Just now, fellow Daoist Sun sensed the aura of a treasure, he said. He said it was in your room, so I had no choice but to disturb you. Qin Yu lightly said, if he says it's here, then it's here. Stewardship, your Cloud Sea sect's ferry is a bit too childish. Shi Liang bitterly smiled. For better or worse, he was still a ruler. Normally, when he was on the ferry, he was a man of his word. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't afford to provoke the two of them, why would he have to bow and scrape? The treasure isn't here. Hurry up and leave. Qin Yu turned to leave. Sun Changqing sneered. He took a step forward. If you say it's not here, then it's not here. Do you think my sweeping cloud peak is made of paper? It wasn't common for the ferry to search for thieves. In addition, the Cloud Sea sect intended to shift the blame to others, so no matter who asked, they would tell the truth. As soon as they heard this, they knew it involved sweeping Cloud Peak. This was a colossus that couldn't be easily provoked. Who had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall to actually steal from the people of sweeping Cloud Peak? They were truly tired of living. The attention that this matter attracted soon spread throughout the ferry. Even those in the guest rooms in Area A that hadn't been disturbed too much heard of it. Soon, more news came back. It was said that the people of sweeping Cloud Peak had used their auras to find the location of the thieves. This caused many people to immediately become excited. They had long heard of sweeping Cloud Peak's methods. Perhaps they would be able to see it with their own eyes today. In the future, this would be a great topic to talk about. But just like that, everyone ran over to watch. It was fine for the others, but the guests in Area A were more or less self-conscious. Luckily, this small problem was quickly resolved. It was unknown who had condensed a curtain of water in the air above the guest rooms in Area A, but it was able to project what was happening in Area D in real time. Niu Dudu saw it. Li Ruhua's heart stirred. She also saw it when she came out. The two of them had a clear goal and the same goal. They immediately saw Qin Yu, who was surrounded by a crowd. It's him. Niu Dudu's complexion changed. After a moment of thought, she stood up and walked out. Miss, where are you going? Uncle Niu chased after her. I'm going to watch the fun. As she spoke, her feet flew forwards. Uncle Niu frowned inwardly. He thought that boy Ju Huan really didn't know the miss. But looking at the situation, could it be that the miss had taken a liking to this boy? No. What kind of background did their family's miss come from? Even if she wanted to find a husband, she would choose from the most outstanding boys in the Central Desolate. If such a little wandering cultivator dared to encroach on the miss, he would definitely be skinned alive when he returned. Everyone knew how much their family's old ancestor doted on and valued the miss. Uncle Niu no longer spoke. He lowered his head and followed behind, grinding his teeth. He had been too careless, too careless. He should have made a move earlier and broken that brat's neck. If he died, everything would have been over, and today's matter wouldn't have happened. Fortunately, it wasn't too late now. Today was only the second time Miss had seen this brat, so there definitely wouldn't be any substantial progress. Once this matter was over, he would quietly go over and slap him to death, then destroy his corpse to get rid of all evidence. Even though he had been cultivating in the garden for the past few years, it had been a long time since he had personally handled such matters. However, even if another 10,000 years had passed, it was impossible for him to abandon his old profession. Miss, where are you going? Chen Shong looked surprised. This was the second time he had seen the young miss do something out of character. After entering the 13th floor, Li Ruhua focused on her own cultivation and paid no attention to the matters of the outside world. Even though she had been included in the list of 6 and obtained the right to enter the Skyfall Mountain, she did not slack off in her cultivation. But now, she actually wanted to join in the fun. This was clearly not right. Li Ruhua said faintly, "This person. I want to see for myself." Chen Shanglu bowed. "I'll go with you." Li Ruhua nodded. The two of them headed straight for District D. Sun Changqing had already decided that he would no longer care about face. He would directly kill this person and take away his lucky chance. In any case, Something like reputation was something that the disciples of Sweeping Cloud Peak never had. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Sun Changqing's aura stirred and he shouted out, "Stop!" Nyo Dudu had arrived. Behind her was a gloomy Uncle Nyo, who emitted a dangerous aura. Sun Changqing decisively took a step back. He cupped his hands together and bowed. Sweeping Cloud Peak's Sun Changqing greets Miss Nyo and Mr. Nyo. Nyo Dudu glanced at Qin Yu. After making sure he was fine, she said with dissatisfaction, "How can you be like this? You want to kill someone so casually." Sun Changqing didn't refute her. This was indeed what he was thinking just now. Miss Nyo might not know, but this person stole the precious treasure that my peak master bestowed upon me before he left. After I discovered it, he refused to admit it no matter what, so I had no choice but to act. Uncle Nyo said in a low voice, "Miss, since it's like this, let's not interfere. Attack now. Hurry up and slaughter this boy so he doesn't have to waste his time." Uncle Nyo, how could he steal something? As Nyo Dudu spoke, she felt her words weren't convincing enough. She hesitated for a moment. In any case, it's impossible for him to be a thief. Surname Sun, don't be a scoundrel. Hurry up and leave. Sun Changqing took a deep breath. He said, "Miss Nyo, everything I say is true. The treasure is in this person's hands. I don't want to listen." Nyo Dudu waved her hand. "Hurry up and leave." Sun Changqing, the Sweeping Cloud Peak that had always been known for being unreasonable and overbearing, had finally encountered someone even more unreasonable than them. In particular, this person's fist was even bigger. Not only was he a backer, but he also couldn't provoke Uncle Nyo. The expressions of the onlookers suddenly became much more interesting. They thought that they would actually be able to see someone from Sweeping Cloud Peak suffer a setback. This was a great topic of conversation. "Miss Nyo, my family's peak master and senior Nyo are friends in the past. No matter why you are helping this person today, please reconsider your actions." Nyo Dudu coldly sneered. "There is no need to reconsider. My family's old ancestor listens to me. Are you going to leave or not?" Sun Changqing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. But he definitely couldn't leave. His eyes darkened and he clenched his teeth. "As long as this person hands over the treasure that the peak master bestowed upon me, I will turn around and leave immediately. I will not pursue this matter any further." It was clear that Ju Huan and Nyo Dudu were related. It was impossible for him to achieve his goal today. Sun Changqing felt depressed in his heart. But soon, he discovered that this was only the beginning of his depression. Nyo Dudu was a bit hesitant. In particular, Uncle Nyo, who was behind him, quietly glanced at him. At this step, this surname Sun had been forced to lower his head and say these words. This was the same as admitting defeat. There was no need for him to lie any further. She looked at Qin Yu. While she relaxed, she was also a bit disappointed. How could he steal from others? Qin Yu had a calm expression. He didn't feel the least bit ashamed because of her gaze. "Steal what? I relied on my own ability to steal something, so why should I return it?" He shook his head, confidently saying, "I didn't take it." Chapter 1733. Nyo Dudu's eyes lit up. She turned her head and stared at Sun Changqing. "He said he didn't take it. You must have made a mistake. Hurry up and leave." Sun Changqing almost went crazy with anger. He said he didn't take it, so he didn't take it. What I said, you treat it as fart, right? He had personally delivered the wooden stick to Qin Yu's room and then suddenly lost contact. It was impossible to say that this had nothing to do with him. He took a deep breath, his face ashen. "Miss Nyo, for your sake, I have retreated again and again. But the wooden staff was given to me by the Peak Lord, so I absolutely cannot lose it." He clenched his teeth and raised his hand. "Today, Sun Changqing swears upon his life that the treasure I lost is in Ju Huan's possession." Qin Yu interrupted him. "Fellow Daoist Sun comes from Sweeping Cloud Peak, right?" Sun Changqing's voice was icy cold. "That's right. If fellow Daoist Ju wishes to change your mind, there is still time." Qin Yu shook his head. "Fellow Daoist Sun has misunderstood. I just think that the oaths of the disciples of Sweeping Cloud Peak aren't worth anything at all. Although the reputation of the Rippling Cloud Peak had always been in a sorry state, everyone was well aware of this. However, no one dared to say it out loud even though they were clear about it. Moreover, it was done in front of the people of the Cloud Sweeping Peak. This was a direct slap in the face. Sun Changqing's face instantly flushed red. He exploded with anger and shame. Ju Huan, how dare you insult my Sweeping Cloud Peak? You are courting death. However, this aura only lasted for less than a second before it was forced to retreat. Uncle Nyo took a step forward unwillingly. He couldn't go against his mistress's wishes. At this moment, he felt very uncomfortable. He cursed inwardly. The brats of Drifting Cloud Peak were getting worse with each generation. Their guts were too small. No matter how good their mouth was, what use was it? Just do it. My reaction was a little slower, and I was caught off guard, allowing you to kill that brat Ju Huan. After that, this old man would kill you. Wouldn't that be a happy ending? Everyone would be satisfied. Sun Changqing noticed the disappointment in Uncle Nyo's eyes, and his face almost turned green. He thought to himself, you rotten old man, you're really evil. You want me to die? Where was the aloofness and pride of a senior expert? Bear with it, you have to bear with it. You can't be impulsive today. The old man in front of him was waiting for an opportunity to give him a fatal blow. Sun Changqing's aura deflated and his heart trembled. He took a step back, clenched his teeth and shouted, if I don't take back the wooden staff today, I will not give up. When it came to fishing, there was no reason to lose the bait. Moreover, the situation with the wooden stick was basically the same as what he said. If he really did lose it, he would have lost the upper hand in the Tianluo mountain. He would have failed in his mission and lost the treasure. The Peak Master would definitely punish him. Uncle Nyo frowned. He glanced at Qin Yu and said in a low voice, Ju Huan, let me remind you that it is not easy to take advantage of Sweeping Cloud Peak. You must consider this carefully. The current situation was already clear. Sun Changqing had indeed lost his treasure. Disregarding the process of losing, there was a high chance it was in Qin Yu's hands. And the reason Uncle Nyo didn't like this was because he felt that Qin Yu was using him and Nyo Dudu as helpers that he could use to forcefully seize the treasure. With such a character, he still wants to get close to our miss. Hehe, dream on. In Uncle Nyo's heart, he had already sentenced him to death. Of course, he also selectively forgot some things. For instance, it seemed that Nyo Dudu was the one who had chased after him on her own initiative. Uncle Nyo. Nyo Dudu pouted, a look of dissatisfaction on her face. What are you saying? Ju Huan already said that I didn't take anything from him. Uncle Nyo's lips twitched. Miss, I was only reminding little friend Ju, I didn't mean anything else. He put on a fake smile. I believe that little friend Ju should have already considered this carefully. Old Nyo, what do you mean by this? Do you think I'm going to lower my head? Qin Yu sneered inwardly. As his thoughts raced, Mita's voice suddenly sounded out in his mind, let him come find me. Qin Yu frowned. He certainly didn't doubt Mita's concealing methods. But if he let Sun Changqing come find him, what if, No, perhaps this was Mita's chess move to begin with. He had no idea what she was planning. Qin Yu coughed and said, Sun Changqing, I cannot trust the oaths of your Sweeping Cloud Peak. He waved his hand, not giving him a chance to continue. Let's change the agreement. Didn't you say that the treasure was on me? Fine, I will let you search it yourself. But, the premise is that you must compensate me. Nyo Dudu immediately nodded. That makes sense. You said that Ju Huan is a thief. If you make a mistake and lose such a great reputation, you will definitely need to compensate him at a high price. Sun Changqing coldly sneered. Good. He cupped his hands together. I ask Mr. Nyo and everyone present to bear witness to today's matter. If I cannot find any treasure, then I am willing to give this bag of golden jade scholar rice to Ju Huan as compensation. He flipped his hand and took out a palm-sized bag. He opened it to reveal a golden translucent grain of rice. Exposed beneath the great sun, each grain reflected an incomparably dazzling halo of light. Golden jade scholar rice. Nyo Dudu stared straight at it. With a gulp, she subconsciously gulped. Uncle Nyo's lips twitched. He wished he could cover his face with his hands. Manners, did our families mislack this sort of food? Coughing lightly, he reached out and took the cloth bag. Weighing it in his hand, he looked at the quality and said, "Not bad, this is top-notch golden jade locust rice. Only the 10,000-year-old ancient black locust tree on Cloud Sweeping Peak can produce it. It is an excellent nutritional treasure." He looked at Qin Yu. "Ju Huan, if you are searched, then you can obtain this bag of golden jade scholar rice. You won't suffer a loss." Qin Yu nodded. "If Mr. Nyo says I won't suffer a loss, then I definitely won't." "I agree." He looked over. "Fellow Daoist son, how do you want to search me? It's not like you want me to take out everything for you." Sun Changqing sneered. "There is no need to go through so much trouble. As long as I hold your hand, I will naturally be able to find the treasure." He stepped forwards and grabbed onto Qin Yu. After several breaths of time, his complexion changed and his entire body began to shiver. "No. Impossible. It is clearly on your body." Sun Changqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Yu drew back his hand. He lightly said, "Fellow Daoist son, if you don't feel at ease then you can search my room." "I don't mind." Sun Changqing clenched his teeth and rushed into the room. After a loud rumbling sound, he walked out in a daze. There was an uproar. There was no need to say anything. Sun Changqing's expression had already explained everything. Uncle Nyo frowned. The scene in front of him was unexpected. He looked at Qin Yu, his eyes deep. He suddenly felt as if he had underestimated this boy before. If so, then he might have been a bit more cautious about his initial judgment of him. Nyo Dudu clapped her hands, a look of joy on her face. "No, the thing isn't here. Ju Huan really was wrongly accused. I knew it. My eyesight is too good to be wrong." Qin Yu was a bit helpless. In truth, this wasn't his original plan. He originally only wanted to secretly warn Sun Changqing not to provoke him again. Now, it seemed as if he had obtained a complete victory, but he had also exposed himself. As a matter of fact, the way that old Bull looked at him now was very strange. It was clear that he was suspicious of him. Moreover, Li Ruhua had also come. The only comforting thing was that she had chosen to stand behind the crowd and watch the show without doing anything else. Otherwise, that would have been a real headache. With Li Ruhua's status, would she personally come to watch the fun just because of such a small matter? That was clearly impossible. So, she was most likely thinking the same as Nyo Dudu. She was currently muttering to herself. This caused Qin Yu to lose even more confidence in his so-called flawless identity that even a true sovereign wouldn't be able to detect. "Impossible. The wooden staff was in your hands, Sun Changqing's screams came to an abrupt stop. His face was a mix of purple and blue. He couldn't admit that he was the one who had delivered the wooden staff to Qin Yu on his own initiative to frame him. One could be shameless, but they couldn't show it in the open. Qin Yu lightly said, "The truth has already come to light. I advise fellow Daoist son to leave as soon as possible and look for the lost treasure. If you delay any longer, it might really be gone." There were only 3 words in these words that weren't wrong. "It's really gone. If you can still find the wooden staff, do you believe me when I walk away with my head down?" Uncle Nyo had no expression. "Sun Changqing, you can leave now." Deep in his heart, he was disappointed. He was already cursing out loud. This matter couldn't even be considered a strong start but a weak finish. This was nothing more than a farce. What the hell was this? "Ju Huan, return the wooden staff to me and we can let bygones be bygones. I am also willing to give you the golden jade scholar rice." Sun Changqing clenched his teeth, trying his best to maintain his calm. "Otherwise, I guarantee that you will become the enemy of Sweeping Cloud Peak." Qin Yu reached out a hand. "Thank you, Mr. Nyo." Uncle Nyo's lips twitched. He tossed away the rice bag. This surname Ju Brat, he was quite bold. Sun Changqing's face twisted. He struggled for a moment and then flicked his sleeves and left. He could turn hostile, but if he lost the title of lost owner today, he wouldn't have the courage to cause trouble. If Nyo Dudu interfered, he could only suffer a loss. But even if he left today, that didn't mean he really had to swallow his pride. Ju Huan, this matter, we aren't finished. He had to take back the wooden staff. Not just that, but he also wanted this brat's life. Li Ruhua turned around and left. Chen Shangolv lowered his head and followed behind. He didn't look back, but he had already memorized that face in his heart. Ju Huan. It was a very unfamiliar name, and the face was even more unfamiliar. He could be sure that this person had never appeared in Li Ruhua's world before. But why did Li Ruhua care so much about this person? This made Chen Shangolv feel uneasy from the depths of his heart. After entering the 13th floor, he was sure that he was lucky to be able to follow Li Ruhua and be her attendant. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his horizons had broadened. At the same time, Chen Shangolv made up his mind to hold onto Li Ruhua's thigh tightly. As for taking things a step further and winning over the beauty, he had indeed thought about it. But that would require time to plan things out bit by bit. Chen Shangolv believed that as long as he had enough patience, this day would eventually come. But today, the future he had imagined suddenly encountered a severe challenge. Ju Huan. This person had to be thoroughly investigated. Uncle Nyo glanced at Li Ruhua's departing back and furrowed his eyebrows. He cupped his hands together and said, "Miss, we should go." Nyo Dudu nodded. She turned around, but then she suddenly turned back and walked in front of Qin Yu. "Ju Huan, are you sure we've never met before?" Being stared at by her eyes, Qin Yu shook his head without hesitation. "No." Nyo Dudu's eyes dimmed. "Is that so? I always thought you looked familiar, as if you were a friend I hadn't seen in a long time." She smiled and waved her hand. "My name is Nyo Dudu. I'm leaving." Qin Yu thought for a moment and called out to her. "This bag of golden jade locust rice, I'll give it to Miss Nyo. Thank you for helping me today." Nyo Dudu didn't decline. She took it and smiled. "I've been craving it for a long time." "Thank you, Ju Huan." Carrying the rice, she turned and left. Uncle Nyo's eyes were indifferent. He deeply looked at Qin Yu. His gaze was thoughtful, but it was also a silent warning. Qin Yu's expression was calm. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "Nyo Dudu, stop joking around." Whoever wanted to provoke her could do so. In any case, he wouldn't. With that Nyo Dingtian, her father Nyo Dingshan, and all the other strong men in the clan, whoever married her would suffer misfortune. Well, calling it misfortune was a bit too much, but they would never be able to stand tall in front of her for the rest of their lives. Shi Liang rushed over to apologize. He said a bunch of good words and also expressed that he could help Qin Yu enter the first-class residential area for free. Qin Yu rejected him without hesitation. He didn't even have time to hide right now, so why would he run to the first-class residential area? That would be forcing that old bull to act. He repeatedly expressed that he didn't care. After driving away Shi Liang and the others, Qin Yu turned and returned to his room. Finally, peace and quiet returned. He rubbed his temples and said, "I still think that today's matter wasn't handled well." After waiting for several breaths of time, there was no response. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He knew that she didn't want to explain. Forget it. As the saying goes, lice don't itch when there are too many of them. What was drifting Cloud Peak? Could it be stronger than that clan? Qin Yu calmed his mind and continued to cultivate. In a first-class residential room, Sun Changqing angrily stormed back. His eyes surged with a cruel light. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Before this matter began, he never imagined that things would develop to this step. Meat buns were thrown at a dog, and there would be no return. Wooden stick. Thinking of this, he felt as if a knife were cutting into his heart. He felt even more resentment towards Qin Yu. "Brat, you're dead. You're dead." He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in 2 gulps. Then, he smashed the teacup to pieces and gasped for breath. Sun Changqing swore to himself that once he reached Skyfall Mountain, as long as he found a chance, he would dismember Qin Yu without hesitation. Suddenly, his complexion changed. He hurriedly knelt on the ground, his face twisting in pain. A twisted green light flew out from between his eyebrows, spreading out to form a blurry figure. "Greetings, Master." Sun Changqing's forehead touched the ground. "After entering Skyfall Mountain, I will send down a projection to help you kill Ju Huan." A faint voice echoed out from the phantom. Sun Changqing was startled at first and then overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." Sure, the figure dissipated, turning into a green light that flew back between his eyebrows. Sun Changqing gasped for breath for a long time. Then, he crawled up from the ground. His face was pale and his eyes were dim. The Peak Master's consciousness had descended, causing a tremendous amount of pressure on him. Luckily, it wouldn't take too long. At this time, Sun Changqing furrowed his eyebrows, a look of bewilderment on his face. Entering Skyfall Mountain involved completing the Peak Master's Great Tao. There couldn't be the slightest mistake. But now, the Peak Master wanted to send down a projection to kill Ju Huan. This was clearly causing problems. There had to be another reason. What was it? Chapter 1734. Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brother Ming. May I ask why you called me here? Chen Shanglu respectfully bowed. Ming Zhe smiled. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Sit. After he sat down, he hesitated for a moment and said, I shouldn't have said anything about today's matters, but Junior Apprentice Sister's behavior is abnormal. This isn't a good thing. Chen Shanglu said, Senior Apprentice Brother Ming's meaning is? Ming Zhe waved his hand. I don't mean anything. I just hope that you can remind Junior Apprentice Sister that Skyfall Mountain is about to arrive and it is best not to cause any trouble. Chen Shanglu thought for a moment and earnestly nodded. I thank Senior Apprentice Brother Ming for the reminder. I understand. Ming Zhe faintly smiled. I hope Junior Apprentice Sister doesn't blame me for being meddlesome. I won't keep you any longer. Chen Shanglu stood up and bid his farewells. The attendant frowned, a puzzled look on his face. Young master, if you want to remind Li Ruhua, just tell her directly. There is no need for Chen Shanglu to tell her. Ming Zhe said, you are wrong. I am not reminding Li Ruhua, but Chen Shanglu, of course, I will tell him directly. After leaving Ming Zhe's residence, Chen Shanglu told Li Ruhua everything he said without reservation. Miss, what is so special about Ju Huan that you view him in such a different light? Li Ruhua had a calm expression. Don't ask about things that you shouldn't know. I will remember Senior Apprentice Brother Ming's words. You may go. Yes. Chen Shanglu bowed and drew back. After closing the door, his face darkened. He wanted revenge and to stand above all others in the world. The 13th floor was the best and only path to the heavens. Even Ming Zhe could see that Li Ruhua valued Ju Huan. As he thought of her reply just now, his heart tightened. After a long time, Chen Shanglu took a deep breath and made a decision. No matter what, he could not allow anyone to threaten his current status. In particular, at this critical juncture, he had some thoughts about Skyfall Mountain. Although the chances weren't high, what if? But on that day, he had personally seen Niu Dudu protect Ju Huan. He couldn't fight on the ferry, otherwise if the Niu family interfered and he wasn't a true disciple of the 13th floor, he would surely suffer a loss. The following journey was incomparably smooth. After Niu Dudu appeared and forced Sun Changqing to retreat, Qi Niu's ears finally quieted down. 24 days later, minus the 2 ferry stops along the way, they arrived at the destination of the route ahead of schedule. They arrived at a dock in the Changshan district. Shi Liang, an elder of the Yunhai sect, who had lost a lot of weight in less than a month, finally let out a long sigh of relief. He was really scared. Although the previous incidents were more daunting than dangerous, who knew when the lightning would suddenly explode and blow them to pieces? It was better to hurry up and send away this group of great-grandfathers whom he couldn't afford to provoke. Of course, Shi Liang didn't dare to reveal his thoughts in the slightest. He stood respectfully on the deck and sent off the guests from Area A. For example, the immortals of the 13th floor, the young lady of the Niu family, the disciple of the rippling cloud peak. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened during this process. Shi Liang let out a sigh of relief and also felt a burst of pride. After the ferry arrived at the pier, he had ordered people to respectfully send Qi Niu off in advance. He said that this was to ensure the safety of the guests and to avoid any accidents. Otherwise, if the two sides of the conflict were to meet on the deck, it would be hard to say what the consequences would be. So, when everyone left the ferry, Qin Yu was already walking on the dock. He could guess what the Yun Hai sect was thinking, but he didn't oppose it. He was happy to avoid trouble. Beneath the ferry, Nyo Dudu looked around, her steps slow. Uncle Nyo secretly frowned. "Miss, there are too many people on the dock. In order to avoid any accidents, we should hurry." "Ah, okay, let's go." Nyo Dudu nodded, a trace of disappointment on her face. She didn't see Ju Huan. This person gave her a strange feeling. She didn't know why, but seeing him made her feel at ease. But the world was far too vast. It was so vast that after meeting by chance, they would never see each other again. Li Ruhua had a calm expression. She walked through the crowd, not looking for anything. It wasn't that she didn't have any clues in her heart, but she had a strong intuition that they would meet again. Ju Huan, there was some kind of connection between her and this person. It was an indescribable feeling. It was illusory, but it truly existed. She wanted to solve this riddle. The Long Mountain region was once the base of one of the four families. Within the central wasteland divine continent, it could be considered prosperous. And now, news of Skyfall Mountain had spread out, causing all the influences to send their disciples to rush over. This caused the current Long Mountain region to be like a pot of boiling porridge. There was a restless aura everywhere. In the overcrowded inn, Qin Yu's luck was quite good. He managed to obtain the last room. He didn't need to be picky about the environment. As long as it was a place to stay, it was fine. It was better than sleeping on the streets. He followed the servant to the room. Although it was clean, he could smell a bit of mold. As he looked around the room, he concluded that this should have been a storeroom. Now, it had been temporarily taken out by the innkeeper to earn a considerable amount of room fees. Qin Yu didn't express any dissatisfaction. He sent the servant away and swept his divine sense through the room. After finding nothing wrong, he sat down. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank several mouthfuls. Then, he let out a deep breath, a bit of emotion on his face. How many years had it been? Finally, he had arrived at the lair of that clan. His revenge would begin now. Skyfall Mountain was only the first step of his plan. If everything went smoothly, then the death knell of that clan would ring. Region Master Mansion. The nominal master of the Long Mountain region, the one who wielded the highest authority, respectfully knelt on the ground. Nameless greets Elder. In front of him, space shook and a figure walked out. This figure had white sideburns and a simple face. "Rise. How is the progress?" "Thank you, Elder." The Long Mountain region master stood up. "The basic arrangements have been made. I ask Elder to inspect." The person nodded. "Lead the way." The Long Mountain region master gestured. "Elder, please follow me." Along the way, they didn't encounter anyone. They entered a grand hall within the mansion, passed through a secret compartment, and went downwards. After passing through several layers of array formations, they finally arrived 1,000 meters underground. There was an artificially opened space. The area was extremely large, over 10 miles long and wide. It was only because it was beneath the City Lord Mansion that it could be concealed without anyone noticing. There were 24 giant stone statues scattered everywhere. Besides that, there was nothing else. The Long Mountain region master stopped. He respectfully said, "Elder, please." The person stepped into the underground space. His footsteps didn't seem fast, but in a short period of time he had measured every inch of this place. He carefully inspected every stone statue to make sure he hadn't overlooked anything. "Very good." The elder nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. "Nameless, if this matter succeeds, I promise you that the Emperor realm is within reach." The Long Mountain region master was overjoyed. "Thank you, Elder." He bowed respectfully. "I will wait for you in the hall." He turned and walked out. The only person left in the underground space was the nameless elder. He looked at the 24 stone statues with an expression of anticipation. The Heavenfall Mountain was a lucky chance that could shake the entire world. If anyone could refine it, they could immediately become a true emperor. Unfortunately, even though they had controlled Skyfall Mountain for so long, they still hadn't been able to unravel its secrets. This time, they had no choice but to take it out. It was true that the clan wanted to save themselves and buy more time, but they still had to give it a try. And these 24 stone statues were the key to their success. Now, he would personally take action and open their eyes. The elder revealed a solemn expression. He flipped his hand and took out a jade box. He opened it to reveal a crimson, viscous liquid. Bubbles constantly emerged from it and burst, and on the surface of every bubble, there were countless hideous and terrifying faces. Mournful howls sounded out, piercing into the ears and releasing despair and brutality. "Humph!" the elder coldly sneered. He lifted a hand and pointed at the jade box. With a series of crackling sounds, countless arcs of lightning exploded, wrapping around the entire jade box. The howls immediately weakened, replaced by painful struggles. His figure flickered and he appeared in front of a stone statue. The elder flicked his sleeves and 2 balls of crimson liquid flew out, falling into the eyes of the stone statue. The liquid touched the eyes of the stone statue and melted into them. In the next moment, the stone statue opened its crimson eyes. They stared at the elder with greed in their eyes. But very quickly, it retracted the emotions in its eyes and closed them again. Blood-red lines drilled out from its eyes, extending to its entire head and spreading to its entire body. A dangerous and terrifying aura was released from its body, as if it was slowly coming back to life. 13 days later. In an inn, in a room that smelled of mold, Chinyu's eyes flashed open, a sharp light surging within them. It's here. Although Skyfall Mountain was controlled by that clan, it still roamed the Great Void and would only descend at a specific time. Now, in the skies above the main city of the Long Mountain region, the skies had turned black. It was like a boundless sea that rumbled and roiled. A vast and majestic aura emitted from within, as if the world itself was overturned and everything was suppressed within. Countless cultivators flew into the skies. They looked up at this scene, their minds shaking. Their eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Suddenly, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. The black skies shattered and a towering mountain flew out, entering everyone's eyes. Skyfall Mountain, this was Skyfall Mountain, but it did not directly descend into the world. Instead, half of the mountain entered while the other half remained outside, making it impossible for people to see its full appearance. In the surrounding distorted space, golden divine runes appeared. They rippled and spread out like waves of water, isolating the inside from the outside and forming an impregnable defense. Only those with permission could enter and seek out lucky chances within the mountain. In the rumors, there was a great Tao hidden within this mountain. If one obtained it, they could immediately become a true sovereign. At this time, the Long Mountain region was seething with excitement. Countless cultivators had blazing eyes. "Close your eyes." Meaty's voice sounded out in his mind. Chinyu closed his eyes. "Open them." Sure, at this time, the Skyfall Mountain in front of him was completely different. Golden light shined like a vast sun. It floated above his head, illuminating the heavens and earth. "So this is Skyfall Mountain." Chinyu whispered. Meaty said, "Wrong, this is a great Tao." At this time, the spiritual strength between the heavens and earth began to seethe and roar. Like raging waves, it gathered towards a single point. "Go!" In a breath of time, it turned into a towering figure. Its body was 100,000 feet tall, supporting the heavens and earth. Its eyes were like the sun and moon, and it lifted its hand to pluck down the stars. Chinyu fiercely closed his eyes. He felt incomparably sore and tears streamed down his cheeks. If Skyfall Mountain could be said to be like a great sun shining in the skies, then this figure was like an erupting magma that could instantly burn away all. Meaty's voice slowly echoed out. "Be a good boy and close your eyes. Otherwise, if you go blind, don't blame me for not reminding you." She was doing this on purpose. Chinyu bitterly smiled. He guessed that it was because she had encountered Nyo Dudu and Li Ruhua that she was dissatisfied with. But, He couldn't be blamed for these things, right? But while this was the truth, Qin Yu didn't expect that Misty would be able to reason with her. She was an unreasonable person to begin with. Haha. Young Master Qin is truly intelligent. You have a deep understanding of me. Misty's cold laughter continued to ring out. Qin Yu decisively restrained his thoughts. He closed his eyes and emptied his mind. Humph. And at this time, the figure in the world slowly spoke. His voice was like a thunderclap, billowing through the world. Today, Skyfall Mountain has arrived. Those who are fated may enter. However, before entering, you must sign a contract with my clan. Those who do not comply will leave on their own. Those who trespass will die. As the last word left his mouth, the world suddenly darkened. Strong winds howled. With a single thought, the world changed. Coupled with the stabbing pain in his eyes, Qin Yu was certain that this figure was a true Emperor realm cultivator. That clan really did have a true emperor overseeing it. Although he had deduced this before, he still felt stifled when he saw it with his own eyes today. True emperor. This was a true emperor, the peak of all known cultivation realms, the strongest existence in the world. More importantly, this true emperor was a powerful enemy that he could not avoid. If he wanted to destroy that clan, he had to kill this person first. Killing an emperor, just thinking about it made him feel a mountain of pressure. At this moment, all living things in the Long Mountain region were silent, all prostrating themselves before the might of a true emperor. After a long time, when the figure had completely disappeared, some people let out a heavy sigh. Their eyes burned even hotter. True emperor, this was a true emperor, the strongest existence in the cultivation world. And now, a chance to directly enter the true emperor realm was placed in front of them, Skyfall Mountain. A raging flame burned in their heart. Qin Yu opened his eyes. His eyes were red and there were still traces of tears at the corners. He wiped them away and bitterly smiled. Ru, give me an answer. Is there a problem or not? The true emperor of that clan had arrived and was standing guard outside Skyfall Mountain. If there was the slightest flaw in his identity, he would die without a doubt. After experiencing Niu Dudu and Li Ruhua, it would be a lie to say that Qin Yu was not flustered. Don't worry, I won't send you to your death. But from now on, in order to avoid any accidents, I will temporarily lie low. With that, her voice faded away. Qin Yu rubbed his face. He clenched his teeth. Fight. He had already come this far. He couldn't retreat now. Whoosh, 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 there was the sound of breaking air. Cultivators in the city turned into beams of light that shot into the sky, heading straight for Skyfall Mountain. Qin Yu stepped forward. His sword hummed and turned into a sword shadow that howled forward. At this time, all the cultivators that had gathered in the Long Mountain region were using their various supernatural abilities to hurry along. Miss, with your talent, if you can obtain the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain, becoming a true emperor is just around the corner. Uncle Nyo's eyes brightened, revealing awe and envy. He was a great monster. To be able to become a half-emperor was already a stroke of good fortune. It was impossible for him to make any further breakthroughs. Niu Dudu nodded. The previous assassination had made her realize just how dangerous the world was. Only by becoming a true emperor could she freely roam the world and taste all delicacies. All of you go. I will stay outside Skyfall Mountain and wait for your return, an elder of the 13th Tower calmly said. At this time, his heart was also stirred and depressed. Within Skyfall Mountain was a complete great Tao that could allow one to become a true emperor. Now that the great Tao was here and the true emperor was nowhere to be found, there was only one explanation: the true emperor had perished. When would the path of cultivation in this world come to an end? After all, even a true emperor could die. Perhaps in the highest heavens, in that immortal land of the White Jade capital, the true answer was hidden. Yes, Elder. Ming Zhe, Li Ruhua, and the other disciples all bowed. According to the rules of the 13th Tower, the attendants were equal to their shadows and they also had the qualifications to enter Skyfall Mountain. In other words, they had obtained 12 spots to enter. This was the status of the 13th Tower. Chen Shanglu lowered his head, a burning heat flashing deep in his eyes. Skyfall Mountain. the black-clothed man slowly said, his eyes firm and determined. This was a chance that they could not miss. Thus, even if they had to take the risk, they had still come here. If we can obtain this great Tao, our clan's situation will be much better. Yes, my intuition tells me that this mountain's great Tao is fated with me. The black-clothed man turned and glanced at the two. Let's go. Sure, the three of them shot into the skies. Chapter 1735. In front of Skyfall Mountain, the pressure was like a sea. Even from several hundred miles away, one could feel a suffocating pressure. All the cultivators that approached had no choice but to land ahead of time. This was the first round of screening. Skyfall Mountain had descended. That clan had released the spell, revealing it to the world. But only those that were fated could enter. The word fated could be understood to mean that one's cultivation had to reach a certain degree. When Qin Yu was around 500 miles away, he landed. He looked up at Skyfall Mountain and then hurried forwards. Flying over wasn't difficult, but before he entered Skyfall Mountain, he didn't want to attract attention. He had to quietly seize that clan's lucky chance. After all, this matter was too important. If even the tiniest bit of it was leaked out, he would fall into a perilous situation. Rumble, 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 above his head, rumbling sounds echoed out from time to time. Space violently shook, forming terrifying waves. One could faintly make out figures within. Countless eyes were drawn over, revealing envy and awe. For them to be able to fly through the air and resist the suppression of Skyfall Mountain was in itself a display of their powerful cultivations. But in truth, these cultivators weren't deliberately showing off, but were instead natural movements as they resisted the suppression of Skyfall Mountain. Although taking a step ahead didn't necessarily mean they would obtain any harvests, they at least had the initiative, and sometimes, this initiative could determine who a lucky chance belonged to. Qin Yu wasn't worried. When it came to Skyfall Mountain, no one understood it better than he did. When he opened his eyes and saw its true nature, he had already made the first move. In this aspect, no one could compare with him. So above his head, whether it was the cultivators with astonishing momentum or the cultivators rushing around him, none of them were on the same starting line as him. Ah! With a miserable scream, a middle-aged cultivator suddenly tumbled to the ground, blood gushing out of his nose and mouth as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He struggled to get up, but as soon as he moved, he spat out several more mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. I don't accept this. I don't accept this. With a roar, this person was rapidly pulled away. One could only faintly hear his sorrowful cries. It was clear that this cultivator had already been screened out and eliminated. Qin Yu glanced at him and continued on his way. He was the first cultivator to be eliminated, but he definitely wouldn't be the last. Everyone wanted heaven-shaking lucky chances, but that also depended on whether or not they had the qualifications to grasp them. If one wasn't strong enough, even if the fortuitous opportunity was right in front of them, they could only shrink back. A second person was eliminated, followed by a third and a fourth. The area around Qin Yu suddenly became empty. He frowned slightly and glanced at the black shadow on his left. A glint of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He knew this person. When he first came to the Central Desolate, he made an agreement with Yang Fan's Han. On the ferry to Duota Mountain, he had fought with others over their accommodations. There was no real conflict between the two of them. They merely exchanged a few glances before the other took the initiative to retreat. And this person was one of the three people who faced them. Because he was able to incarnate as the heavens of his own small world, Qin Yu's perception was extremely sharp. Although he had only seen this person for a brief moment, he still remembered their aura. But now, he was a completely different person, and his aura was completely different. It was dark and gloomy, like layers of dark clouds in the gloomy sky that could erupt with thousands of lightning bolts at any moment. Very strong. Qin Yu's mind stirred. He turned his eyes away and continued on his way. In the next moment, the black-clothed man turned his head and his eyes fell on him. A few breaths later, he retracted his gaze. What keen perception! It seemed that there were some problems with this person. But thinking about it, if he could change his appearance and come to Skyfall Mountain, there was no reason others couldn't. What sort of lucky chance was Skyfall Mountain? Since it was made public to the world, it was normal for there to be a mix of good and bad people. But looking at it from another angle, the more chaotic the situation was, the more advantageous it was for him. Now that everyone was trying to fish in muddy waters, it would depend on their own abilities. There were people in front of him, they were cultivators from that race. Yu didn't need to look, he could feel this even with his eyes closed. What reassured him was that this person clearly didn't sense anything wrong. He smiled and cupped his hands together. Congratulations to everyone for passing Skyfall Mountain's test and obtaining the qualifications to enter. Please sign this contract and you will be allowed to enter and seek out the lucky chances of the Great Tao. Everyone, including Yu, received a jade archive. They probed it with their divine sense and looked through the contents of the mark. There were no tricks hidden in the contract. That race had taken out Skyfall Mountain in order to protect themselves, so they wouldn't make a mistake in something like this. In summary, there was only one important point. No matter where a cultivator came from, if they could obtain the Great Tao of Skyfall Mountain, they would automatically become worshipped by that race for 300 years. During this time, they would protect their race and not be disturbed by the outside world. This was the core key to protect themselves. Skyfall Mountain wasn't something that race took out for free. Whoever obtained a lucky chance of the Great Tao and reached the true sovereign realm would have to become their worshipped. And in a situation where that race already had a true sovereign, if they added another true sovereign to serve them, they would be able to suppress the world and ensure the stability of their race, temporarily stabilizing the situation. The person from that race smiled and said, "Everyone, rest assured that the contract in everyone's hands is the same. But, I must remind you that this contract was personally drawn up by my race's true sovereign. Once you sign it, there is no possibility of reneging. If you cannot accept it, my race will not blame you. You may return the way you came." The black-clothed man was the first. He dripped a drop of blood onto the jade archive and signed the contract. The jade archive that absorbed the blood trembled and vanished. Following it was the black-clothed man who had just been in front of them. The person from that race said, "This fellow Daoist has already entered Skyfall Mountain." With someone taking the lead, the others weren't willing to fall behind. Moreover, this contract wasn't too much of a problem. If one could become a true sovereign, what did it matter if they were worshipped for 300 years? Moreover, with the strength of that race, if they added in the strength of a true sovereign, it would be more than enough to stabilize the situation. There wouldn't be too much danger. The jade archives absorbed the blood. The person who signed the contract vanished from sight. Yu took a deep breath. He flicked his finger and watched as a drop of blood fell onto the jade archive, instantly fusing into it. His heart tightened at this moment. Unlike the others, the jade archive didn't immediately tremble. Rather, there was a brief pause, as if it were hesitating. Yu was expressionless, but his body was tense. Luckily, he heard a humming sound in the next moment. The strength of teleportation covered him and he vanished from sight. The person from that race frowned. But, he had already been warned that there would be someone hidden when Skyfall Mountain opened, and there might be some abnormalities in the Jade Archive contract. But as long as they could smoothly sign the contract, they could be allowed to enter. This time, all that race wanted was a true sovereign realm exalted. As for the other party's background, that was actually secondary. Everything in front of him darkened. In the next moment, light bloomed and Yu appeared in Skyfall Mountain. The moment his feet touched the ground, he understood what little Meaty had said before. Skyfall Mountain itself was the Great Tao. In other words, he didn't need to perceive it nor did he need to search for it. The Great Tao was beneath his feet. All that mattered was whether or not he could obtain the method and find the turning point to refine it. And in order to refine the Great Tao, one first had to clearly see it. Some people were filled with enthusiasm before they entered the mountain, but they didn't know that if they didn't see anything at first glance, they were doomed to have no fate with the Great Tao. Yu was one such person. He originally had no fate with Skyfall Mountain, but because of Little Meaty's existence, he could see a dazzling golden light every time he opened his eyes. In his eyes, the entire Skyfall Mountain was like a great sun in the vault of heaven. Now that he was within it, He could clearly see strands of golden light interweaving beneath his feet. Looking more closely, these golden halos intertwined with each other, turning into chains. Layer after layer stacked together, forming a powerful seal. Although the great Tao existed, its master had already perished, thus it had sealed itself here. If he wanted to obtain the great Tao, he needed to unravel it. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He slowly exhaled, a smile on his face. No matter how complicated or powerful a seal was, as long as he could see it clearly, he could slowly unravel it from the beginning. It was only a matter of time. Moreover, little Meaty was here. He always felt that she had more cards up her sleeves than just opening a back door for him. The moment that Qin Yu stepped into Skyfall Mountain, all changes quietly occurred. After the 6 people from the 13th floor entered Skyfall Mountain, they all split up. Li Ruhua suddenly stopped. She furrowed her eyebrows and looked around. She could see motes of golden light scattering around her. This is, her heartbeat began to accelerate. Although she had maintained a calm demeanor after obtaining a spot to enter Skyfall Mountain, it would be a lie to say that she didn't have any expectations in her heart. After all, what lay in front of her was a heaven-piercing great Tao. If she could obtain it, she could become a true sovereign. With a single leap, she could become the most formidable existence between the heavens and earth. And now, this great Tao was right in front of her. Chen Shanglu. Li Ruhua shouted. Miss, I want to go into seclusion here. Stand guard for me. Without further explanation, Li Ruhua sat down cross-legged, sensing the world with rapt attention. Chen Shanglu was startled. His eyes subconsciously widened and then filled with ecstasy. Right now, he shared both honor and disgrace with Li Ruhua. If she could obtain the great Tao, her status would naturally rise with him. There was even a chance that she could become an official disciple of the 13th floor. Nyo Dudu's eyes widened. She blinked and blinked again. This wasn't an illusion. The world in front of her really was emitting golden light. And in her eyes, she could faintly make out a heaven-piercing great Tao. Ah! She cried out and clenched her fists. This great Tao is fated with me. She swept her eyes around. After not noticing anything wrong, Nyo Dudu took out a flag and thrust it into the ground. The flag emitted a brilliant light that instantly covered her surroundings, hiding her figure within. Baiji followed behind them. She suddenly paused for a moment but soon continued forwards, not the least bit of emotion on her face. Half a day later, she found a chance to separate from them. She stepped forwards and shot into the skies. Now, the Skyfall Mountain beneath her feet was emitting motes of golden light. Miao Ye's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She had never hoped that she could obtain the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain. But now, it seemed that this lucky chance had truly fallen into her lap. Long Mountain Region Main City. Beneath the City Lord Mansion, 24 stone statues roared out together. The blood-red runes that covered their bodies emitted a rich blood-red light. The elder guarding this place widened his eyes. He revealed a look of shock that soon turned into ecstasy. Patriarch! Patriarch! He shouted out loud. The space trembled and a deep voice sounded out. I already know. The elder was excited. Patriarch, my clan's juniors have already formed a connection with the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain. This great Tao must belong to my clan. I ask that you help buy time for my clan's juniors. We cannot allow others to reach it first.